Welcome to the Whatever Dating Talk podcast, where we try to make sense of the modern dating hellscape. Thanks for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. We're coming to you live from Santa Barbara, California, every Sunday and Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. I'm your host, Brian Atlas. I'm joined by my co-host, Kiki, back there. Can't even see her. Okay, she's a bit shy. A few quick announcements before the show begins. This podcast is viewer-supported heavy YouTube demonetization, so please consider donating through Streamlabs instead of super chatting, as YouTube takes a brutal 30% cut. So some quick maths for y'all. If you super chat 100, YouTube takes 30. If you donate 100, Streamlabs only takes 3. Streamlabs.com/whatever. Link is in the description. Donations and super chats $10 and up will be displayed in Stream Overlay. Donations and super chats $50 and up will be read/answered. If you want to interact nearly instantly with us and weigh in on the conversation, consider sending a TTS, text-to-speech message. $100 and up triggers TTS. TTS is via Streamlabs only. Please see the description for all triggers and full details. We have channel memberships. To become a member, hit the join button. Tier 1 is just $5 a month. We're also live on Twitch right now. Guys, pull up another tab. Go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow in the Prime sub if you have one. If you have Amazon Prime, you can link it to your Twitch. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month. We got merch, shop.whatever.com. Stuff you can wear to not be naked. Don't be a criminal. Get some merch. Follow us on Instagram at whatever. Any girls who want to be on the show, DM at whatever on Instagram if you can make it to Santa Barbara, preferably on time. Thank you very much. If you're interested in sponsoring the podcast, you can also DM me here. What the fuck is Madysen? Okay. I guess that's the only way. If you're interested in sponsoring the podcast, you can also DM us at whatever on Instagram. Follow me on Instagram, BD_Atlas. Check out my nonprofit movement, Big Labia Matter, or BLM for short, #BLM. Really the pressing issue of our time. I'm the spearhead, trailblazer, groundbreaker, pioneer, vanguard of the movement. So be sure to support. If you can't catch the full shows, we have a clips channel, multiple clips channels. Link is in the description. Guys, we're trying to get to 1 million subscribers on this channel. We're about 50,000 away. So go subscribe. We're so close, guys. We'll get a plaque kind of similar to this one when we hit that milestone. We have a Discord, discord.gg/whatever. Link is in the description. This is a members only Discord. We post, the happenings in the whatever universe, and that's Elon Musk, who kind of, he tweeted at us. Not at us. He reacted to a tweet that had a video of ours. This is a members only Discord. You can gain access via our Patreon, patreon.com/whatever. Disclaimer, the views expressed by the guests do not necessarily reflect the views of the Whatever podcast. So without further ado, we're going to have the guests introduce themselves. So please tell us your name, age, location, so where you're from, and occupation. Go ahead.
My name's JoJo. I'm a full-time student getting my master's in international affairs, and I Twitch stream on the side at Curbafine.
All right, welcome back.
Hi, I'm Julie. I'm a full-time student. I'm from British Columbia, Canada, and I Twitch stream as well.
Age?
25.
25. All right. What about you?
I'm Malia. I'm 27 years old. I work for an OnlyFans management agency, and I also Twitch stream.
Wait, coming back to you really quick. In your pre-show notes to us, you said you're a certified what?
I thought it was funny, but now I have to answer for my crimes.
Yeah, it's because, we asked your occupation, so why don't you just...
I just thought it was funny. I think when I say it, people are like, what the hell is she talking about?
I didn't state it, so why don't you state it?
I'm a certified e-whore.
So what is that? What is a certified
just
e-whore?
Slutting out online.
Slutting out online for attention, money,
whatever.
Glory.
Yeah.
Yeah. So OF primarily?
Yeah.
Okay. How do you become certified? Is there a course you have to take? Or?
No.
I certified her.
You certify her?
She's certified.
You work for an agency, right?
Yeah, we certified her.
You certified her?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. What about you?
Hi, my name is Nika. I'm 23 years old. I'm from Dallas, Texas. I'm currently a student. I'm studying business. I'm also a mental health advocate and do some businesses and side jobs here and there.
You're a mental health advocate?
Yes.
You really did a number on my mental health by being an hour late to the podcast.
I truly apologize for that. And like I mentioned in the DM when I was pulling up, I did say that I'm sorry. I do believe that punctuality is very important. So
very important.
Yeah, for sure.
Do you think punctuality is important?
I do believe that.
So how would you mentally advocate, you're a mental health advocate, you said?
Yeah.
How would you advocate for me to regain my mental health after this rather egregious...
I'm not a mental health professional.
Oh, okay.
I would call your therapist. I'm sorry.
Okay, I see.
Yeah.
Bad.
I think I do. I probably need that. Okay, what about you?
My name is Kylie. I'm 30.
Into
My
the
name
mic,
is
please.
Kylie.
You were an hour and 30 minutes late.
My
Kindly
name is
speak into the
Kylie.
microphone. Thank you.
I'm 34. I was an hour and a half late.
Yep. Say it again. For the
So I am a bartender, a yoga teacher.
Oh my God, who the hell cares?
And I'm here training for Game Day Men's Health. It's a men's health optimization clinic.
men's
So-
health, like men's mental health?
No.
Just men's health in
Their
general?
sexual health. Their sexual health. Like testosterone therapy, like an alternative to medications for dealing with hormonal issues for men.
Like, what is that? Like, what's the other forms?
I'm curious.
So a lot of men have a lot of trouble getting women pregnant,
Okay.
or they deal with dysfunction issues.
Sure, ED.
Yeah. And so it helps men climb up out of like those situations without having to take a medication.
You're about a
or
foot away from the microphone.
Take a medication or anything like that. You know what I mean? Fall into a
yeah,
depression.
you can scoot your chair into the table. We I feel like maybe you could, like, I would get ED if a woman was an hour and a half late to like a date or a podcast.
Okay, and I
That would.
Maybe she can give you like a discount, like coupon.
Nah, I'm
See her
good.
afterwards, yeah.
I'm good.
I ended up here, and that's just what happened, and I apologize. You can at the end we'll reevaluate, okay?
Wait, you guys came from LA too, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you guys were perfectly on time. I thank you guys for being punctual.
So that makes
and for
sense,
arriving
right? They're from
on
the
time.
area. They understand the traffic. They understand how the city works. It's quite different from Florida. Like,
You have to account for it.
What,
It is
what
a
do you mean?
holiday.
Yeah.
What do you mean it's different from Florida?
you guys have tons of traffic. It takes a lot longer to get from a shorter distance.
Didn't you wait? Where's Ocean? She said she's coming from Oceanside, correct?
That's further than
Is
us.
that that's further south?
Yeah. It was over 3.5 hours I was on the road.
Okay.
Oceanside's far, yeah. It's more
And I just
closer
flew
to
here from
San
Florida.
Diego.
I got here at 9:30 this morning. So, in my defense, I'm sorry.
She's from Canada.
She came from Canada. How about that? How about that? That's further than Florida. Okay, all right.
Yeah, punctuality is important, but also like honesty and owning up to the fact that we were late. We're like, okay.
And honestly,
There wasn't much accountability.
Like, I thought
there
it-
was not much
so
accountability.
this is my accountability. Like, it wasn't that I came here for training for another job. Like, but I really enjoy watching this podcast, and I think it's
Right.
important for men and women to have conversations.
Yeah.
And I do.
Hopefully the conversations start on time, though. I think that's typically an important component of you know. But to be fair, you are like the latest person we've ever had. We we could have just not even let you on the show.
I went to a Baptist school till 8th grade, and they paddled
That's relevant.
me.
They paddled you.
They did paddle me.
Because you were late all the time. Is this like a
No.
recurring theme in your
That
life?
lesson did
Just
not
your
work.
lack of punctuality.
No, it is not. It's not often that I fly into California for a podcast, so I apologize.
All right, Maddie, what about you?
My name is Madysen. I'm
Living _ donated $100. Thought the girl was a she-male. Heard her talk about testosterone replacement and now I'm fully convinced. Let's see that Adam's apple girl.
Thank you, Living. Appreciate it. Do you want to respond to his accusations?
It's fine.
Allegations? Do you want to dispel? He's calling you
I mean,
a
I'm
man.
not going to show him my vagina.
I think we're good on that
Like,
one, but
it's gotten so serious. What's it going to take to prove to somebody? Right?
oh, you could just say, no, I'm a woman.
I am a woman.
Okay, there you have it. All right, Madysen, what about you?
Madysen, 19. I'm from San Diego, California. I work for the Whatever podcast, and I'm a full-time student at Santa Barbara City College studying business and communication.
All right, welcome, Madysen.
I'm Lydia, I'm 21, and I am a spokesperson and social media content coordinator for Students for Life of America, and I'm also a full-time student at Campbell University in North Carolina.
All right, welcome.
Matthew Gallagher, 38, live in LA, and I'm a CEO.
All right. Of what? What are you the CEO of? Give us some details.
Well, I have the world's largest watch club. It's called watchgang.com. Shout out.
Shout out to watchgang.com. Thank you for coming. He's the CEO.
We give away a Rolex every Friday.
There you have it, folks.
Whoa.
There you. Wait, sorry. Your age again? Sorry,
I'm 21.
21. Got it. Okay. All right. Do we linger on the punctuality thing? No.
Like, honestly, we can have way more better,
can keep
interesting
going.
Conversations.
Yeah.
Have mercy.
I kind of
rail that other girl out for not coming, and I was like, well, I cannot not come. That's for sure.
Okay, all right. We're gonna go around the table. Off to a great start, right, guys? Typical. All right, guys. Going around the table once more. Current relationship status: single, talking stage, situationship, friends with benefits, relationship, married, polycule, sex cult, whatever it may be. If you're single, how long have you been single, and what's the longest relationship you've ever been in? Go ahead.
Single for over 2 years, longest relationship 4 years.
Any prospects since your appearance?
Since last time, no. Oh, I mean, prospects are, yes, people have slid into my DMs, but it's not.
Nothing?
I'm still same opinion.
Can I have you
So-
just pull your microphone to the edge of the
More?
table, scoot it this way? Yeah, perfect. What about you?
I'm in a long distance relationship for about 7 months now, but my longest relationship was 5 years.
5 years, okay. Long distance relationship, where does he live?
Texas.
He's in Texas, and you're in Canada. When's the last time you saw him in person?
December?
In December?
Yeah, I'm gonna go see him next month though.
How did you guys meet?
Online.
Online?
He Twitch streams as well.
He's a Twitch streamer? Are you able to disclose who he is?
It's irrelevant. He does like political content.
Hassan?
No, irrelevant.
Irrelevant?
Irrelevant's the username.
Oh, that's his name?
Yeah.
His name's Irrelevant?
Yeah.
Interesting.
He's
Okay.
irrelevant.
Yeah. Sorry.
Well, my podcast is called the Whatever Podcast. So, wait, so you guys met online? What's his political leanings?
Like probably left, I guess.
Probably left, you guys?
Probably left.
Pro- it's
Who-
very far left.
Okay. My bad.
So, like, when you say very far left, are we talking he's a socialist, progressive, leftist? What are we talking?
I don't know.
You
Just
don't-
what
Probably
you would label
progressive,
himself.
leftist. I don't know
Probably.
about socialism though.
I mean, you've been dating him for 7 months.
Yeah, we don't talk about politics that often.
Really? So,
Yeah.
like, what if you're like full blown, like super far right conservative? I don't know if that's the case for you, but
well-
wouldn't that be a mismatch? You think of values?
Yeah, I mean, I guess we've talked about them, but not enough for him to like tell me exactly what he is.
Okay. All right. And who contacted who?
He was a chatter in my chat for a while,
Okay.
so I guess he contacted me.
He was a chatter? Did he wait, hold on. Whoa.
So fanboy.
I think I just exposed him by accident. Oops.
So in addition to him being a chatter in your Twitch chat, was he also subbing to your OF?
No,
No.
definitely
Not that we're
not.
aware.
Would that have been like, would you,
If he was subbed to it, I'd be a little weirded out probably.
why is that?
I think probably people who sub to my OF probably would treat me differently than people who are just in my Twitch chat. They'd look at me differently, for sure.
Okay. So he reached out to you through the Twitch chat? Like he hit on you in the Twitch chat? Or
No, he didn't
slid
hit
into
on
the
me.
DMs?
He would be in my Twitch chat
he
like
raided
talking
you.
to me, and then he raided me, and then I thanked him for the raid, and then we just kind of started talking from there.
How many times have you guys met up in person?
Like 3 times.
3 times? Okay. Unique. Okay. What about you?
I'm single. Still haven't been on a date. Still
No dates since your last
celibate.
appearance. Still celibate.
Still been
Celibate.
single for 2.5 years.
2.5 years.
My longest relationship was 3.5 years.
3 years. Why are you guys single? I don't like. It's not that you're single currently, but you've been single for such a long period of time.
We are insufferable. I'm just kidding. No, I don't know.
Also, why are you framing a question like singles being like not good? Like
No, I would
maybe-
like a boyfriend.
Right.
Well, there you go. There's the problem then.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't because it's just I want to finish school. I feel like that's just
You said if I recall, you said you were getting your master's in what?
international affairs,
International affairs. Okay.
public policy.
Policy making.
So you've been celibate for how long?
It's been almost 2 years, yeah.
Okay. What about you? Also, have you been celibate too? Or?
Yeah.
Yeah.
For a few months. Yeah.
A few hours.
No. That's crazy.
Wait, for real though?
No,
Like,
I'm just
It
kidding.
was like a week ago.
No, I haven't slept with.
Oh wait, hold on. You totally revealed it.
No.
It was like a week ago.
No, I didn't
2
reveal
weeks
anything.
ago.
I haven't slept. Well,
I
when we
plead
say
the fifth.
when we say body count, it's gonna be the same because I haven't slept with anyone.
Okay. All right. What about you?
I'm currently single, and I'm not really looking to like get a boyfriend per se. Like I would like to go on dates or would go on like casual.
Nick, could you close the door?
But it's more so like focused just because I'm doing full-time school, doing like 30 hours work like with my job and business, and I am also doing like so many different projects and hobbies that is just kind of with my schedule.
Okay. So you've been single for how long? Oh, hold on. I need to know what the blank is going on with Madysen. Her element is not being represented properly.
Okay. That's a cool helmet. Like,
I think it's great.
yeah.
It looks amazing.
Okay. Cool.
Thank you guys.
That's good.
So you've been single for how long?
Since 2021.
2021?
Yeah.
Wait, was that the event? Was that the occurrence? Nick, do you want to pull up
The
the New York Post
challenge.
article? Do you know what I'm talking about? Is that you've been single since the occurrence?
Yes, to the question. But
Wait,
also-
Madysen, can you read this?
Makes sense. Only a left-wing beta cuck would be with the
Wow.
certified Bleep. You can have her, man. Once again, off to a great start already. I knew I smelled fish in the air. Just the whatever pod.
Wow.
Welcome to the Whatever Podcast. Okay.
I'm good with that.
That's
It's
a good
fine.
one.
It's funny.
Where were we? Oh, longest relationship?
Like year and a half.
1 year.
Yeah.
Just for context, people, I've been mercilessly roasting Nika here, but we've had her on the show before. Despite her, just pull up the article. Pull up the article. Okay, you might remember her. She's, you stabbed a hookup. Can you give us the
I
brief?
wouldn't frame it that way, but
Oh,
I'm
how-
happy to like explain it.
Yeah. Do you want to like give us the plot synopsis on
Right,
the story?
for sure. Yeah, earlier in the podcast I mentioned I'm a mental health advocate, and you know, in life, not everybody's gonna be perfect. People are gonna make mistakes. The mistakes might be small, might be like you forgot your keys at your house. It might be a mistake that I did at the level that I did. You know, it's definitely not something that I'm proud of, but I did have a situation in which I wasn't taking my prescribed medications, and you know, with inclusion of like drugs and alcohol, again, not an excuse, just providing context. Those kind of situations, especially as someone who is suffering from bipolar and schizophrenia, is kind of challenging in a way because it puts you in an unstable mood. And for those of you who don't know, the hallucinations or the delusions that people have with those conditions are very real, and sometimes it's very hard to like distinguish like what is real and what is not.
So tell us what happened.
Right, for sure. So I was in Las Vegas, and I moved there to pursue my music career, and I ended up chatting with a guy over on a Plenty of Fish app, and it ended up just progressing, and you know, we ended up he picked me up to go to a hotel for like a date, and going from there, it was just, you know, sorry, I'm like trying to compose myself because it's kind of hard, but I ended up, we were having like sexual intimacy in a way, and I did harm him and stab him twice in the neck during sex. So.
Did he die?
No. He was alive and well.
Was your relationship
I was gonna
really
question
volatile towards one another? Like,
Bro, she met him on a dating app. There was no relationship.
Hallucinations.
Yeah. Like that's why I was like, let me provide the context first, and then I'll say it because I'm like, people would just.
Did you bring the knife into the bed preparing for that?
I mean, it was a hotel room, so I had my knife in my bag, and just because of like security, and like Vegas is like kind of dangerous, and people told me that. So I never had like intentions to just go up there and just like, I don't know, but like given the mental health aspect and the hallucinations and the delusions I had, it kind of led up to that. Nothing against him, but you know, sometimes you're not in the right space and you end up creating harm.
Did you go on a second date with him?
I did not. So,
like, did you get in trouble? Like, did he press charges? Anything?
Yeah, you were arrested, right?
Yeah, and
there's a case.
It was a news article. Of course, things happen.
Well, yeah. So, like,
the case is closed now.
Is it because of mental health?
Like when you stabbed. Like, what did he do when you stabbed him?
Wait. What did he like? Is the framing of the question? What did he do to deserve it?
No.
Or like,
she was both. Honestly, both.
After. Like 100%, my delusions, my hallucinations. There wasn't anything that he'd done that, like, you know, we had like conversations in the car, and like anything that would like it would trigger me. Like I would see a slot machine, for some reason the lights would like be blinking, and it would just make me upset. So you could have like the most regular conversation with me, and I would just get upset and mad, like for no reason.
Okay. And then what did he do after this happened?
Yeah, so the first poke, I guess.
Poke?
Wow. He didn't do anything. And then the second time, he got up and like started choking me, but obviously self-defense. Like, yeah.
Wow.
So.
Well, like, did you get it? Were you in jail? Like, what was the consequences of it? Because you are mentally ill. Like, were you able to not go to, I guess, be sent to jail?
Did you get be corrected? I did go to jail. I bailed out and then had my case going on, and then I ended up taking a plea deal to 2 counts of false imprisonment, which I'm serving probation for currently. And just for clarification, when the news articles are reporting like twice in a nick, stab, that's a wording that I used when the police were interrogating me. But when you look at the evidence and the pictures, the wounds were so minor that he didn't go to the hospital. Again, totally not okay to like, even the smallest wounds are not okay, but just for clarification purposes, the word stab was involved in the case because of my words.
Why did the news article mention Soleimani as did it say that you stabbed him in like revenge against that, or
yeah, because like after the incident, the police were questioning me too, you know, like typical, like I guess that's how they do like certain cases, but because of the hallucinations and the delusions I had, I just ended up saying things that I didn't like truly believe in. I don't know if you've seen Homeland, Carrie from Homeland, but she has like, I don't, for anybody who's seen it, it's she has bipolar disorder, and you can kind of see it in that context, and she plays a role that is involved in like movies and like different like interrogations between international relations. And I really thought that I was like, I had to say that, or like I said it. Obviously my words, it's on a video, can't take it back, but just for purposes of the podcast, or like just anybody watching, you 100% do not support Soleimani or anything.
You were in a altered state, and what you told the detective or investigator, you told him that you attacked this Tinder date who you just met as a revenge for the killing of the Soleimani. How do you pronounce his name? Is that accurate?
Yeah.
Okay. And so you were arrested. How long? But you said you bailed out. How long were you in jail?
I was in jail for 6 weeks. And
6 weeks.
Yeah, and
took you. Okay.
But also, like, I bailed out immediately, but I had to stay there for 6 weeks because the judge didn't think I was mentally competent enough to stand trial. So I had to go through like psychological evaluation and competency hearings to even before they even proceed with my case to see if I'm competent.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so the trial, you took a plea deal, and part of that plea deal, it got pleaded down to what was the
2 counts of false imprisonment.
2 counts of false imprisonment,
Yeah.
and you no jail time, no prison time, correct?
It's suspended under probation, yes.
How much probation did you get?
So it's like 3 to 5 years, but like, I mean, it's the context dependent.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, so
Nick, could you pull up that? There's an article of a California woman who was in a weed-induced psychosis, and she, using her words, poked her boyfriend. She deleted him, and also attacked her dog, and she got off on probation. Can you?
LA Times?
I don't know, just whichever. LA Times typically has blocks or whatever. You got it?
I got USA Today.
If there's any paywalls, it's not going to go through. It's not, just, can you pull it up?
Yeah.
I believe I've seen it, maybe, but maybe.
X out that thing at the top, please. Scroll up. No, like make it bigger. So this is a somewhat similar case, sort of. She stabbed a man 108 times and got probation. Okay. What to know about she's on weed, I guess. Killed a man and grievously harmed a dog. Now, we kind of talked about this on the previous show. I'm not going to linger on it too long, but if we put a man in your position, if we put a man in that woman's position, the California woman who killed her boyfriend, she got off on probation, bro, there would be significantly long prison sentences. So that's like the most insane example of female privilege I've ever seen.
I mean, I've mentioned it in the previous context, like the podcast, but it's very context specific. There's many different factors that play into it, like previous.
There's no scenario where
criminal background history.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
Can you not interrupt and respect when I'm speaking? Thank
well,
you.
as the host, I will gladly interrupt you whenever I feel like it.
Okay, well, if you ask a question, then let me know if I can answer it.
It's such an absurd statement to say, like, a man, the same lack of criminal history, if a man were to have sliced his Tinder date, if a man were to have deleted his girlfriend, there would be like very long prison sentences. There wouldn't be probation. There wouldn't be 100 hours of community service, whatever it is.
Can I
It's
answer?
fucking crazy. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. It's very context specific, like your previous criminal history, what kind of court you were in, the specific state. Many different state and judges have like different laws and regulations. But also, I think one thing that's really important is to consider that sentencing in the justice system is one factor of the entire justice system. If you look at different things like the amounts of death that happen in prisons, 29% of women are harmed or died in a prison or jail more than a man would. This was
hold on.
A study that was done.
I would have to look at this statistic, but there's no. Are you making the argument that female prisons are less safe than male prisons? Is that your argument?
I haven't done the research on what specific factor is, but I do know that for sure women are more likely unsafe.
Women are more. Oh my! Have you seen prison, like any prison documentary?
I have my phone there. If you want me to pull up the study, I'll bring it.
I would argue.
Oh my, bro! This is like the most. Okay, repeat it one more time.
Like I'll gladly bring it to you. Like it's a study that was done, and it said like women are more likely to die or get harmed in a prison than men are.
That is the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Women in prison are much more safe than men in prison.
I mean, I would bring with the study now, but you have your regulations and stuff about the podcast, and I want to be respectful because phones being there. But after a show or
I'm actually curious. There's no way I mean, Nick, you can Google it.
It's plausible because like, what if there's more?
Holy fuck, bro!
Well,
oh my god!
I was gonna say, what if there's more?
It's plausible.
Well, what if it's more like there's more security or something like that in men's prison? I don't know. I wouldn't know, but maybe.
My argument is that women are affected differently by going to prison versus men. Like when women go to prison, they're more likely to maybe reform and do something about their lives versus men. It takes maybe a longer sentence or something harsher to like teach them the lesson that makes them change.
What's that movie with Nikolai Kaldu? Who's the guy from Game of Thrones who played Jaime Lannister? What's that movie he's in? Anybody know?
No.
What's that? Anybody in the chat? The movie with the Jaime Lannister from Game of Thrones, Nikolai? Shot Caller. Bro, imagine they made that movie, but like flip the genders. There's no way, dude. There's no way. That's ridiculous. I'm sorry.
Like,
I don't
just
have a
going back
study.
to the point, it's just like the justice system. You have your sentencing, you have the experience in prison. Like there's different like things that are considered things that you would want to look at when you like are trying to see if a certain gender is preferred or not. But yes, sentencing, that might be the case, but in different circumstances.
So you were there for
scenarios.
6 weeks?
Yes.
Did you see any violence or anybody get harmed while you were there?
Yes.
Did you get harmed?
I did not. But, you know.
What was like when you mentioned like unsafe, what was
safe.
like the safety issue that you saw?
Like fights being breaking out, people just like.
You see anybody like get shanked or something?
Like
poked?
honestly, I'm not gonna like go into detail on that, but there was like fights that I saw, or people just getting pulled out and put in different areas, or, you know.
Yeah, the study doesn't sound plausible. I mean, I would want to see it. No,
Nick,
the 29%
did you
study,
Google
I
it?
would want to see that for sure.
Did you Google this, Nick?
Shanked in high school, my freshman year, after coming from Baptist school. So.
I also feel like there's a big difference between saying they got harmed.
Yo, Nick,
and
the
they
audio
died.
is muted.
What does
right?
harm
This
mean?
man could get the death sentence in a state that allows it, if he did that crime she did to the man. Like omged.
Yo, James, thank you for the TTS. Sorry that we missed the beginning of it. I'm studying criminal justice. A man could get the death sentence in a state that allows it if he did that crime, so she did to the man, like OMG.
I think there was another $100 that
Yo,
got
we missed Nick.
Yeah.
Why was the audio muted? All right, here, I'll retrigger it. I'm not trying to be blank here, but if the roles were reversed with the same mental issues, the man would face a harsher sentence in jail or prison. Thank you, Bender the Offender. Appreciate it.
And in response to
I
that,
100% agree with you, Bender the Offender.
Yeah. Sorry. Okay. So in response to that, you know, obviously mental health played a really big, significant factor, but I also had 0 criminal history, was doing really well in school, and
The Brixan donated $100. Is Jojo going to auction that chair she's sitting on? Asking for a friend, say Christ is Lord.
Who's Jojo?
That's me.
Oh gosh. Okay, he's back.
Starting again.
He's back. How much? Wait, the Bronaissance. Actually, I think he DM'd me on Instagram. I'll sell it to you for like.
He was serious?
5,000.
I think she should
10,000.
She should get a cut.
Can I get like
10,000.
can I get
a
like
commission on it.
She should get a cut. She should get a cut.
I'll buy you a hamburger.
Come on.
I was just
come
going to say
on.
some in and out.
Donated $100. Question for the ladies: would any of you date Brian? Also, 777 decillion 777 nonillion 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777 Name 10 books.
Name 10 books.
Which one do you want to answer?
Okay, I'll just have you name 10 books, and then you can answer the first question.
Okay. Like child called it the Bible.
People magazine.
People magazine. Kidding. Giving Tree. Lord of the Rings of the book series. Do you want me? I can name franchises too. Harry Potter.
That's good. Good job. I'm proud of you.
Oh, thank you so much. Hunger Games. Why am I blanking on the book? It's fine. The Bassoon King. Negotiations and Strategies.
It's beautiful. It's great. You're doing great. Keep going.
Thank you. Born a Crime.
All right, we'll ask the question. We'll go around the table on it. I was pretty much a massive asshole today, so I'm pretty sure it's gonna be a no-go. But the TTS asked, would you date me?
I don't know you behind the scenes enough
Yeah.
So, but maybe if you're like a super cool person behind the scenes, like
I'm not. I'm
not. Probably not. You're not like super
cool.
Oh,
okay.
I'm so glad I'm not dating. Donated $100. If it is going to auction, I would love to put in my offer. Upon acquiring it, I would immediately donate it to Jay Butler for research purposes. I'm sure the amount of data would be astounding.
Okay. Thank you, man. Yeah, you're welcome to. Maybe we'll do like an eBay auction or some shit.
I don't know how.
What's that big? What's the company that does the auctions for really expensive art pieces? Is it
Is it Masterworks?
Sotheby's?
Oh, Sotheby's. Yeah.
Sotheby's, is that the auction? Wait, or what? What's the one?
Yeah, Sotheby's.
Sotheby's. Is it Sotheby's that does like the? Here's the Leonardo da Vinci for $100 million. Sotheby's. Okay. Where we're? Oh, yeah. I guess you can answer.
Besides the fact that I'm in a relationship, I also don't know anything about you, so no.
Okay. You guys are being all right. You guys are being nice. Okay.
You're really quite nice all around. My general experience.
Hold on.
I know people.
Hold on.
No, people give me shit. People give me a lot of shit for coming on this podcast, but I'm like, they're really good hosts. They're really respectable. They're really nice.
Really? Dark Omen 42 donated $100 from PBS. While women comprised 16.1% of all jail deaths in 2018, that has increased from 10% in 2000. Article is called Why More Women Are Dying in Jails. It's not more than men.
Oh, this is like...
I don't remember it being from PBS.
Oh, you know what this reminds me of? If any of you guys are... there was this article about how female journalists, there was an increase, like a greater percentage increase in female journalist deaths, like if they're in a war zone, for example. But it was very like, this is how feminists will like fucking mangle the truth. 90% of all the deaths, deaths by journalists were male. But because there was like from like 1 year to the next year, there was like a slight increase in the female deaths. They used, huh?
I think I have it.
Okay, with the one I'm referencing?
Yeah.
In 2021, the percentage of women among all journalists killed almost doubled, rising to 11% from 6% the previous year. Percentage of women among all... So it's like, well, okay, who's the other 89%? Men. So it's like, Nick, could you Google, there's this 1 in 5 homeless are women. Can you Google that one? It's just like... Well, okay, 4 out of 5 homeless are men. You got that one?
The world doesn't care about men, unfortunately, right now. It's not being...
1 in 3 homeless people.
It might just be a...
Wait, someone... Oh, that's not the TT.
Wait, did we miss one of the TTSs? Or no, it came through, right? I'll read it. So the system decided to let you free so the woman's death rate in jail would not increase, so now you are roaming with innocent people daily, and if the lights flicker, you may poke again?
I don't think that's the case because I have my treatment regimen. I see a therapist and a psychologist regularly, but also I'm in school and I had a 4.0 last semester and I'm working with my businesses and stuff. So if you can improve from a mistake and learn what you should have done in the first place and improve on that and make a drastic change in your life, I think, why not?
Yeah, I mean, that's good. I just, I almost don't want to linger on it too long because it's such an absurd topic, but this idea that women's prisons and jails are more violent than men's prisons is just, it's ridiculous. Like, you can probably look at the statistics. Okay, who's more likely to be assaulted in jail? Who's more likely to be killed in jail? And then just even go look. There's like dozens of these prison shows, jail shows. Look at the conditions in the male prisons and compare them to the conditions in the female prisons. Like California, the racial segregation in the prisons is insane. Like the racial politics in the I don't think there's a corresponding like racial politics in California prisons when it comes to women.
Right, but also the studies are like what we pulled up was that, or whoever sent that message said that more women are like dying, or from the different studies that compared to men, but it didn't specifically say that it's because of the violence. Like she mentioned, it might be like due to mental health and different. Women and men are biologically built differently, so experience of a prison is going to be significantly different between the two
You think
genders.
it's going to be hard? You think it's harder for women in prison than for men?
Yes.
Holy fuck!
It's different. It's different.
I don't even know like how to tackle. It's such a absurd position.
Like in a dating world, you would say, like, just for theoretical purposes, you would want like an alpha male who's very confident, outgoing, that leader, and the woman is supposed to be the submissive, the one that is able to like be caring, and so I guess what I'm trying to say is, even in like a different context, there's always going to be a difference in how women and men are within their traits. What? So, when it comes to their experiences in different conditions, like such as
so the
prison.
percentage you said before, I think we all took that as like they're physically being harmed or killed at a higher rate than men.
Yes.
But are you saying that they experience it in a harsher manner because they're not like equipped for it mentally?
What I'm saying is that that specific study didn't say X amount of percentage was from like direct violence, X amount was from mental health, like specific things they might have done in prison, or I'm just saying, like, there's different ways that you could be harmed in prison that is not directly correlated to like direct violence, as Ryan was mentioning, because he mentioned like the conditions of the prisons, but I'm like, okay, well, that might be the case, but the harm and the death might not be directly correlated, or we are the study is unsure of like the direct percentage. It was just looking at the percentage of deaths in women's prisons and men's prisons.
So what was the word they used to generalize? Like, did they just say are less safe? That percent of women are less safe? Or what was the word they used in the study?
I mean, I kind of really want to pull it up, but like more women die in prisons than men do.
You're saying death or harm?
Death.
Okay.
Yeah.
But you lost me on that, because I mean they definitely don't die at higher rates than men. I mean you kind of make a point about women not like tolerating prison as well, like that kind of makes sense. But if you're talking about physical violence and deaths, I wouldn't see how that could be.
I could
higher
maybe
for
believe harm because like women probably self-report more, but I don't think death is probably
men end
accurate.
up with much longer sentences, so they're going to be dying more, I feel like.
Yeah. Men are harsh in prison. Acting like I've been there before.
Are you saying
Truth
per
Bomb
capita?
donated $100. Only way I could see this being a true stat is if they are counting trans women killing in women's prison. Either way, this is a wild claim.
It's super wild. I mean, if you even look at these prison documentary shows, what's the popular one? Does anybody know the name of that show? Like,
for women?
No, there's like a fucking
like
show that's
World's
been on
Toughest
for
Prisons and
20 years. It talks about, it like goes into the prisons, and like, man, it's just totally uncomparable. It's such a wild claim. Like, I don't even know how to fucking address it.
I guess we're just gonna disagree, and I'll show you the link after the show. So I don't know what else to do. I mean,
okay, so let's start here. Is your position that per capita, more women are physically assaulted? Because you agree that there's...
Can you like define what you mean by like per capita? Like, what are you like looking
Okay,
at
do you acknowledge that
statistics,
there's more men in prison than women? So if we're looking at the total numbers, there's obviously more men in total that are physically harmed in prison.
Right.
Or do you disagree even with that?
I don't disagree with that. Certainly.
Okay, so for example, per capita. Okay, let's say there's a prison with 100 men, and then there's a prison with 10 women. So if 10 men and 1 woman get harmed, that would be equal 10% of the population, but there's still more men that are harmed.
Well,
is that what you're talking about? Are you talking per capita?
If it's percentage, he makes a great point.
It's percentage, yeah. So
okay, I would
also, like,
even percentage though, even per capita.
The points that like.
Right, but I'm just making sure we're talking about the same thing. I would argue though, per capita, there's no way that female prisons are more violent than male prisons.
Have you been there?
No, I've not been to a female prison.
I mean, you literally said all you saw was fights. You think men in prison don't fight?
No, I was just curious. Like, you're so passionate about it, so I thought maybe you have some experience there.
No, it's just like
women are way more likely to use like manipulative tactics and like things like that versus like physical violence, especially in a setting like prison. Like men are gonna reduce to like bumping heads versus women are gonna like do things.
We're just gonna move on because this is gonna eat up too much time. But I mean, that's a absurd claim. All right. I think the last thing on that just was.
I have all the questions. I think I'm in a situationship. For the last year, it used to be long distance, but he just moved back into my town. And then before that, I was with kind of my best friend from high school, like college sweetheart, on and off for like 13 years. And then a big chunk in the middle there off. A big chunk in the middle off of that relationship.
So you've been single for how long? Or you're in a you're in a talking stage.
I've been single for I'm in a talking stage. So
but you're
single for since like 2020.
But you're in a talking stage.
Yeah.
That's been going on for how long?
Like 10 months. He used to live in Texas. He worked on an oil rig, so he would like come into town every so often.
Okay. What's your longest relationship?
Like straight through 5 years.
5 years. Okay. The final point on that, and I think I pulled it up, is what's it called? I'll just restate my position. In your case and in that woman's case, the California woman who deleted her boyfriend, again, flip the genders. If men were to do that, they wouldn't get off on probation or community service. Just saying. But we can agree to disagree. Okay. What about you, Madysen?
I'm in a relationship. My current one is my longest. It's been 1.5 years, a little over.
All right. What about you?
I'm currently engaged thank you, my fiance who I met online in high school. So I've been with him the longest. I've known him for about 4 years, but we've been dating for 3.
3 years. Okay. All right, Matt, what about you?
I am single for the past month or so, and longest relationship, 8 years.
8 years. Were you married? Or?
Yes. Yeah, I was married.
Oh, married.
Yeah.
Okay. Was that your only marriage?
It was.
How long ago did you get divorced?
We got divorced 5 years ago.
5 years ago.
Yeah.
Okay. And who initiated that? Was it you? Was it mutual? Was it her?
I mean, it's never fully mutual, right? But I initiated, and then we kind of just talked it out and agreed.
Okay. And you said you were married. So you're married for 5 years.
No,
8 years. 8 years,
Mm-hmm.
and it ended 5 years ago.
Yep.
Okay. Gotcha. And you kind of wanted it. It sounded like more so on your side. You wanted it to end.
Yeah.
Any reason why, or?
Yeah, well, I mean, we have kids. We were fighting a lot in front of the kids, and I come from kind of that, so I wanted to, end that cycle.
I see. Yeah. Okay. How many kids do you have? 2 kids. All right.
Devon Jackson donated $100.
Thank you,
Just to put the nail in the bed of the jail thing, the study she's undoubtedly quoting states that women in 2018 had a 7% higher mortality rate in jails than men due to illness, suicide, and overdose.
It's actually a very good way to get around that word. Thank you, Devon Jackson. Yeah, it's such a ridiculous claim, but we're not going to linger on it too long. And it's not something I've done enough research on to be able to perfectly articulate like a counter argument to. So I'll have to research it. And but on its face, it occurs to me that it's just ridiculous. So, okay, let's see here. quite an interesting start of the show so far. Let me read a couple chats. We have a few, and then I'll get into some of my pre-show questions. Alberta Sovereign, to the girl dating the Canadian communist. Actually, Maddie, can you continue reading it?
If he's a supporter of the dictator, Justin Trudeau, she's at least bi and need medication and prayer. Get yourself a tan and a real man. Do you have a response to Alberta?
I probably need medication and a prayer, but I don't like Justin Trudeau, so.
And we're getting her a tan.
Yeah, I'll get a tan before I leave.
What part of Canada are you from?
I'm from Vancouver Island.
Oh, okay. You don't speak French, do you?
No, not a lick.
That's not this French-speaking part. Maddie?
Trans women, in parentheses, actual men, are being allowed to stay in female prisons. These same people are beating and impregnating female prisoners. Male prisoners are so dangerous they have infiltrated female prison.
There you have it. There you have it.
But there are also like guards who are male in a female prison, you know.
And there's also female guards in male prisons. All right, let's not linger on the prison conversation. It's just too long. Okay, so let's see here. Where do we start?
The rest of the panel didn't say if they would date you.
Oh, right. Oh, God.
I think everybody's like, no, probably.
Yeah, probably.
That's probably, we just wanted to like, you know, bluff it off, you know.
Right, it's okay if people don't want to date me. I'm not upset by it. It's totally fine. Well, I mean, I laid into you and you, boyfriend, straight. Well, never say never, right, Matt?
I think about it.
Okay. Okay. Just, guys, this is your chance. I talked mad fucking shit. You guys can talk some shit back. No, Brian, I wouldn't date you.
You seem very angry.
That's such gaslighting, though. Such gaslighting, you know?
Well, I feel like your job is such a red flag. Like, I don't know. I'm just saying, like.
No, I get it.
Yeah,
no,
I don't know.
I say this on the show. I'm like, look, I get it. Some girls, maybe a lot of women would not want to date me because of the work I do. Just the same with girls who do OnlyFans. A lot of dudes don't want to date them because of the work they do. The only difference between me and them, I don't cope about it. I just accept it. I'm not like, they're insecure if they don't want to date me.
Right.
Also,
like,
sex work is totally different than hosting a podcast. Right. But I'm not like they're insecure and like, nah, if you don't want to date me because of what I do, that's totally fine. That I don't care. But yeah.
Am I the only one with an OnlyFans on this panel right now? Oh God.
W's in the chat. Only one OF girl.
Sorry, guys.
Only one
That's
OF
how you're
girl.
certified.
People complain there's too many OF girls on the panel, so we got panel without OF girls.
Just one.
Just one. Wait. So we went. Did you want to roast? Oh, it's because I'm angry. That's right. You know, I tend to be frustrated and angry when people are an hour and a half late to the podcast that they requested to be on. That can perhaps inspire a bit of anger.
And that's how it goes. Like, it's like that.
Yo, speak into the mic kindly.
It's that balance of like.
What? Wait, balance? Are you okay? So sorry. Go ahead, please.
I think she's saying that.
No. Wait, let her talk. Go ahead.
Please help.
Make your point. Go.
I apologize for being late.
No. Just make the point you were about to make. Kindly. No. Stop. Make the point you were about to make. Go ahead.
This is something I was really looking forward to doing, and I did everything in my power to get here, and everything else was out of my control. I knew exactly what I was gonna come in for. I don't know you, so I can't be like, okay, I'll take a spanking. Like, my bad. Like, or just something or silly, right? Like, you can't. What are you gonna do?
You were about to no stop. You were about to make the point when it comes to being late that this is something that is to be expected when dating. Let me try to ignite the thread you were about to lead into.
Well, it's when you're dating, it's like that push-pull of the man and the female, like the.
So you're saying what? That, oh my God.
I'm so glad I'm not dating donated $100. Watch guy, maybe a watch giveaway to Harry Potter's dirty wee wee pull giving aunt. Ladies, would you rather date a super hot loser with no ambition or Donald Trump as he currently is? Teflon Don, smiley face.
Okay, we're going to come back to that, but we'll go around the table on this. Super hot loser with no ambition or Donald Trump as he currently is?
Super hot loser.
Hot loser.
Neither, ideally, but I would go with a super hot loser.
Nobody, like none of those. None of the above.
You got to
If
pick.
you had to,
Just
if
pick.
you had to.
I like ambition, so I can't do that.
So you'd rather
Trump.
Oh my God, bro.
Say Donald Trump.
Dude.
Like that's why I was like, I don't want to pick. Like I would just like in that situation.
It's a
I don't think
hypothetical.
it's
a fucking hypothetical.
I'd rather
Holy
just be
fuck.
single. But also like,
Let's just
Bro, answer the fucking question.
She said Donald Trump.
I did.
When?
She said she liked him.
When?
She said she'd rather be single. Let's just go to the next person.
No.
This is why you're not dateable. You don't listen to women.
No, bro.
No.
It's your show. Just
You
listen
literally.
to my answer.
What was
They
your
all
answer?
Heard my answer.
You said neither.
She slipped it in, like.
That's not my fault for not hearing it when it took you fucking an hour to meander your way to the fucking answer.
I don't know. Just.
So what was your
listen
answer?
in.
What was your answer?
I said Donald Trump, and then I said I would rather have neither because those are not ideal, and would rather be single. But I like ambition. Like to me, ambition is something that I 100%.
This is exactly why I don't listen to women. It's because you can't make like a concise point.
Well, we did, so.
Some women.
I'm responding to her
Not
claims.
all women.
Bro, it's like
Generalizing.
the way you structured your sentence was like Donald Trump ? And then the succeeding things you said did not make it evidently clear what your answer was, because the preceding statements were like, well, neither.
Wait,
blah, blah,
this
blah,
is
blah,
not
blah.
an SAT test. This is not like circle A and B. This is a podcast, and I want to share my perspective. Maybe it doesn't fit in a specific.
Bro, but it's
one
one
or two,
or
but
the
I
other.
still give you an answer
do you know
either
would you
way.
rather? Do you know the would you
Right, I
rather
give you an
game?
answer
It's
anyway, but I just
typically
provide a
two
context to it.
undesirable. In would you rather, they give you two undesirable situations, and you pick of the two undesirables. It's not, well, I don't want to do either. Just engage with the question. It's not that hard.
I engage with the question.
Yeah, after you meandered to the point. Oh my God, bro. Holy fuck.
Like,
okay,
if you're
all
making
right.
this point, like, why are you meandering with, like, me or her being late here? Because, like, we could have, like, honestly just skipped it, have a wonderful conversation. You could have just been like, yo, like, you came in too late. We can't take you on. But also,
So
like,
you're mad at me for being accommodating to your inconsideration and tardiness?
No, I'm not saying that. And first of all, I apologize to you. But there's a difference between, like, decorum, but also lingering into things that don't need to be lingered on, maybe.
I like to linger. I'm a lingerer. I linger.
He likes to.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
I'll linger into how you're not dateable at all. So
that's cool.
Crazy.
yeah.
This is rich coming from the woman who, let's see, you did stab your Tinder date and
Living _ donated $100. Can the schizo please poke Brian for all of us? Brian keeps saying let's move on, but we have talked about being late and jail for the last 5 hours. Also, I'll get in on the chair bidding.
Just change the title, like being late debate. Honestly. But no, but I'll poke you with my arguments. Let's do that.
Burn.
Roasted.
what the heck? Found the biased article, local jail, only not prison. Women deaths per prisoner outpaced men in 2 out of 19 years studied. Headline, women die more than men. Truth, 1 out of every 9.5 years. Okay, hey, thank you, man. Appreciate it. Cool. Wait, so okay, we were going around we were going around the table on Donald Trump
yes.
or loser.
So
Hot loser.
women like to explain why they're gonna choose something first, so that because especially
Bro,
with strangers,
stop being fucking
Okay,
meta. Just answer the fucking question.
It's about energy, Donald Trump. If he's it's Donald Trump because he's putting out energy. He wants to create something.
Okay,
versus
cool.
ambition.
Energy.
Donald Trump.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I have a clarifying question. Is the single hot loser a Christian?
He's just.
If he is, then yeah, I'll go with that.
Sure.
If
Okay.
not, yeah.
All
Donald
right.
Trump
Hot
is-
loser.
Let's go.
Let's go.
Honesty.
What about you, Brian?
Okay, well, we'll have to reframe it. I'll reframe it for me and Matthew here. So, would the reframe be Hillary Clinton versus like hot 21-year-old who works at McDonald's and has no ambition? Yeah, I'll take the chick who works at McDonald's over
Actually, can I reframe
Hillary
the
Clinton.
question a little bit better? It's kind of like not equal.
Wow. That sounds like exactly the same.
Because some men actually don't really care about the woman's job, and
Yeah,
if they're
exactly.
21,
That's
that's
the
the
point of the question.
Most
Okay.
men.
Well,
Sorry.
no mind.
I need to fucking meditate for. Okay. All right. Where were we? You were making the point that it is the male-female dynamic for women to be late. Was that the point you were trying to arrive at?
Is it not like in every single movie? Or
Into the mic.
Is it
Into
not
the mic.
in every single movie or like stereotype about a woman being late getting ready for a man?
That sounds like a really great way to take no accountability and justify your lack
I
of
said I'm
accountability. No. I'm not speaking specifically about you, but you're relinquishing agency from women. Women are just as capable as men of being punctual, reliable, sticking to their commitments. There's not some like thing where women are not capable of doing that. In fact, it's a rather sexist position to say that women are not capable of being responsible adults who can show up on time.
I agree with you, but I think women are also more intuitive. Like they're following a certain like things that are important to them and their own path versus
would
men
you
are
say
more
the podcast
methodical.
wasn't important to you then? Because we all showed up early.
I'm not saying
They
it's
were
not
here 2 hours
important,
early.
and I apologize to
So
all of
here,
you.
2 hours early.
let's dive into that. So
If
you
you
said
don't want me here, I will leave. I honestly wasn't even planning on coming in if you guys had started, but I said I would give it a try.
Okay. For a point of clarification, I didn't want to continue having a meta conversation about the fact that you were an hour and a half late. Now we're having a generalized conversation about women being late in a dating context. I'm happy to go there, but since you brought it back to the meta conversation about you specifically being an hour and a half late to the show, you said, well, women prioritize other things and they have other things going on. So you said you flew in. When did you arrive today?
At around 9:45.
And did you have some other thing that you had to
I'm
attend to?
with a group of people. I'm with my family here. So, like, we were figuring out where we were staying. We rented a car. We ended up at the Airbnb.
At 9 a.m.?
No, we ended up there around 12 o'clock. And then there was a cleaning lady there. And then she didn't want us to stay at first. But then she said it was okay because the doctor that came with us, he's not feeling well. He just got over a cold.
Okay. So we're not going to linger on the details of you being an hour and a half late.
Okay.
I'd like a better explanation, though, of this whole, well, isn't that the dance between men and women? So what is your position exactly? You're saying that, like, women are these sort of creatures that can't be on time. What are you saying?
I'm so glad I'm not dating. Donated $100. 10 plus years in the workforce. Less than a hand times I've been late. Never for an interview. There was over 2,000 people waiting. It's horrendously disrespectful at the least. Brian for the win.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Oh, we have another chat coming in. Okay. Hold on, it's coming in just a sec. I'm so glad I'm not dating. I appreciate your patronage and support, man. Thank you very much.
Killer of Cereal donated $100. Women late stereotype is BS. At what point are you just supposed to be a responsible adult with time management? I wonder if your boss would be okay with tardiness because you're a female.
Do you want to respond to that?
Yeah, they don't understand my situation or like.
I just feel like because I flew all the way from Canada and I planned accordingly. Like you knew you were coming on this podcast.
But you're an OnlyFans creator, are you not?
That
and what does that have to do with being? And she was still more punctual than you, so get it together.
I should money, right? Like you're here promoting yourself.
Okay, at the end of the day, you were late and you wasted everyone's time, and there's consequences. And so the consequences that Brian's gonna poke a little bit of fun. You can handle it.
That's why I'm saying
it's fine.
Let's go.
That's fine.
Like Malia the homie.
You even
said you're.
Tie me up. Let me be the pinata.
It's okay. We're here. But there's going to be a little bit of
but
jokes.
I want to dive.
God.
What's going on, Nick?
Can you speak closer to the mic?
Oh yeah.
Okay. Let's dive a little bit into. You made a comment about her doing OnlyFans. What did you mean by that?
It's more of an incentive to be on time.
I do not give a fuck. These are my two best friends. I came here for them more than anything. Being on this podcast is obviously great. Like, it's fun, but this was not the main reason.
And
at all.
So she values being on the podcast. What's the point?
Wait, how about
so what's the point?
How about the impetus? How about regardless of like what you stand to personally gain by being on the podcast, I think that's irrelevant when it comes to your punctuality.
Yeah, 100%.
Whether you have hundreds of thousands of dollars to gain from being on the podcast or you have zero to gain, your word has to mean something.
Yeah.
That's what's important. Hey, I'm gonna be here at this time. It's just the courteous thing. That's it.
Let's also back up. You said you're a fan of the show.
Yeah, I just don't know how to like travel and time manage. I don't travel often for work, so it's not like it's a new.
You should have planned in advance and been early then.
It's not an excuse. I apologize for wasting everybody's time.
Punctuality is important, and apologies have been made, and I think we should.
I can bow to everybody.
Like, we've all been late.
We do the bowing session?
No, the bow's fine.
Like, I'll bow
don't
to
need
every
the bow.
single person
I'll pass
at
on the
the
bow.
Okay. Just throwing it out there.
For the record, I think that the stereotype that women are late can sometimes be true. I think women take longer to get ready just because like we have hair and makeup to do, but that doesn't mean that we shouldn't be held accountable when we are late. Like, for instance, I planned accordingly. I got in yesterday and I spent time, and she apologized, and I think people make mistakes and that's okay. Doesn't mean we're not holding them accountable, but I do think there is something to note.
I still think even with like you need to do your hair and makeup, like you should know, you should plan accordingly, like get it done early and get there on time. You're a responsible adult.
Have you never been late to something important ever in your life?
No one's saying you can't be late, but if you're late, they're gonna poke fun at it.
Like, I know
it's not a big deal.
It has happened in everybody's life where you've been late to something that you wanted to be.
And we've all faced the consequences.
I'm gonna give you some context real quick from an outsider's perspective. So, like you mentioned that Brian is angry, right? And you, when you were late and you came in, you mentioned that he could speed things up by providing everybody a release ahead of time. These things are irritating to somebody that is already dealing with the lateness, right? And it's a business for him. It's not just like showing up and sitting down and hanging out. And so what you're seeing, like the irritation comes from that. And then it's the way that you deal with being called out on it is probably more important, you know, at that point. And then we're gonna talk about it for a long time, probably until you know, that kind of registers. That's just what it feels like to me.
Couple different things. I've seen Brian's podcast. One, he's angry in almost all his podcasts. But secondly,
but at what though?
When I came here,
I'm actually pretty charitable.
People being late.
I'd say I'm pretty charitable most of the time.
Viewers have their perspectives of the video. But anyways, whenever you mentioned,
were you pretty mad that night in Vegas?
You mentioned I'm trying to be respectful and answer a question that was asked from me. So whenever you were mentioning the release form, we were sitting down and, you know, the show wasn't starting yet. So I was like, might as well use my time and take a picture of a form, which took 3 seconds. It didn't delay the show. On the matter of me being here, I was already here. I was late 30 minutes. But I'm just saying, whenever I came here, since we had some time,
who the hell cares?
Use that time. Like, why not? I would have done that if everybody was sitting down and y'all were trying to like roll up and start it. And I'm like, actually, hold up, let me do this. Like,
everyone was sitting down.
Yeah, we were trying to get. That's the thing is, we were trying to kind of sort things out while we were all sitting around together. And you just got up and like started doing like if you had said like, hey, actually, I'm going to go sign the release form, that would have made sense. But you just got up, didn't say anything to anyone, and we didn't know what was going on.
How long was it until I took the picture and came back to sit down?
You were arguing with them before you sat down.
I also think it's really important to like meet with people before and build rapport, and that's something I really wanted to do. I wish I could have got here earlier to do that. You know what I mean? So I'm upset for myself that I didn't get here earlier.
For the rapport building, yeah. That would have been nice.
I'm being genuine. Like
But also, you said this is a business, so I was just trying to give you business advice. If you don't like it,
holy fuck! Just stop! Just stop! Just stop!
Okay.
I don't even know. Look, your whole arguments about, well, because you were challenging them. Well, haven't you ever been late to something? But like, do you realize like there's being late 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and then there's being like, what the, like egregious late. You were an hour late. You were an hour and 30 minutes late. That's fucking crazy. Now you guys say, well, my time management. Look, when you wake up in the morning, you go on your Maps app, you like Google Maps or the Apple Maps. Whoops, sorry, holy fuck. Came out of nowhere. It's really good at predictive timing. So you could put that shit in at 7 a.m. It'll tell you how long it'll take.
Traffic wouldn't be counted for, so it would be
It does.
In the army, if I was late to the 15 minutes early formation, my life would be hell. I'd also have to do 200 to 300 plus push-ups. I'd like to see the late 304s do push-ups. Maybe they can learn through pain.
I don't even think I can do
I mean, do I bust out the dunce cap? Where's the dunce?
I don't even know what
no, it's okay. It's okay.
Well,
it's okay.
These apps also now can actually plan, like Waze, for example. You can plan a drive and it'll try to account for the traffic.
Wow.
If I,
Okay,
yeah,
I'll
no,
check
if
it
I,
out, but also like.
What do you mean check it out? How long have you had an iPhone for?
I didn't know.
Apple Maps, Google Maps.
Yeah.
If you type in the address, I'll do this before I'm planning, like an hour before I'm even planning to leave, so I know, like, okay, shoot, I gotta leave at this time. You can plan it in, and it'll predictively tell you your ETA. You can even say, you can even plan something. No,
like,
you can even, hold on, stop.
Being a Gen Z, but
stop talking.
Shame me for not knowing
Stop
a specific
talking.
feature?
Stop. So you can even put it in, and then, oh, I want to leave 2 weeks from now on a Tuesday at 3 p.m. And it'll predictively tell you at that time how long it'll be. And we, in our pre-show notes, we actually tell you, hey, plan ahead, please arrive on time. Plug it into the Maps app so that you can arrive on time and know how long it's going to take to arrive. That's it. Easy.
I didn't know. Well,
what do you mean you didn't know?
I've never seen that feature.
You've never used
You mean
Google
the Maps app? The Maps app?
I've used the map, but I didn't know you could change like what time you're going to. It would just pull up if you were going now.
Google.com. You can do that shit in Google.
Well, thank you for letting me know. But also, like earlier, you were shaming me for like wanting to be on my phone and being Gen Z. But now that I don't know a specific feature on an app, I'm being shamed for it. Like
It's
double
not
bind,
shaming,
kind of
it's
like
humbling.
decide if it's good to be technology or not.
Okay, going back to you. Disregarded. So going back to you, let's actually have a conversation about the dating component of this. So, your position is what? When it comes to dating and being late as a woman?
That there's a reason why men, there's
stop.
a reason why men and
Oh my
women are
God,
different. So men use a different part of their brain, and women are usually late because they're trying to get ready for their man. Or
I don't think that's a good excuse. I think if you really care about a man and respect him, you're going to be there on time.
I agree.
You're
I don't have an. I mean, it's not. I don't know what you're trying to pull out of
Dating
me.
donated $100.
Yeah, she's
Ha ha ha. She wants to give business advice. So first what you do is stab them in the neck. Wait, no. Wrong situation. Anyways, about those release forms, Brian. This is Sparta. Please.
Yo, I'm so glad I'm not dating. Thank you, man. Appreciate it. Yeah, it's quite a doozy today. Okay, so your position is what?
My position is I apologize.
No.
Okay.
I've already
That was
told
your
you.
position.
No.
Do you want to know like where my brain goes?
No,
Okay.
stop. I've already moved on from the meta conversation about you as this. You're very like self-centered. You know the concept solipsism? Mm-hmm. You thinking you're the center of the universe? I'm asking about your position as a general dating stance. You're saying that women have less agency when it comes to being on time in a general dating context. Forget that you were an hour and 30 minutes late. Just address the actual point you were trying to make.
No, I'm not saying that.
That's exactly what you were saying.
I'm saying it's like how much energy the other person's putting into the situation, how much the other person puts back.
So I'm just so I understand. So is your justification that women have leeway to be late because they put on makeup and take a bit of extra time to get ready? Is that your argument?
My thing was commenting that it's a stereotype for a reason.
Yeah.
That's it.
It's not a justification.
It's not a
just
justification.
Like a
It
truth.
is what it is.
And it doesn't mean we shouldn't be held accountable. Like, there's no excuse if I'm late for something. That's not an excuse, but there are usually reasons, and usually women's reasons are a lot different.
I humbly take my spanking from anyone else who wants to verbally give it to me. That's fine.
It seems like you're walking back your position a little bit because I'm giving you pushback on your position because you were originally claiming that, well, this is just kind of the fanciful way that women are. We're just sort of these, creatures that just, if we're late, whatever. It's because we got to put on our makeup. That seemed to be your previous position. Now you're saying, well, no, I'm actually just pointing out the stereotype. So which one is it?
My position is that men need to learn more patience, I think.
Well, see now, okay, that's something that I can address.
Not you necessarily. This is your podcast. You're running a business. You humbly have
So in a dating context,
angry.
no, oh my God, the solipsism is really insane with you. Again, I'm not talking about your specific, you being an hour and 30 minutes late to this podcast. So when it comes to a general dating context, is your position that men need to learn more patience because women are going to be late for dates? Is that your argument? Because that's the words that just came out of your mouth. Men need to accept women's tardiness. Men need to be more patient.
I don't think I said any of those things.
No, that's literally what you said. Did you not just say men need to learn to be more patient? Am I wrong? Did you not just say men need to learn? Bro, this is a scary woman. I'm being dead serious. Like, it's scary in the sense that, like, you just said something. And now you're denying that you said it.
But we're having like a conversation, and so like we're talking about.
So
we're
what
trying to
he's
clarify
deducted
your
from
point.
the things that you've said is that. Because that's what it's led into. That's what you're saying is that's what it sounds
Not
like.
even deducted. She just said it. She just said men should be more patient.
Yeah. Sure.
Like, I'm not gaslighting you, right?
Yeah.
Those are the words, and I feel like I accurately.
Well, I was just thinking of like when she's trying to get like her point across, and you get angry.
Holy shit! Kindly speak into the microphone.
It's a little bit of patience, like just taking a breath sometimes instead of snapping. Like. Women are
We're trying to have more of a like general conversation and let go of the.
Yeah, we're talking about dating.
These two specific situations.
Are you liquored up? Are you?
I'm fine.
You're sober?
I have to go to the restroom really bad.
Are you
I've been
sober?
driving for like 4.5 hours, and I'm a little bit nervous.
To get up, go to the bathroom.
Yeah,
I don't know
get
where
up
the
and go.
That's right when you walk in.
Just by the front, the door's open. You can just get up and go.
Okay. Yeah. You can come back, but yeah, go empty out your bladder.
You're welcome.
Maybe that'll help. Maybe it's backed up or something.
I mean, hey, sometimes I really have to pee. I can't think. So.
Wow.
Hey, I feel like what she was trying to say is that, like,
It's expected.
okay, men should, like, I think everyone should be more patient. Like, I think patience is great, but that doesn't excuse when someone is late. Like, you can be patient. Like, I do think, like, Brian, if you had to sit for 3 hours and do your hair and makeup, you might have some more patience. That doesn't excuse being late.
I take over an hour to do my makeup, but I have no patience at all.
You also just can't evade the consequences of your actions. If you're late, that's gonna happen.
No, I agree.
Men don't need to learn more patience. You should probably just sit with the consequences and get over it.
Here, let's be charitable here. So her position is, okay, let's say you're meeting someone for a date, right? And the guy says, well, meet me at 5 p.m., 5:00, not just 5 p.m., like 5:00. 5 p.m., we're going to go get dinner. Let's say that she's 20 minutes late. Does the man need to learn more patience, or does she need to learn to be on time?
She needs to be on time.
Why can't it be both?
Yeah.
Nah.
20 minutes late.
Why does it
That's
have
victim
to be?
blaming. That's kind of victim blaming.
But also,
victim blaming.
let's
I
just
would
see the
never.
forest from the trees. I was 30 minutes, an hour late, and she was an hour 30 minutes late. We both apologized. We both acknowledged that being on time is good, and we just wanted to move on. And since
We
we
are
were
moving
just
on. We're
lingering
talking
on
about
it,
dating.
Bro, I've repeated myself multiple times.
No.
We're having a general conversation.
yeah.
I've moved on from the fact that
just
you
for
were
dating. I'm saying, like,
an hour late and she was an hour and 30 minutes late. We're having a general conversation. I know you want to make it about you.
No.
But
I wanted
we
to
ain't
provide
talking about
context
that.
because she was under pressure whenever we were talking about that stuff.
But also,
whenever she said those
Living on
that
this
statement,
$4 donated $100. This is so awkward. We all know she's pissing listening to y'all talk about her Lamau.
But my thing is also like, if you're sitting at a restaurant and you're waiting 20 minutes for your date to show up, would you not get upset? Like, I would be very upset.
You could be upset, but you can still like.
I would leave.
Yeah, at that point, I'd be like 20 minutes.
Let's talk about that. Let's talk about that. Let's try to keep it just dating related.
It depends on what the reason was, though. Like, if she was like, my dog died, I'm gonna be like, oh, I'm so sorry.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you call me, but like if I'm sitting there alone, I have no word from you. I'm gonna be very upset.
Oh, I would be pissed too if someone just.
But that's
like,
the thing. Brian had no word.
A lot of restaurants also don't seat you unless your full party's there. So it's not, you can't even order food and like,
we'll get into the late thing. Okay.
I think it depends on the reasoning.
Wait, let me read a couple chats, then we'll get into the late thing. Okay, so Donald Trump's brown eye. Okay.
That is crazy.
Screw Brian. Would you date Matt? Let's make this weird. So going around the table.
Oh, I thought he was asking you.
Me?
I think that's what the question was.
Oh, he said Screw
what?
Brian.
No, not.
I thought he was saying,
it's for the girls.
Would you date Matt?
Right.
Would you date Matt?
Again, I don't know you well enough. Maybe if you're a cool dude, like I said before.
He's got cool tattoos.
Oh, yeah, if you're a cool dude, maybe.
Again, regardless of the relationship, I don't know anything about you, so no.
He's got cool tattoos. I might.
Oh,
I might. Yeah.
I mean, you seem successful and a lot more calmer than Brian, so I would consider, but again, don't know you that well.
Successful and calm.
At first glance, I would consider you both options. And the reason why this is so awkward is because you asked that.
Killer of Cereal donated $100. Brian has the patience to sit with clueless, irresponsible 304s on a weekly basis. Brian gives tons of chances for bad behavior. How late would you actually wait for a date until it's unacceptable?
We'll get into this in just a second, Killer of Cereal. Thank you for your patronage, man. Really appreciate it. Appreciate all your patronage tonight, by the way. And yeah, dude, I mean, week after week, 2 times a week for, it's been almost 2 years, like a year and a half or so. So it starts to grate on you. You know, you start, like, for example, right? We won't linger on this long, but like, it's like the teacher that's heard all the excuses. My dog ate the homework. My grandma died for the 5th time. It's like I've heard all the excuses. For example, we'll have girls who, oh, I can't make it, I'm sick. And then like you look at their Instagram story later that night, they're out clubbing and partying. I've seen it all. I've heard all the excuses. I'm jaded as fuck. So I have very little patience when it comes to like all these bullshit excuses. Like, I don't know. It's just like, yo, for me, if I say I'm going to be somewhere, I'm going to be somewhere. If I say I'm going to be on time, I'm going to be on time. I'm not going to cancel my plans. If I give my friend, if I promise him, I'm going to be there for you for something, and something conceivably better pops up, I'm going to stick with my plan with my friend because I gave him my word. And I think that's something that's very lacking. People will switch up really quick. And it's really, I think, to blame is cell phones. Because in the past, if I told a friend, I'll be there at 3 p.m., I can't text you and say, oh, hey, man, can we push an hour? No, like, cell phones have made it so easy for people to flake or cancel or postpone shit. So, anyways.
That's very boomer of you to blame cell phones.
I'm 34, so. I remember when I was a kid, like, I didn't have a phone. Oh, I'll see you at 3 p.m. here.
Well, I think even with a cell phone, if you make that commitment to someone, you should follow through with it.
Of course. We're coming back to that. We have Carl Bennington. I love sleuths. If you're not one, then I'm not interested anymore. Okay.
Certified.
Certified.
Can I respond to that Ralph C comment?
I'm about to pull it up. You can hold on just a sec. All right, we have CJ. Maddie, can you read this?
Stabby McStabberson makes JoJo look rational. JoJo, dear, have you rethought your position on who suffers more from war? Winky face. Redeem yourself or reclaim your place atop Mount Delusional. Go.
Wait, okay, so going around the table, who do you think is the primary victim of war, men or women?
Okay. I want to clarify, just like every single time I've clarified, I've never said one is worse than the other. They are, it's just people who died.
Dono donated $200. Female privilege is real. If women do not want someone in their life, they can abort them or ignore them and act if they don't exist and no one bats an eye. Women can be late or not show up at all.
It's true, bro. It's true. Dude, thank you for the big 200 TTS, man. Thank you so much for your patronage. Female privilege is real. Oh wow. Okay, he's getting into the pro-life versus pro-choice. Well, you're quite opinionated on that. We'll get it here. I'll write that down. We'll get into that. We'll get into that later on. All right. Thank you, man. Really appreciate your patronage. Okay, so going around the table.
Like I've said, everyone's a victim of war. Everyone is. So like.
Wait, hold on. Let me restate the question.
That was always my position.
Let me just restate the question. Who is the primary victim of war, men or women?
Yeah, you love restating that question. Yeah, women. I'll still stand by that.
You are not saying that.
I'm still standing by it, and I'm not changing.
Here, let's go around the table. We'll get everybody's answers, but.
I mean, yeah, I would say men because they're in the front lines. They have to fight.
What do you mean by war?
Stop.
Like, that's not to say that women don't suffer either.
Contain yourself, please.
Women suffer.
Let her answer the question. Go ahead.
Women suffer from war as well, but obviously.
But the question.
But men, they're in the front lines, of course.
I'm so sorry to my queen Jojo. You're such my woke queen, but I think men are the primary victims of war.
Okay, so by war, do you mean like going to battle, or like war as in like challenges in relationships?
World War I, World War II, Vietnam War, Ukraine War, the current Israel-Palestine conflict, war.
I would say men.
Okay.
So primary first, men.
Okay.
Men.
Obviously men.
Men.
Jojo, what are you doing? We already went over this.
I actually did a lot of research after the fact.
That, by the way.
She didn't watch your movies.
Did you watch the show?
She didn't watch the movies.
No, I started the movies, but they were three hours.
I told you you have to watch All Quiet on the Western Front
and Saving Private Ryan. I started Saving Private Ryan.
It's good.
It was 3 hours, and I started at 11 p.m. So I was like, this ain't the journey for me.
Okay, but how much of it? Because that first scene, that first scene is brutal.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, it was brutal.
Nick, can you pull up? Hold on. It's in the Dropbox podcast. Hold on, I'm trying to find it.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh, okay, here it is. Dropbox podcast war Into the Jaws of Death picture. Can you find that one? Yeah.
But I don't think men aren't the victims either. So that was my whole
primary.
Primary.
You know what that word means?
So who's? Yeah, you can pull it up. So this is, this isn't from the film Saving Private Ryan, but it reenacted the D-Day landing. So, do you see any women in this picture? Any women?
I don't want to assume their gender.
I don't want to assume.
Do you think there's any women in this historical
we can't
photograph?
tell.
Can you zoom in? I'm just kidding.
No, I don't think there's any women.
Oh. Yeah, okay. So, the first scene of Saving Private Ryan, nothing?
But is it because...
So while the women are just back home, Rosie the Riveter, just like making shells and like doing construction, and the men are, getting mowed down.
Okay.
D-Day landing.
Okay.
Women still the primary victims of war?
It wasn't about the women.
What do I have on my hands with this panel? Okay. Sorry, go ahead.
It wasn't about the women who, I was talking about the women who are also suffering, the ones that are getting, the countries that are getting invaded.
Let's be careful on that topic.
So what's your point?
Yeah, that's still though, as far as the numbers go, it's such a small percentage of the actual victims.
Yeah, but men die, and then women have to live with the suffering.
Yeah,
so
but who's the primary victim?
The
person who died or the widow?
I want to ask you on that. So what's worse?
Yeah.
What's worse?
Death, obviously.
Right. So that would be the primary victim.
So, but that is more of a interesting argument, more about who's the victim. Is it the people who have to live with the pain and have to live on even with the pain, or is it the people who died? Because you don't have the pain anymore once you're gone, obviously. But again, that's a different kind of debate, and I'm not trying to justify either side of that. But that's just I got DMs about it too, where
I'm sure you did.
I mean, what is the worst thing that can happen to a victim? They're killed, right? That's the worst thing. There are lots of ways to victimize somebody, but ultimately that's what gets somebody in trouble.
A parent seeing your kids die, I think is
But for the kid itself, like the kid was the like primary victim there, right? Obviously, like if your kid passes, like that sucks, and you're gonna suffer from that. But who was the primary victim? The passing child or like the parent?
Yeah.
So in war, like when the majority of the casualties and the injuries are men.
Beaten Cheeks donated $100. When the next war happens, and it will, you feminists will have your ideology completely destroyed, get back in the kitchen, finally be feminine, and the patriarchy will thrive once again. Entitled 304s.
You do not want me in the kitchen. I cannot cook.
That's a red flag.
That's just what it is. I'm a terrible cook.
I think the amount of harm that we can measure is all based on like what you're saying is the most harmful thing someone can go through. And do you agree that being killed is the worst thing a person can go through? Yes or no?
I mean, it's a controversial opinion, but no, I don't think.
You don't think being killed is the worst thing that can happen to you?
So if he had asked the question, who's the primary casualty of war, would you say men?
Yeah.
Okay. So it's just the way you're defining what a victim is.
Yeah.
So do you think that it's harder for, let's say that you're not even killed in war, but like, do you think it's harder for, if I'm married, my wife to be like lonely without me versus me like in trenches?
What about your opinion on what's happening with your wife? Let's say the country was invaded and a lot of terrible things are happening. Right?
I'm not disagreeing with you. I think that like that obviously happens and it's part of the statistics, but it's a very huge minority of the total casualties and victims.
It's not that huge. Well, because again, this is like the East Asian focused was like it happened in tons of those countries. It happened in the Philippines. It happened in Korea. It happened in China. It happened in like.
But in the majority of wars.
What?
In the majority of wars.
Yeah, it happens in the majority of wars.
Not at the rate though. As the casualties happen,
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. Okay. I thought you were just insane when you said that. I didn't understand. I was like blown away that you could say that. But I mean, I get what you're I get what you're saying. But I mean, I think that the default. She's saying that if you had asked her who's the primary casualty of war, she would say it's clearly men. But she defines victim as something different. Like death is not the worst thing that can happen to a victim.
Yeah, it is.
I agree. I think that's the worst. That's why it's punished the worst.
But if I had to choose between, I don't want to get into it because I think it is TOS.
Yeah, hold on.
Beaten Cheeks donated $100. As someone who has been in real war, real combat, you feminists are in no position to speak about any type of wars or any international conflicts. Just learn to cook, serve your man, and stop feminism.
I'm not. I know how to cook.
I'm not. I really don't.
Okay. So your position is basically SA is worse than being killed. Is that your position?
It depends on the extent. But yeah, depends on the extent. That's why I don't want to get into it.
Right. But you're saying the women that are left alone, that are widowed, like the other, like all of that leaves victims behind.
What do you mean?
Like the women whose husbands go off to war and die, she becomes a victim of that war. That's what you're saying,
right?
I
think
I don't disagree with you. I just think that the severity of the victimhood would lie with the soldier who died.
Well, I'm saying everyone's a victim. That was always my stance, always my point. Everyone's a victim.
That's not the question, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's not the question. That's fine.
Like, okay, for example, I want to try to frame this in as delicate a manner as possible. So let's say there's a tragedy, a major tragedy, and I saw it on the news, and that was really upsetting to me to see that on the news. But it was geographically, I was very far removed from it. I didn't know anybody involved in the tragedy. Now, it was upsetting to me to see that compared to the person, let's say people died in this tragedy, right? Who's the bigger victim?
Yeah, of course, the people who died, yeah.
Okay, so by that same logic, wouldn't the person who dies be the bigger victim than the family member?
But you gave an example where they were removed. They weren't even involved in the situation. They didn't have family in the situation. That was your example that they just witnessed that this happened, right?
Yeah.
But then now you're taking it back to the family and being like, oh, isn't it worse for like the people who died rather than the families?
I have a question for you. Let's say that all soldiers were women.
Okay.
Would that change your answer if it was women who were just getting killed?
The same things that I went through were happening to the men, and then like if it was completely rule swapped with every single aspect, I would probably still say the same answer.
Does it change it at all? Like if women were soldiers and they were the ones getting killed en masse, and the men were just kicking it, just chilling.
You keep saying kicking like they're just like they're just
true.
chilling at home.
Yo,
like,
Nick, pull up. It's in the war folder. Ukraine men versus women blurred.
The donated $100. I don't want to live on this planet anymore. Give me the asteroid, Daddy Brian. I wonder if there is a professional victim course in college. Also, what's up with the chair asking for a friend?
The chair?
The auction.
They want to buy her seat.
Oh, right.
I'll bid.
I think we need some crypto up in here. I think one Bitcoin?
Oh, whoa. Valuable chair.
It's 1 Bitcoin. It's the chair is up to 1 Bitcoin. I've been getting bids on it in my Instagram DMs. I'll cut you in for 1 Ethereum. I get 1 Bitcoin, you get 1 Ethereum. That's fair.
What's the value of the
It's fair.
one?
Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Just take my word for it. So does it change anything if it's all women? Does that change anything at all?
No, like I said before, it doesn't change what.
So let me ask you the question one more time. Who are the primary victims of war, men or women?
Women.
No. I was really rooting for you.
Dun.
Oh, yeah. Wait, so you were making... Let's talk... What about the Ukraine war?
Okay.
Who are the primary victims of the Ukraine war, men or women?
I don't know anything about the Ukraine war. I don't.
Really, the most recent war? Like,
well, I don't. Yeah, I don't.
You don't know anything about it?
I mean,
you remember all the
surface level.
flags? There were the flags.
Yeah, for surface level stuff, I don't.
The blue
like,
and yellow flag. You don't.
I haven't extensively researched it, and I'm not embarrassed to say that.
You know where? But you're familiar that there is a war going on in Ukraine.
That's why I said surface level.
With Russia.
Yep.
Okay.
I know the president's strange as well. I know.
Okay, so but you can't make a determination based off of the things that you do know. So in the Ukraine war currently, this current conflict, hold on.
I'm so glad I'm not dating donated $100. There's a bump in the night. You are with your man. There's an AR-15 equal distance from both of you. There's 4 armed intruders actively breaking in. Who do you prefer goes on the defensive?
Why does it matter with the gun, right?
Just, we can answer this question.
Context.
It's kind of I don't know if it's the best framing of this question, but who do you prefer goes on the defensive?
Whoever's better with the gun, I guess, right?
Okay.
I'm from Canada. We don't have guns, so I mean, whoever's better.
I'd prefer my husband does it.
Sorry, I was zoning out a little bit.
Yep.
Yeah, a strong man with a weapon.
My man's.
Whichever one's better with the gun.
Matthew, anything on this?
My husband, for sure.
Your husband? Okay, there you go. There you go. Okay, so hide that. Okay, so Jojo.
Yes.
In this current conflict, in the Ukraine war, who is the primary... Oh, hold on, let me reframe it. Who is the primary victim of the Ukraine war, men or women?
Again, I don't know the context, but I guess if I'm standing on the same point I've been saying, I guess women.
Well, don't be stubborn. Like, actually, like, rethink. Like, it's okay to change your mind.
No, she doesn't want to, though.
But are you just, like...
She's stubborn.
Just for funsies, not change your mind? Because, like,
Chat, is this real?
Hold on. So here, there's 2 things I want to show you. I referenced this in a previous episode. I don't think the one you were on. Nick, I actually think there's... I'm pretty sure there's a tab there with a Reddit that has a video. Yeah. Wait. Busload of Ukrainian men trying to evade. I think it's safe to play.
You did tell me last time.
Fuck it, we'll play it. Fuck it, we're doing it live.
You did give me context last time saying about the women they tried to encourage to leave, right?
Actually, also Google, before you show that one, I'm going to give you 3 pieces of evidence for my position, and you can see if it sways you at all. Nick, the first thing, can you actually pull up, search, I think it's a BBC article, well, it's probably any news website. Ukrainian men 18 to 60 cannot leave the country. and this will give context for the video that I'm about to pull up. Just find an article. Ukrainian men are unable to leave the country. Yo, Carl, thank
Carl
you. Carl
Bennington donated $100. Lydia, I'm breaking up with you. I want you to know it's not you.
Who's Lydia?
It's me. I think you're a wonderful person. I'm sure one day you'll find a great guy. You're young. There's still hope for you.
Well, you're not my fiance, so I don't really care. That was really random. I'm sorry that you were dating me in your imagination. I know everyone.
Is that your fiance's name?
No, my fiance's name is
That would be
Ethan.
a crazy way to break up.
That would be wild.
That would be pretty sad, but also kind of dope.
Ethan has more content.
For the content.
Yeah.
For the content. Nick, are you able to? You got it.
Give me like 1 more second.
I'll pull up a chat while you're doing that. Did we read this one? Stabby Mix did.
Yeah, we read that.
Okay.
That's how it started.
Madysen, can you read this one?
The girl who went to prison trying to teach Brian how to do business better. I think it's better to stay at the stage of how to prepare a crack pipe or how to buy cigarettes from a neighboring cell.
Okay.
Thank you, Raphael. Oh, you wanted to respond?
Yeah,
Holy, oh my God, the
Beaten
chat's on
Cheeks
fire.
donated $100. To you entitled feminists, let me bring it back to kindergarten to these girls who don't know any facts or knowledge, who are currently more oppressed, white people in America, or women.
Oh, jeez.
Let's go.
Wait, white?
That is crazy.
Wait,
Who is
don't know any facts or knowledge.
oppressed?
Who are
White
currently
people or
more
what?
oppressed? White people in America? White people or women? Okay, that's an interesting one. I'll have to. We've got a backlog, Beaten Cheek, so I'll have to get to it. Maddie, can you read this one for the
I don't want
Renaissance?
the chair anymore. She's dead to me. I have been serving for almost 20 years on active duty, and I can tell you, men are the primary victim of war. Gustavo, head to the trenches now.
You can't sell the chair.
Rip. Rip. The
Kirby,
value
take it back
now. It's,
now. Take it back
now
right
it's
now.
like worth 1 Dogecoin.
My dad's also 20 years military as well. And
Does he know you've said this?
I told my mom, and she actually went crazy on my point to higher extent than me. I was like, whoa.
Wait, yo, we gotta get your
Whoa.
mom on the show.
Yeah,
Let's,
totally. She is
where's she at?
so liberal and so feminist that
Let's get, dude, mother-daughter episode. Let's go. And your
That
father.
would be crazy.
Wait, where did your father land on this point?
I didn't ask my father on it, but
why?
what?
Let's give him a call.
I just talked to my mom more than
Okay,
my dad. on
you
the
wanted
phone.
to respond
like
to the chat, the previous chat. I can't pull it back up.
Oh,
it's
okay.
gone.
But yeah, just wanted to acknowledge that the fact that some people might have been to jail or prison or have made like bad experience, like made mistakes in our life doesn't mean that they can't give out business advice.
Just
Okay,
AD
all right.
Watdono
That's cool.
donated $200. There are things worse than death. For a man, being stripped of his dignity and destroyed by a woman can be far worse than death. Women should be careful not to destroy men.
Disagree.
Why?
I mean, what is that? I mean, a woman leaving me and hurting me is worse than death? No.
He just got his heart broken.
The
Right.
only example I can think of is like if somebody's like so like in a bad mental state that like being alive is kind of bad. I'm not gonna get into that.
Yeah.
But I feel like
Well, I
that's
mean,
the most
there's like
extreme.
ongoing life circumstances that can be so burdensome or difficult, or it could be physical pain, it could be mental pain. But like, for example, if you were, I don't know, I'm trying to think of a scenario. Let's say you were like being tortured with like medieval torture devices for like a 10-year period. Could you make the argument that it'd be better to just like,
Yeah. Yeah, you know the
could-
Greek story with the guy who's strapped to a tree and an eagle comes
The
and eats
myth?
his
Yeah. Oh,
eats his liver every day.
Yeah.
Regenerates and then
Yeah, that'd be pretty bad.
Prometheus,
That'd be
I
pretty
think.
bad. Is it Prometheus? Is it Prometheus? By the way, guys, I am writing down all these things, so we are gonna. Oh, Katie Marie, that's Gustavo's simp here. Hold on. I'm just a guy. What do I know? I really appreciate your TTS, man. Thank you for your patronage. And let me get through these. Wait. Sorry, there's so many chats. Did you pull up all the yellow ones, Nick? If you did, just clear them out. Okay. Let's start with the BBC one, if it's BBC or whatever. Maybe there's a different.
It's a different one.
It's fine. Okay. Reports: Ukraine bans all male citizens ages 18 to 60 from leaving the country. That's back in February of 2022. Okay, so that's one. Okay. And then I want you, do you have any thoughts on that? Seems a little unfair, don't you think?
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah.
I never said it wasn't.
So would that, just that alone, would that kind of make you lean towards men are being victimized a little bit more in the Ukraine conflict than women are?
Well, if they're giving, like, yeah, women are allowed to leave, yeah, it sways me more.
It sways you more, but is it convincing enough for you to switch your position?
I guess I would like to know the vice versa of like what's happening with the women as well.
I can
on dating.
Nave's donated $100.
Yeah.
Ukrainian women are living it up in other countries. The men are conscripted and go to war. They cannot leave. America has legal draft for men. Women don't have this. Imagine if war come to our shores.
Yo, Naves, hey, thank you, man. Matthew, actually, if you want to...
Yeah, I was literally going to say that. I mean, the women in Ukraine, they leave and they go find new lives, and they are mostly safe. I mean, there are...
Yeah, in that context, then yeah.
And they're in the club.
Yeah.
They're in some...
It's true, it's true. The number of Ukrainian girls on dating apps in LA has gone up tenfold.
If that's the context, yeah,
They're
I
in
agree.
Norway,
Yeah.
they're in the UK, they're in Portugal, they're in Spain, they're in
I think
France.
there's a lot in Canada as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the men are
then I'm agreeing with
on
you.
dating apps, getting their
Say it
back.
I've turned right there in this context of this situation. Yes.
Oh, interesting.
That's sort of the status quo, though. I mean, maybe that's an extreme example where
Status quo.
in wars, there's no draft for women, right? There's a reason for that.
So the argument online about this is that it's also saying men are also passing these rules.
Yeah,
that
we're protecting you. We're looking
well,
out for
exactly. So
women.
it's like this is being passed by men that women can't join, can't serve, and can't assist,
Not that they can't, that they're not forced to.
or that they're not
Right?
forced to. Yeah.
And where do they go when they're not forced to? Like, they're going to leave. Well, who would stay? Who would want to do that? You know, like if you're a woman and you have the option to go to a safe country or go and guarantee you're going to die.
I'm sure there's tons of women who would want to serve their country.
They don't.
Well, you
not
can serve in other
necessarily.
ways, right?
Yeah. Yeah, there are other ways. But I mean, in the actual, on the field, like fighting, men are required to go do that.
And then, like, percentage-wise, men are more likely to go to war. There was like a lot of the arguments online about this was that men are the ones who are making the rules, that only men get drafted.
Doesn't
things
that
like
make you a bit more like sympathetic to the plight of men in general? Like the fact that we have the ability to pass a law to require you to go and we're not doing it, and we're actually keeping you safe?
I mean, it's just interesting because it's more like we do this and then you have to feel like a certain way about men. Like it's a weird, just a systematic like.
Hold on. I always hear this sort of non sequitur argument to, like, anytime you point out a way in which men are disadvantaged or victims or anything, it almost always goes to, well, who's victimizing them? Who's to blame?
That's the argument online, yes.
It's a terrible argument.
That's what I read.
It's a terrible argument because you're not even addressing the central point. You're just saying, well, like, who's at fault? It's kind of irrelevant, right? So, for example, are you familiar with FGM?
No.
Female genital mutilation?
No. Is that your big labia matters stuff?
No.
Okay, then no, I don't know what that is at all.
Like, there's certain countries where women have their lady parts mutilated. Have you heard of this?
No.
You're a feminist and you've never heard of this?
Well, that's the thing. You claim I'm a huge feminist. I don't know anything about feminism, like, other than the general, like.
Oh my God. But you've never even heard about this? That this is a thing?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so FGM, it's almost entirely practiced on young women by older women.
Okay.
Okay, despite men in the countries it's practiced in being overwhelmingly against it. So as it's done by women on women, should we just not care about it?
But what is it? Like, what can you explain it? Like, you said mutilation, but like,
they have their clits chopped off.
Oh. Okay, that's terrible.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
It's just such a poor argument because it's also an apex fallacy. So you're saying, well, yeah, men do get drafted, but who's passing those laws? It's men who are passing those laws. It's irrelevant because what percentage of men are passing those laws? It's a very small percentage.
Mm-hmm.
So let's say if a large swath of the population ends up getting drafted, it's kind of irrelevant that a very small proportion of men, and it's not clear to me if it's because they're men. Like, would your argument change? Like, let's say
It's
there's
like you're pretty much saying like don't blame the victim. Like
let's just say there was a
right
let's
now.
say there was a democracy, a government that was elected, and it was like 60% women.
Okay.
So your argument just goes out the window, right?
And
So like, would you still make the same argument that, well, it was men who passed that law?
well, this is the most common argument online.
Okay, let me ask you a different question on the whole. Well, but it's men's fault. But other men. So let's say there's a monarchy. So let's look back in time to queens. If a queen started warring with another country, let's say England started warring with another country, would you hold that position that it was men who passed the laws in that situation?
Well, yeah, I guess no. I can't argue that if it was the queen who passed the laws, right?
Okay.
I
Sure.
can't argue that. It's just
So this whole like, it's such a weird argument. It's sometimes difficult to, because it just sort of like derails the conversation. But what if I told you, for example, that when comparing queens to kings, they actually found that queens were much more likely to wage war than women were.
queens are more likely than women.
Queen.
men.
Sorry, did I?
Yeah, you said woman.
Oh,
Yeah, but
excuse
you meant
me.
men.
Sorry, I misspoke.
Mm-hmm.
Queens were much more likely to wage war than kings were.
Mm-hmm.
The statistics online just said that wasn't true. That it was men who were waging wars over women. That's again.
No,
these
you
are the
can look-
articles I was reading based off of our
If you
talk
compare
last time.
monarchs, did you looked at the study when it came to monarchs, kings, and queens?
No.
Yeah, that's what.
Yeah.
But that's what I'm referencing right now.
Oh, so you're saying this is a real thing?
Queens were just as or more likely to wage war than kings were.
Okay, it's not hypothetical. This is real.
Yes.
Okay.
It's studied.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Sure. I'll.
But women.
acknowledge. What?
But women. Oh my God.
Can I add something?
Okay. It's
Just for like context, like I think that's a very specific example, and I 100% agree that men in that context are the ones with more suffering and death in those scenarios. But if you look at a country like Iran, you actually see like a government is very uptight about their policies and when it comes to women's freedom. If we were to like just walk down the street the way I look or any of us look, we would go
Yeah, but
straight
that's just
to
an
jail.
oppressive government. That's not a war happening. You know, I mean, I agree that that's not like appropriate, but I
Right.
mean, they're not at war.
No. I'm just
should we
making
also
a,
talk
I'm
about
just making a
Ethiopia
point.
while we're at it? Any other just like countries that are not at all related?
I mean, you brought up Russia and Ukraine, so I thought I'll bring up another country just to put in some context.
But you're making a general statement about women's oppression under the Iranian regime.
Right, because you were
But that's not
you
the-
were telling
that's-
her about how maybe it could be a king or a queen passing the law. You were trying to exemplify a specific gender and how that would whether that would change her mind. So I'm just trying to say
I mean,
in a different
the logic
country.
here is a little faulty, but I would probably similarly argue that Iranian soldiers are they're the primary victims of any military conflicts that Iran is involved in. The primary victims of war when it comes to Iranian military conflicts is men.
Right, I've stated men is the answer, but I'm just providing context for like swapping out the different gender roles, whether it's a men or the women passing the
You could actually probably argue that women in Iran, or when it comes to military conflicts, are probably, I mean, I don't know if, are they allowed to be in the military? Women
No,
in
but
Iran?
there's like specific
Well, there's a good argument to
regulations.
be made that women are even far less likely to be victims of
I would say
war.
there is a civil war for sure, and the conflict between men and women and the policies is considered a war. And for you to not acknowledge that just kind of makes you like ignorant of the situation,
Ignorant of what?
of the conflict that's happening in Iran.
What conflict? Is there a current civil war going on?
Have you never heard of Masa Amini?
The woman who was killed?
Yes, it's still there are multiple women that were killed.
Is it definitionally a civil war? Look, I'm not an expert in
There's
Iranian geopolitics, but I don't think is there an ongoing military conflict because of the woman who was killed?
I would say that there is an internal conflict and
Is there civil unrest? That's different than the civil war.
Can you define civil unrest?
Okay.
Like,
do you remember the BLM riots? That was not a civil war.
They've been turning off the Wi-Fi, so literally some people in here don't have access to what's going on there. Is
currently in Iran? Is there an armed civil war?
There's armed soldiers every day in Iran.
Is there civil? Is it civil unrest?
Look up
or
BBC
is there
Persia every single day.
Definitionally? Here, how about we just Google it? Maybe there is civil war Iran.
But also Wi-Fi is unable to access and transfer over certain times, so it's kind of clueless, and some of us are literally restricted access to even be able to contact there. You can probably look up
you're saying
Iran Wi-Fi shutdown.
Are you saying the Iranian government is hiding
100%
hiding the ongoing civil war?
No. The civil war is going on, but I'm saying the Iranian government 100% controls the Wi-Fi. There's censorships. Even with a VPN, they're still blocked from accessing Wi-Fi at certain days or times.
So you think that if there was an ongoing civil war, that the various intelligence agencies wouldn't be privy to a massive military conflict?
They want to send a message to the international community that they're fine. They're not doing violence. This war is not going on.
Okay. All right. I mean, I can't find any evidence that there's an ongoing civil war
literally
in
look
Iran.
up BBC Persia every single day. There is an
civil unrest. There's civil unrest. I agree with that. I don't think there's a civil war. I could be wrong, but
I mean, you could use different terminologies.
Derailed. By the way, totally derailed. Okay, let me
just look at the news.
Yeah, we need to hit the Ukraine. Okay. Yes. So this is a video. Let me provide a bit of context. So pull up that article really quick, just for the article. Do you still have it? Okay, Ukraine bans all male citizens ages 18 to 60 from leaving the country. Let's play the video. These are men attempting to escape Ukraine.
We're gonna have to watch it like this.
I can't. What?
I don't think it's pulled up.
Wait, you just had it.
I know, I did. Reload it.
What do you mean reload it? Just refresh it. Here, I'll pull up a chat. Bro, for the love of God, stop acting like such a beta. The show's awesome, but your emotional acts keeps derailing convos more than delusional girls. Don't linger so much on stuff. If she was late, don't let her on the show next time. Stop crying. Hold on, I got something for this. Word. We just here at the Whatever podcast, we hold people accountable. Okay, sometimes.
He is right though. I mean, let's be honest.
Okay, Jojo the Delusion. Actually, Jojo, can you read this?
Jojo the Delusional, the first of her name, queen of the thoughts, and the beta men, protector of the 7304s, the mother of chair sniffers, the Khaleesi of the illogical, the broken brains, the breaker of hope of humanity. Claim your throne, my dear. Thank you. It's very sweet.
Yeah, he was spitting.
To compare me to Khaleesi? Oh my God.
I think he loves
good.
you.
Okay. Can you read this one again, Jojo?
To please the ego of the girl from Prison Break and Jojo, a place where the first victim of war is a woman, is in Palestine with those crazy women carrying out suicide bomb attacks.
Okay. Thank you for that. Nick, do you have? All right, let's play this. So these were men trying to escape. I'm not going to play the whole video, but
context,
just to show it to you, those are men getting yanked out of they're trying to leave the country, yanked out of this van, getting assaulted by military police, keep it. And actually, the funny thing, if those men had been like prisoners of war being treated that way, that'd be a war crime to do that. But because they're Ukrainian men, it's fine, just fine. So, does that?
No, I agreed with you in the context that you gave me.
Do you think women who were trying to flee the country?
You told me no.
Would get beat on?
You told me no.
No, they would just right this way. Let me just chaperone you out of the country, and you can go to the UK and go to Norway to go fuck the men there.
Sure. Yeah. I agree with you. If in this context you're giving me, yes, I agree with you.
Okay, so I'll ask. In the Ukraine war, who are the primary victims of war?
In the context that you have told me, I'm going to say men. In the context I don't know enough about information, so I don't want to speak on things I don't know too much about, but in the context, yes, you're correct.
Who are the primary victims of the Ukraine war, men or women?
In the context you gave me, men.
What do you mean in the context I gave you?
Because
I'm not just speaking in those contexts, I'm speaking in general for the Ukraine war.
But how can I make a general assumption based off something I don't know?
I've just provided evidence for you.
But that's why I said in the context you provided me.
I don't understand, what do you mean, the context?
The context of you pulling up one video and one article, right?
Well, do you think that there's doubts about the article I pulled up?
Not at all.
Do you think I'm making it up that men were barred from leaving Ukraine?
No, of course not.
Okay, so knowing that, just based off of that, wouldn't you just...
Well, it's because you're also telling me that like women are partying it up, fucking guys in Norway and stuff like that.
That's exactly what they're doing. Yeah, you can pull. It's blurred, right? It's the blurred one. Yep. Okay, we'll pull this one up.
I have a question.
Okay, so on the left is a bunch of screenshots from dating app profiles, primarily Tinder, and it's a bit small, but these are all Ukrainian women that were screenshotted on dating apps in various other countries. On the right, we had to blur it out. I'll let you can make some assumptions about what's on the right, but it's males on the right, females on the left. Okay. Ukrainian men on the right, mind you. Does that change anything?
Sure, men are
Now, what if I told you for all military conflicts, along those lines, it's about the same? That women get to escape and men have to stay and die.
You were making crazy assumptions that women are not only getting to not be part of the war, that they're also sleeping around, living it up, partying. Like it's so crazy.
Fine. Tell you what, let's just remove the fact that women are sleeping with men in different countries from all military conflicts. They're just celibate, right? Let's just say these women are celibate. Let's remove that from the argument entirely. So, does that change anything?
No, it's not changing anything.
But you're saying it's a leap for me to say that men are more like, because you conceded earlier that men are more likely to be casualties of war.
Another of the arguments online was that they are more of the casualty of war, but indirect casualties of war after or because of war is women and domestic violence as well. Domestic
violence,
or not domestic, like in civil wars, domestic, like in your own nation, more women die than men with like civil wars and things like that. That's also.
You mean civilians or including military deaths?
No,
and civilian deaths.
The article didn't state if it was including.
You read an
military
article. What organization was this article from?
It's like the Harvard Business Journal.
Harvard again.
Yeah, the Harvard
That's kind of where I go to. It's like.
So okay, I don't even know what to say. It's just such a ridiculous position.
Okay.
So you're saying.
Bender the Offender donated $100. Can we please get the sentence Jojo just uttered? I don't know enough about information framed and put up on the wall behind her.
I would frame it as well.
Okay, I feel like this all comes down to how we're defining harm, and I think you stepped out, Brian, when we were talking about this. But she essentially said she doesn't see being killed as the worst thing that can happen to someone. Now, the rest of us, I think, would disagree, which is why we would say men are the primary victim. But if you kind of implied that what you thought was the repercussions of seeing people you love, your husbands, boyfriends, them dying, that could be more harmful. So by her scale of what's the most harmful, then she is right. But by ours, which is what most logical people would think, is that killing is the worst thing that can happen to someone.
Well, no, hold on. No. I even reject her scale of what's the most harmful.
Well, I disagree with it too.
I totally reject this idea that, well, men die, but the lingering effects are more harmful than those deaths experienced by men. It's ridiculous.
I think then the conversation just has to be, what is the worst thing that can happen to someone? Because she just is not going by her definition.
Okay,
that would be different for every person, though.
We're not going to linger on it for any longer, but I have two more questions. Two more questions, then we're going to move on. Okay. So, my dear, who was the primary victim of war in World War I, men or women?
Women.
Okay.
But I don't get why the war is going to change the outcome.
Okay. Who was the primary victim? Hold on. Okay. Who was the primary victim of World War II? Oh my God. Who was the primary victim of World War II? Men or women?
Women.
You're crazy.
Bro. Oh my God.
I don't know why which war is going to change.
You conceded that the Ukraine war, it was men, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So again, those things I list, like the three examples I gave you, there were similar things occurring in World War I, World War II, and pretty much all world wars that ever existed. The women get to leave, the women are protected, the men are forced to go and die.
Well, I just think there's a big, again, I use the term think because I don't know. Right? I don't know.
What do you mean you do know? That you can literally look at Wikipedia. Number of military deaths, World War I. Number of military deaths, World War II. What percentage are women? What percentage are men? The military deaths are almost exclusively men in these conflicts.
There is more civilian deaths, though.
What?
I looked it up. There is more civilian deaths overall.
More total civilian deaths?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, including men and women.
Of course.
Okay, so...
Because you always use the case of only military, but...
Here, let's do this. Let's say that there's 20 million military deaths and they're all men.
Okay.
And then there's 20 million civilian deaths and 10 million are women and 10 million are men. So 30 million men versus 10 million women. In that situation, who's the primary victim of war?
If we're only going by the standard of death, nothing else is a factor, then yes, men. If nothing else is a standard, nothing else is happening as like...
What else is happening?
Like just any of, like I said, any other thing that you could...
Which would also happen to male civilians.
Not as much as it's happening to female civilians.
You're talking about SA?
Yeah.
So let's say there's 100,000 women get SA'd, and then there's 10 million civilian deaths for both genders, and then there's 20 million male-only military deaths. You're saying that the 100,000 SAs tips the scale for women being the primary victims of war.
I didn't say just the SA alone was like the reason why I thought that
So
way.
what other things that are exclusively happening to women besides that? If I grant you that women are disproportionately being SA'd, what other bad things are only happening to women?
So in this argument, you're saying only happening to women. So your claim is that because military, it's predominantly men, that's the only happening to men in the military. Like I'm trying to
let me ask you a question.
Those two.
If you could, this is almost like a trolley dilemma, sort of. Trolley problem. So, if you could, are you familiar with the trolley dilemma?
No.
Okay, you have a choice, right? You pull a lever, it either kills this trolley, it's going along a track, it would otherwise kill 5 people. If you pull the lever, it would kill 1. So I'm gonna give you a sort of kind of trolley dilemma. So, 100 women get SA'd, or you can pull the lever, you can choose, instead of that happening, 50 million men die. Which do you pick?
The 100 women in that case.
What do you mean?
In that case that you gave me 100 women I would choose. But again,
you would choose that they.
Yeah, if that
happens to them.
Yeah.
Okay. What about 10 million men?
Again, what you said. Sure, I'll choose the 100.
Okay. What about 100,000 to 100,000?
Death versus. We don't know the extent of like either of those though.
100,000 die, and it's a 20-minute, and obviously there's trauma going on beyond that, but that's the comparison.
Killer of Serial donated $100. Women will only die if all the carnage from the war zones find their way to the densely populated cities, unless women agree to suit up, strap up, and stick to trenches on the front lines. Any takers?
Wait, hold on. I actually have, thank you, Killer of Serial. Any takers, ladies? Here, let's talk about, okay, World War II. You know the United Kingdom, right? UK? So they're an island nation. So Germany, while they bombed their aerial attacks on various British cities, Germany never did a land invasion of the UK.
Okay.
So there was no SA in the UK. There were civilian deaths. Bear in mind, there's male civilians and female civilians. So looking at World War II, looking at the populace of Great Britain, who was the primary victim of World War II? Great British men or Great British women?
The men.
Why?
Because if nothing is happening other than the harm of their family members, of a lot of the citizens, yeah, in that case.
I think I'm gonna call that a checkmate. Is that a checkmate? That might be a checkmate.
No, it's not a checkmate.
I think I got you there.
It's not a checkmate because of.
Gotcha, bitch.
Again, it's what she said too. So what you define is a victim.
I think that's a W.
No matter what.
That's
okay?
a big W.
Let's not ask chat.
That's a big W for the Whatever podcast, right? I think. Hello? Okay. Let me read these chats and then we'll get to some of our stuff. Oh my God. Okay, we're moving on. Okay. The chick with the glasses on her head thinks that there's a secret Iranian civil war that all Western intelligence agencies are unaware of. OMFG, you can't make this up. My God, drugs, what the fuck, stop smoking crack, woman. Don't shoot the messenger. I'm not, it was CS here.
No, she didn't sound like she knew what she was talking about.
But also, like, literally Google Iranian news, like politics, anything, every single day. You can see conflict happening.
Okay, we'll definitely Google that. All right, let's get back to the holy moly. Okay. We were talking about being late.
Yes,
let's not go back there.
Let's talk about dating.
So in the dating context, okay? Not the fact that you were an hour late and you were an hour 30 minutes late. Just in general, we're talking about being late, right? So I think you were making the point that...
The point is that it's a stereotype for a reason that women are always late.
Is it justified, though?
No. I think it's a legit stereotype, but
I think it's a stereotype, but...
You said that men should be more patient and more accepting of women being late to dates.
Well, often, like, a male is rushing a woman to get ready when they have somewhere to go.
Let's talk about first date, though.
Relationship.
Okay. The men are... Is that your experience that you've had in your relationships, the guys rushing you?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
They have somewhere to go.
And your position is, though, men should be more patient. Shouldn't it be women should just be on time? Shouldn't that be the
stance? Yeah.
But not all women are not on time.
Do you think that women can't help it? Like, do you think that it's like a disability?
No.
Yes.
I mean, I get that it's a stereotype. It happens a lot, but like,
I mean, it's a stereotype for a lot of things. It's also a stereotype for yoga teachers. Like, every single one of my yoga teachers and mentors were always late for things.
Oh yeah, the hippie people.
But it's just one of those things, right?
I'm gonna run like the most fucking ruthlessly yoga business and be like, yo, you gotta fucking show up on time. Get into fucking downward dog right now.
Drop it, give me 20.
Let me see your fucking tree pose, motherfucker. On time.
In front of the class with a paddle.
No, I'm good on that.
Aren't they pretty crazy? Don't they usually charge you if you're late?
So one of the previous messages, they were asking, well, how late is too late? So maybe we can go around the table on this, get everybody's input. You know, what's too late?
Too late where they're also not texting you?
Let me prompt it like this. So like, let's say you're you're meeting up with a guy, first date, and how long would you wait before just leaving?
Yeah, I'd probably wait like 20 minutes.
Yeah, probably 20 minutes.
If they were communicating with me, I'd wait a little bit longer, but yeah, I'd give them like 15 before I bounced.
30 minutes.
30, okay. What about you?
Yeah, I'd say 20 with no communication if I'm hearing via text.
Wait, Maddie,
maybe 30.
I need you to be like...
Maybe 30.
I need you to get a whip, Maddie.
And
the
like
paddle,
just,
yeah.
The paddle.
You need to be on her like
All right.
white on rice.
Speaking to the
She's
mic.
got to be fucking talking into the
Get some
mic.
tape.
Okay.
So I'd say 20 minutes, like just randomly, like no communication. And then if there was communication, I'd say like 30 to 45 minutes, depending on how good the excuse is.
Okay, Maddie, what about
I
you?
honestly say like 10 to 20 minutes because I'm always on time.
It would depend on how much I like the guy, to be honest. But probably 20 minutes, depending on the situation. But in general, I would probably wait 20 minutes.
Matt, what about you?
Without communication, I'm gone in 10 minutes. But if they're texting, which is, I mean,
Legend.
If you search my messages and just type in running late, it's just hilarious how many times it happens. But at least they communicate. So generally, I would say of first dates, 40% are going to send me that text and be late.
Running
but
late.
if they don't say anything, I'm going to leave after 10.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you ever had a date where they were running late and you actually did leave?
A girl I was seeing was habitually late.
Habitual late.
It was a thing, and I drew a line, and I said, this doesn't happen anymore. And she was 1 minute late. I had already left.
1 minute.
Fucking Giga Chad.
Yeah, because you should show up early.
Ruthless.
If you know this is a thing, if this is like a consistent thing, it's not like, you know, it was our first date. It was after seeing this person and always kind of going through this for months. I'm like, hey, if you want to keep seeing me, you're going to be early. And even if you sit in your car for 10 minutes ahead of time so we can get to where we're going on time, be on time.
Gotta be on time.
And at 6:01, I was out the door. And
Isn't your company like watches and like, I feel like if you're
Yeah.
CEO of a watch company,
that means I should care about time, right?
Right. That makes sense. Yeah.
Look, it's important because guys are the ones basically responsible for, like, you know, setting the date. You set a time. You're the one that's going to deal with the shit if you're late and then the reservation gets canceled and you have to deal with like booking something new. And then, I mean, yeah, it's a stereotype, it's a thing, but like we basically are the ones dealing with the repercussions of that.
Yep.
And, you know, I will tolerate like tardiness and stuff. That's like normal. People have human errors, but if it's just all the time, it just means that they're not prioritizing that. What's your time? Like how long until you leave?
It depends if, you know, I think the polite thing is you're going to know before the planned meet time if you're going to be late 10, 20 minutes before, maybe even longer. So I think you should, as soon as you know you're going to be late, you should give them advance notice, depending on how long you're going to be late. Because that way, if they haven't left yet, you give them an opportunity to be like, oh, I'm going to kick it here for like another 10 minutes. Sometimes it doesn't always get to that point though. So if I'm already there, it's one thing like if I'm like, okay, you want to push it 30 minutes? They let me know 30 minutes beforehand. That's fine. Because then I haven't even arrived yet. That's cool. But if I'm already there and then they're like, oh, I'm running late, but it's before the time we're supposed to meet, I'll give a bit more leeway, maybe 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Otherwise, if they tell me 25, 30, maybe this is kind of like being a dick. I'm just going to leave and I'm not even going to tell you I'm leaving. You can show up. Oh my God, I'm such a dick. Yeah, fuck you. Okay, I'm just, all right. You know.
How do you respond when they're like, hey, I'm going to, you know, so sorry, I'm going to be 20 minutes late?
How do I respond?
Yeah, like on a first date. Let's say you like her, you know, you guys had good rapport in the dating app and she says, hey, I'm really sorry, I'm going to be 20 minutes late. Are you like cute about it or do you let her know you're irritated?
I'm going to see how it goes when she meets in person. So I'd be like, I've had situations, I just want like the smallest token apology.
Right.
If she comes in and she's just like, oh, hey, sorry I'm late, like, my bad. How's your day going? Da-da-da. But if she doesn't give like a token apology, I'm going to be like, yo. It depends. There's like a totality of the circumstances though. So did she give a heads up?
Right.
That helps. If she's telling me, let's say we're supposed to meet at 7 p.m. and at 7:10 she tells me, hey, I'm gonna be there at 7:20, 7:30. Yeah. I'm already here. That's kind of but then if she's late and I've been there for 10, 20 minutes and she doesn't even just say, you don't need to like be on the floor like begging for forgiveness, just like oh shoot, sorry I'm late, my bad, how's your day going?
Yeah. And
then we just get into the convo. But if she just shows up and she's like, doesn't even offer up the token apology, I'm not gonna be like a dickhead about it, but I'm just gonna be like, okay, she lacks basic courtesy and etiquette. Because I think if you're late, at least offer up a token.
Yeah, it's just respectful of your time.
Yeah, it's just like if I was late, I'd be like, oh, hey, sorry I'm late, my bad.
Do you confirm date plans day of? If it's already locked? Let's say that you do.
Yeah. I'll text and do a little confirmation. But I wonder if we could do an etiquette test on this.
Yeah.
Do you guys?
How so?
I don't know. Do you guys offer the token apology? Do you say, oh, sorry I'm late?
If I'm late, I feel terrible. I got crashed into and I still showed up, but it's super late and I like felt so bad. But
yeah, if they're like kind of, again, you don't have to be like on your knees begging for forgiveness, but if you just offer like a, acknowledgement, I think that's it.
Yeah.
That's it. But if it's like I think it's a bad first impression to be 20, 30 minutes late to a first date. And and I've had a time when there's this girl, she told me we're supposed to meet at 7. 7:10 I'm there 5 minutes early. 7:10 she texts me, I'm running late.
Can we please move on donated $100?
We'll do it right after this.
Can they rate themselves 1 to 10?
We'll do it right after this. So I had a date. We were supposed to meet at 7 p.m. I got there 5 minutes early. 7:10, she texts me, oh, I'm gonna be late. I'm gonna be there in 10 minutes. 7:20, she's not there. I leave. At 7:30, I get a text, where are you? And I just don't respond to her, and that's it.
Yeah,
it's just like, you know what I mean.
I agree with that. I would do that.
But also, if you had like, was it the first date?
First date.
If you had really liked this girl, like if you were super excited about it and you had a great rapport over the dating app and texting, and then that happened, you give her a little more leeway?
Oh, I don't like girls until I meet them. I have to meet them first. Okay. I never get too invested.
Yeah, that's fair.
So would I give her more leeway if she's like super hot? Is that kind of?
I mean, if you have great chemistry over like.
So she was super hot.
Yeah.
Nah, probably I'd still. Yeah.
Okay.
I'd still probably just dip.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I get leaving because, like, honestly, like, that would be disrespectful. But the fact that you were, like, kind of mentioning it, oh, like, I'm kind of getting an ego boost from, like, not answering it, it's kind of, like, problematic. I don't know. Like, it just kind of shows a glimpse of your personality.
Bro, this girl's, she's got it out for me tonight, gentlemen.
But that's just me.
What's the ego boost?
Like, you were like, oh, yeah, I'm going to, like, not even, like, respond back to her when she's like, where are you at? Like, I don't know, just the way you were saying it, I'm like...
Yeah, you're not worth my time anymore.
Right. There's a way to respect.
Let me ask you. Like, so okay, if somebody wrongs you in some sort of way, for example, if I'm gonna break up with a girl and she's done something to disrespect me, she's not owed closure, and I certainly don't owe closure to some girl I've never met in person. You're not owed shit. Women pull that shit all the time. I don't owe you shit. You're not anybody to me. We're not dating. You're not my boyfriend. I don't owe you anything.
I'm just calling out the way you seem to very much enjoy like an ego boost of putting somebody on red on that. So, I mean, I get it. What she did was disrespectful, and I would totally do the same thing too, but I wouldn't be like, oh, I just left her on, or like left him on red and I feel great and that's a dope move, but.
No, it's I mean, if I wanted to really be egotistical about it, I would like play with them even further. I'm just not responding to you. Like have you ever ghosted somebody?
Yeah.
Have you ever blanked somebody, just blocked them?
Yeah, that's fine.
And it's fine for men.
Right.
If
that's fine too. I'm just calling you out for your expression of like trying to ghost somebody and like feeling great about it. Like, I don't know. You can pull up the little clip when you.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Okay. So. You got me.
Did you say you felt great about it?
Huh?
Did you say you
I forgot. I mean, I'm
pretty sure
so
you
much.
said, God, I'm such a dick. I don't think that was you expressing that you felt great about it.
I don't think anyone
I know
feels
it's
good
mean.
about.
No, I would rather the date would have just.
And it was just, I don't
proceeded,
know. We can
like,
move on, but go, like, pull back 10 seconds, 20, whatever it was. And it was the first time that he mentioned it. And
I feel like it's very, I mean, maybe this is an appeal to hypocrisy, and this isn't actually me engaging you in like non-fallacious argumentation, but like, again, this is an appeal to hypocrisy. You did stab a guy in the neck on a first date.
Right. And
so
made comments too.
Don't cast stones in glass houses. Like, okay, I ghosted a girl because she was 30 minutes late to a date.
I'm so glad I'm not dating donated $100. Complaining about Brian leaving them on read.
Shit, son.
You literally
read
left
my
someone
mind.
on stabbed.
Complaining about Brian, let me just read this back in case we missed it. Complaining about Brian leaving them on red. You literally left someone on stabbed.
I didn't complain that you left the girl on red, or I would do the same thing. I ghost guys all the time, but I'm just saying, like,
you ghost guys all the time. So why are you complaining?
Yeah, I'm just pointing out a specific, particular manner that you had during the video, and I think it shows more about your personality. I know earlier we were talking about how people like have done mistakes in the past, or are they dateable, are they not dateable, and just wanted to kind of acclimate on that. But you can,
if you're pissed,
but you know.
Cool story, bro. Thank you for sharing. Casadia, if you're pissed at me for being 10 minutes late, that's just petty to me. You seem like you would be too sensitive. That's not manly to me. Well, I didn't say 10 minutes. I think I said 20 or 30 minutes. It's not petty. It's like, this is your first impression when it comes to going on a date. Either you don't value my time, like for me, you think it's petty, but something I value in a potential girlfriend, partner, wife, is somebody who's punctual, reliable, stick to commitments. This is your first impression. If I'm dating an adult, like you're an adult, it's not that hard to be on time. Look, I get it, stuff happens, and I said I would certainly give leeway. You know, something happened, you gave me a heads up, that's more acceptable. And I didn't say 10 minutes, 20 minutes, yeah, I'm dipping. And I would actually say, I'd like to ask the chat. Nick, can you pull up the chat? Yep. Chat, a girl is late to a date. How long do you wait until you leave?
Without communication.
And it's also really disrespectful to the restaurant too, because they plan accordingly with like
Houdini
actual
406 donated $100. Being late is a major red flag. Have you ever lied about a time to help someone be on time and they are still late?
Yeah. People are saying 10 minutes, 20 minutes, 10 to 15.
Also,
I think, 10 to 20, that's probably a normal range to be like, yo, this is, bad first impression. I might dip. 10 minutes, 5 minutes. That's, I would wait more than that, but hey, to each their own. Casadia, if you're pissed at me for being 10 minutes late, that's just petty to me. You seem like you would be too sensitive. That's not manly to me. No, it's not. It's not about being too sensitive or being petty. It's just about respect. And if this is going to be your first impression, I mean, you're going to have to, I don't know. Do you have something?
Yeah, I'm not pissed ever either. I just go, okay, good to know now, And I'll set up another date for 30 minutes later. And she'll be on time.
Oh
shit!
You should power move. Be on a date with someone else and she shows up. Yeah.
Oh whoa.
Carl Bennington. Maddie, can you read it?
Lydia, I don't care. I'm still the king. God/Rolo. Stop being in people's bodies.
Do you know this?
What?
I'm confused. Wait, is this the same guy?
Yeah, it's the same guy.
Yeah. Is the last part a reference to me being pro-life?
Wait, is he doing like the squat piece?
Okay, well,
Carl Bennington, what's up?
Carl, I don't care what a woman does with her body. She can shave her head bald. She can tattoo her forehead. She can pierce her belly button. I don't care. That's her body, her choice. But a preborn child has their own body, their own fingers, their own toes, their own heartbeat. They have their own body and therefore deserve their own bodily autonomy, which should begin at conception when a human life begins. So I don't care what a woman does with her body, and I believe women's rights begin at conception.
At conception?
Well,
Like
yes.
fertilization? That's, Do you take birth control?
No, I do not.
Do you think it should be legal?
Birth control can be an abortifacient.
Right. That's why I'm asking, because like one of the ways that it works is it thins the lining, which would not allow a firm attachment of a fertilized egg.
Right. So it's a little different because it's not the primary intent, and there are a lot of girls that unfortunately use it for other reasons. I think that birth control in general is terrible for women.
Hormonally,
yeah, it's awful. Like one of my best friends, she's on birth control because she has issues with her menstrual cycle, and I'm like, girlfriend, you got to get off of that. It's terrible for you.
The Bronasons donated $100. Ratings left to right: Sarah Michelle Geller 6, Madysen 8, Grandma 3, Ghetto Cola 3, Pink Shirt Hyena 7, Canadian Cups, Jojo Udderbags, Dead to Me 1. Gustavo, get the rocks for Jojo.
Get the rocks. Abdul, get the rocks. Get the rocks.
Canadian A-Cups is a song.
I didn't get a number.
Canadian A-Cups.
Actually, on the birth control thing, just going around, are you on birth control? If so, what?
I'm not on birth control.
Not on birth control.
Not on birth control.
No, but
I have a
used
question for you, though.
Wait, before you ask your probably totally unrelated question, for the dozenth time, can you kindly speak into the microphone? Like, I'm literally begging you.
No.
Like, please, how many times have I asked you to speak into the microphone?
I apologize.
Can you just please just talk into the microphone?
Yes.
Maddie?
I said no.
No.
Oh, okay.
Vasectomy.
Okay. Wait, really?
Yeah.
You got one?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, you got 2 kids.
It's the
right?
best.
You got 2 kids. Yeah. All right. Okay, let's do the rating question.
Can
since
I do a quick question? It's about this topic.
About
Birth control?
pro-choice, pro-life.
Yeah.
Just like, I know you mentioned earlier that you were looking for a partner who was Christian, so I was wondering, like, does your view of, like, within, like, the circumstances of birth control, is that, like, coming from faith, or, like, just curious. I mean, is
that coming from a Christian?
Right.
I don't think you have to be a Christian to be against killing babies, and I also don't think you have to be a Christian to see that there are issues with birth control. I know a lot of non-Christian women that are like birth control is terrible for women, besides the fact that it can also kill a preborn child. And obviously most women who are taking birth control are not taking it with that intention. So I fully recognize that. A lot of women just have no idea, and I don't think that's something that you have to be a Christian to agree with. Like, yes, obviously as a Christian you should be pro-life, but I think anyone can be, and I hope that the pro-life movement is open to everyone.
All right, Carl Bennington, feminist, ? I don't judge. I don't know.
Is that the same guy?
It's the same guy.
I'd have never seen this guy in my life.
What's up, bro? Thank you, Carl Bennington. Appreciate it, man. Thank you. You're a fucking legend. Okay, we have Stifler getting to this one. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10, starting with you, going around the table. Go ahead.
6.
6.
6.
7, 8.
I'm quite older. I'm gonna say 4.
Are you sure you're not on Liquored Up?
I'm gonna say.
Are you sure?
No, I'm sorry. I know.
Are you okay? Do you fucking have amnesia or something?
I'd say maybe a 4 or a 5.
Okay.
How about scoot in? Will that help? Yeah.
Somebody just fucking tape it to her face so it's like
in my mouth.
Do we have any duct tape back there? No, I'm just kidding. Most of them actually do.
I think that we are all a 10 in God's eyes, and that's all that matters. So, sorry.
Okay, we'll talk about
Killer
that.
of Cereal donated $100.
Thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Responsible women who have children, able to get their kids to practice on time. Start getting ready early for dinner dates with their husbands, and make all DR. Appointments and interviews. Take notes.
Based. Here at the Whatever Podcast, we respect women, and we believe women are capable of being on time
Let's go.
And yeah, let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go. Women are wonderful and they can be on time and reliable and punctual.
You're always inspiring us to be better people.
Yeah, I'm a real trailblazer here.
I want that clip alone. Just like
there we go. All the criticisms of the Whatever podcast just totally destroyed.
Right there, right there.
I'm such a wait, okay, you were saying all people are 10s? Is that it?
Yeah, and God, obviously there's like a human perspective, but I don't think that matters in the grand scheme of things.
So all people are 10s?
In God's eyes, yes. So I believe that God has made us all in his image and that we are all beautiful.
So you're a 10.
Wait, so
yeah,
if
we're
that's...
all 10s. You're all 10.
Thank you.
So
Thank you, Michael.
When it comes to...
Bender the Offender donated $100. So if you believe life begins at conception, would you support a woman who seeks child support before the birth of the child? Brian, I think you know what I am referencing.
Heck yes. Child support should begin at conception. Men should be held responsible, 100%.
How can you determine who's responsible for paying the child support before birth?
So I've had people bring that up to me. So obviously most women there are cases where they don't know who the father is, but I think that we can make our best guesses and then they can get their money back if you do a paternity test and find out.
That's a dog shit. That's absolute. As a men's advocate, that's absolute dog shit.
Well, I value a woman being empowered in her pregnancy and being empowered to choose life over a potential inconvenience for a man. I do think that men should not be taken advantage of, but also don't sleep with women if you're not willing to pay for child support. Just don't engage in activity.
I mean, he didn't do it alone.
What do you mean?
He didn't sleep with himself.
No, they both did.
Right.
I'm not saying the man has to
She has no accountability there to
No, I'm not saying that he has to pay solely for everything, but I think it should be split 50-50 throughout the pregnancy and after birth.
So the money goes into an escrow until the paternity is determined?
I'd have to think about that more,
right.
But I do think that we should I think it would be a case by case kind of thing, but I do think that we should be doing our best to support a woman in her pregnancy, and if that means sorry dude, we got the wrong dad, he can get that back later in life, and that sucks for him, but I'm prioritizing the baby and the mother in the situation.
How would you pick who to pet? Who has to pet?
I mean, I feel usually the woman has a pretty. I mean,
she can also just say that this guy's a dad.
Yeah, she could, and I think that's totally wrong. And you could do a paternity test and be and then she could be penalized for that.
Do you think paternity tests should be mandatory?
I don't think they should be mandatory, but I think you should be able to get one, absolutely. But I also just think it goes to this underlying problem of this hookup culture where people are just hooking up with whoever they want, and then knowing that their actions could create a human being, and then just going, whoa, I'm not responsible. Yeah, I think that a huge issue and the abortion issue is men, because we know that a majority of women who are getting abortions feel pressured into having them, whether it be parent, society, or the father of the child. And I think usually from the ones I worked with, it is the father of the child. They hand them a credit card, they take care of it, or they just leave them all together and say, it's a woman's thing, I'm not going to get involved. And so I think this is hugely problematic that men are just having sex with whoever they want and then not being held accountable for it.
What about the men who don't want?
I think we're just not having the conversations about it before.
About what?
The consequences of what we're getting into versus doing it after.
I'm so glad I'm not dating donated $100. If you have the right to blend the head, I need the right to withhold the bread.
Financial abortion.
Bender,
saying, right?
Yeah, I'll address that. Bender the Offender, I think you want me to ask this question not to her, but to the other people on the panel. So there is it's called paper abortion, financial abortion, but I think the preferred term among men who advocate for this, or I suppose women who advocate for this, is legal paternal surrender. So essentially, if a woman has a right to an abortion, a man should have a corresponding right to relinquish any financial responsibility, in the same way that a woman may very well, as pretext for getting an abortion, she might get one because she's not financially able to. So if the woman is able to abort the child, murder the child, however you want to frame it, so too should the man have an option to relinquish financial responsibility.
Yep. It's the only rational decision to make while abortion is legal. And it's up to a woman solely. So like the man should be able to 100%. At least decide what he's going to do if she has a decision there as well.
It's a very good point. And I definitely, in any state or any country where abortion is legal, there too should be a way for a man to do legal paternal surrender. Hey, I'm not financially ready. It's funny because when it comes to this conversation, even women who are pro-choice, when it comes to the man's responsibility in the scenario, they basically will argue pro-life positions for the man.
Yeah.
So they're pro-choice when it comes to women's responsibility, but when it comes to man's responsibility, they turn into like Bronze Age 1950s pro-lifers. It's very convenient.
So who here is pro-choice?
Yeah, I wanted to go around the table on that. You?
I'm not sure.
We'll wait for Julie.
Pro-choice.
I'm pro-life.
Pro-life.
Well, we know you.
And do you support a man having the sort of the same decision to?
I completely agreed with what you guys were just saying.
Yeah.
I think a lot of times there are situations where like you guys have heard horror stories of women trying to trap celebrities into paying child support and things like that, where they'll like poke holes in the condoms, situations like that. So I think it's ridiculous that.
Well, just don't have, like, the celebrity can still choose not to have sex. Like, you can't put your faith in a condom. Like, that would be like, imagine there's a big red button in the middle of the table, and if you push it,
Beaten Cheeks donated $100.
Beaten Cheeks.
Any woman who declines a paternity test or even during dating a woman and you ask her if she against it before getting serious, get rid of that woman. She is a garden tool.
Thank you, Beaten Cheeks. Thank you, sir.
Can I continue?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So imagine there's a big red button in the middle of the table, and there is a 1% chance that if you push the button, a human being will be created that's fully dependent on you. Can you push that button and then a human being be created in that 1% chance and then be like, whoa, I am not responsible for this, even though you are responsible for your actions of pushing the button? No, I don't think so. So I think if a guy is engaging in consensual sex with a woman, he should absolutely be responsible for the child he creates.
Well, I think
Living
that's logically
underscore donated
consistent with your position.
$100. So disappointed with my fellow North Carolina citizen. That's a ridiculous take. What exactly is the negative of making paternity tests mandatory? Imagine if somehow women didn't know if their kid was theirs.
I might have been gone. Did we talk about?
Yeah.
Did you
I
guys?
don't really think I don't really have
Oh,
an
you're
issue.
against paternity
No,
tests?
I'm not against it. I just think it should be optional. Like, for instance, when I get married and I have a kid, I don't need a paternity test to prove that it'll be my husband that helps
don't.
But
You don't need it.
No, but some other people do, and for those cases, I do absolutely think they
Well,
should
no
be able
woman
to.
needs a
Okay.
No, what if you give birth to a child? You know the child's yours. There might be questions as to who the father is. Wait, so are you
Right.
pro-life or pro-choice?
Pro-choice.
Pro-choice. Bender, I want to come back to Bender the Offender because he had this question.
Bender the Offender donated
Ignore
$100.
the first part of this.
So if you believe life begins at conception, would you support a woman who seeks child support before the birth of the child?
So for the ladies here who are pro-choice, when it comes to child support, and perhaps we sort of preemptively talked a bit about this, but for those of you who are pro-choice, in the event of, hold on, I'm just reading it, would you support a woman being able to get child support before the child is born?
No.
I think that's crazy. No.
I want to say yes, but also like scientifically, it's so hard to like prove scientifically, or like paternity tests are complicated. Like ideally, yes, I feel like if a woman is pregnant and the man is there, like they should help out with the pregnancy, but I think logistically just not.
What if like in Canada that you're able to have?
You can abort at any time.
So like, what if you just want the the money and up until
a certain
8
point?
months
Or what if I
later?
just say it's like Elon Musk's kid? I'm like, oh god.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't think that's okay. I think you need to be able to prove that the child is yours before you start paying child support for it.
So your
Well,
position.
also, like I'm pro-choice, but I think there's like like I don't think you should be aborting a baby like when it's like almost like, I guess timeline wise, when the first feel the heartbeat is like, that's when I'm like, okay.
So you're against it after heartbeat. So you're basically against all abortion because a heartbeat begins 21 days after conception, which is before most women even know they're pregnant.
I would have to do a little more research on
Gotcha,
that.
bitch.
What? Like I don't like what I was trying to say is that like I guess you can like the first day that you know you're pregnant, like you should like if that is like a choice you want to make, you should make it. There should be like a timeline or like a. I'm not familiar with like the weeks of whatever, but like at certain point if you're past that point, you should not be.
So are you saying that no matter when a woman finds out she's pregnant, she should be able to like have a day to decide whether or not she wants to keep it? No matter what time of pregnancy?
Not no matter what time. If it's earlier and like if it's a day or two finding out, yeah, she should be able.
What do you mean a day or two finding out? At like 5 weeks, 6 weeks?
I mean, obviously, I'm not familiar with like what weeks are allowed.
The earliest you can find out is usually like 4 weeks, and that's usually pretty rare. Usually it's around 5 to 6 weeks.
I would say like 8 weeks.
At 8 weeks is the cutoff?
Yeah.
And are you just making
in my opinion, obviously.
Are you just making like an arbitrary line on that, or do you have any like reasoning behind it?
I mean, I just think it makes more sense to like kind of like, because for women they need to decide because it's their body. And I know earlier you were talking about financial responsibility, and I wanted to make a point that yes, like men or should be responsible for the child support, but also like they've made the decision to have sex with that woman, and if they want to, if the woman has the option to get an abortion, that's because it's in their body. Like men are not.
So why can't we apply the argument of? So you're saying men, they should have just kept it in their pants. You made the choice to have sex. Consenting to sex as a man is consenting to 18 years of child support, but consenting to sex as a woman means you can murder your unborn child? That's your position, essentially?
I don't see it as murder unless
okay,
it's like
fine. I'll be charitable. It's an abortion. Women can get rid of terminate the pregnancy.
What exactly do you think happens in an abortion? If it's
Hold on, let's not get detailed here, but
oh my gosh.
She's ready to go in.
But look, perhaps we can circle back to the abortion conversation, but can you provide a bit of clarification?
Right.
My question was, so would you support a woman who seeks child support before the birth of the child?
I said, like, I think it does make sense if a woman is pregnant and she needs, like, supplies or certain things for being pregnant. I think the men should definitely support. But also, like, I know because of paternity tests and, like, science, it's kind of complicated to confirm before the money's being paid out. So logistically, it doesn't make sense. But ethically, I do believe in that scenario.
So do you think that the man should be paying child support from the point of conception?
Like from the point of like being positive on the pregnancy test.
Let's just say there was some magical way for a woman to know. Let's say, I mean, I think within 72 hours of having sexual intercourse, if there was some magical way to know she was pregnant. I know some pregnancy tests can take, you might know, how 4 weeks?
4 weeks is generally the earliest, yeah.
So let's just say magically you can know within a week of having had sex. So do you think that the man should be responsible for paying child support from the point of conception, assuming there's some magical method of knowing how, if she was pregnant?
That plus magical way of confirming that is the father, yes.
Okay.
But you think that same woman should be able to kill her child? You think that a man should be forced to pay
before
for it?
that point, before that.
But it's not a child yet.
What do you mean?
Your argument is that it's not a child yet. So why do you care so much if a guy pays for it?
Like between the time of conception until, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar with the weeks, but the certain week that you mentioned, I think the woman should have the right of choice, but also during that period, men should not be responsible for paying it. But after that point,
So after heartbeat, I think you said, they both shouldn't be allowed to either financially abort or actually abort the baby.
Yes, but I want to add an extra week because I didn't know that's like the earliest you can find out,
Now you know.
No, thank you for the extra.
Good times.
Yeah.
All right, we have D Wood, Lydia fan club in the house. You rock, Lydia. You are a based legend.
Thank you. I think I might know this person. Is this Daniel?
Okay.
I think so.
Thank you,
Daniel.
Thank you. All right, let me read a couple chats. I will come back. We are going to come back to the 1 to 10 rating thing here. Maddie, can you read this?
The Harley Quinn religious chick on the left wants men to pay for women's stupidity when they get pregnant. It's always funny how men have to be accountable for their actions, but women are given a free pass.
Just AB what Dino donated $200.
Thank you, CS.
Abortion, regardless of who pays for it, is robbing men of fatherhood and women of motherhood. Every woman has the ability to be a great mother to her child. Abortion takes that away from women.
I'm just a guy. What do I know? Hey, thank you, man, for your patronage tonight. Another 200 TTS. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. Regardless of who pays for it, robbing men of fatherhood. Every woman has the ability to be a great mother. Every woman?
They have the ability.
Everyone has the ability to. It doesn't mean that you will be a great mother, but that doesn't justify
I don't
killing.
know about every woman. A lot of women, I'll give you. Every woman? I don't know.
Everyone has the ability. It doesn't mean that they will be a great mother, but that still doesn't justify.
Who's like a
killing.
historical figure who's a woman who's just terrible? Just awful person.
Some sort of queen, probably.
A terrible person.
Oh my God! I feel like this might be too soon. Wait, what's her fucking name with the
queen?
You know who I'm talking?
Mary?
The court case.
Gypsy Rose.
No. It was
She's
like
pregnant, right?
10 years ago,
Really?
I think.
Yeah.
10,
Casey Anthony?
Yes.
Casey Anthony.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Too soon? But I don't know if she's ever really a mother. Like, that was an infant.
You know, maybe. Not every woman.
Yeah, that's...
Casey Anthony.
Well, also, there's like absent fathers.
Allegedly.
You can also
Allegedly.
be a shitty person, but a good
Allegedly.
mother.
I don't know the details.
I mean, she did fail that child regardless, but...
Allegedly.
I don't know. But
Allegedly, I don't know. Okay, all right. Let me read some more of the chats here. We have... Maddie, can you read this one?
girls nowadays want to S a D like it was a lollipop and they had a free pass at the Willy Wonka's factory, but they don't want to be responsible for their own actions.
Facts.
Yo, Raphael C. Barlatti. Wait, R?
S-A-D? I don't know if you can get pregnant from
what
that.
What currency is this?
Okay, that's also true.
What is the R? What is that? What currency is this?
Is it rupees?
Yeah, it must be.
Rubles?
Rubles?
Rupees?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is
Okay,
it?
I don't
Is it?
know.
I don't know.
Is it rupees?
Carl?
Zelda?
Yeah, it is.
Yes,
It's the same currency, I think,
Rupees?
in India as well.
Okay.
Though.
Women can
Yeah,
make,
maybe.
or
Yeah.
Maddie?
Women can make mistakes. I agree with abortion.
Yo, Carl
What do you
Bennington.
mean
What's
women can make
up?
mistakes? What if a woman decides her toddler was a mistake and she just go kill her toddler then?
Super late term.
Yeah, I mean, some people, I have legit met a woman who had her 3-year-old child and was so brainwashed by the pro-abortion movement that she thought she should be able to kill her 3-year-old. I'm not even kidding.
I mean, that's just like, that's mental illness through and through.
It's very common. You would be surprised.
Twitch.
So do you give
Twitch. Twitch show.
do you give the baby unborn
look at that.
the
Wait.
same rights as a
Hold on, I'll come back to it.
a born, let's call it a born
Obviously,
human?
like, not the right to like drive or something, because that's
No,
what,
yeah.
yeah, but like, yeah, the same rights, yeah.
So do you think that like a neglectful pregnant woman that engages in some activity where her like it causes a miscarriage, she should go to prison for murder?
If she wasn't, well, first of all, is she intentionally trying?
No, let's say that. But I mean, look, as a mother, let's say that you're just neglectful and you leave your kid in the car on accident and they die. You could go to jail for that. Do you,
My
Could go
focus
to
first
jail.
of all is not to criminalize women. My goal is to end abortion, and I believe that women are second victims of the abortion industry. I think that obviously a majority of women getting abortions feel pressured into them. Obviously, the abortion industry is fueling sex trafficking. And obviously women are also lied to. They're told that it's a clump of cells. A lot of them have no idea that they're killing an innocent
Thank
human
you,
being.
Waxy.
I do believe in criminalizing abortionists. So I do think that
the doctors that are doing the abortions?
Yeah, the abortionists.
But not
the women?
So I think that, again, a lot of women don't even know that what they're doing is killing an innocent human being. And they're being lied to. A lot of women aren't shown the ultrasound of the baby, and they're told this lie that probably a lot of you believed, and you didn't even know that a heartbeat began so early, and there's this lie, and so they have no idea that what they're doing is killing an innocent child. Now, I do think in like 100 years from now, if we make abortion unthinkable, and the culture is pro-life and everyone recognizes that is a human being in the womb that is equal to you and me, that could be something that I reconsider. But for now, my focus is to educate women on what abortion really is and end it.
Are you ever worried about the fact that if women don't have safe access to abortion, because they're still going to get abortions, women are still going to have, back alley abortions. They're still going to do whatever they can if they don't want that baby. Are you worried that if they don't have safe access to it, that's actually going to harm women more?
So first of all, there's no such thing as safe abortion because there's nothing safe about harming and killing an innocent child and sometimes harming a mother. But I also think that that's the same logic as saying let's legalize murder to make it easier for people to murder people. There's no justification.
I think
for
I need to think about that for a second.
There's no justification.
Wait.
Question.
No, sorry. Okay. Sorry, I'm very sorry. I do have to move on for the sake of time. But if it comes up organically, we can come back to it. Twitch, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever if you're watching over there on Twitch. Guys, drop us a follow if you're watching. Drop us a quick follow. We'll give you a little shout out here on the screen. Also, if you got a Prime, you got a Prime available, drop us a Prime. It's a quick, free, easy way to support the show every single month, right, Julie?
Mm-hmm.
Julie
what?
Or Julia?
Julie. Please.
Julie.
Everyone always calls me Julia. I hate it.
Tell them what they should do right now on Twitch.
About what? Oh, sub right now, please.
and follow
right now. Sub and follow and dono, whatever you can do for the certified e-whore, please.
Whoa. Okay. Guys, also we have a Clips channel. Guys, we're trying to get to 1 million subscribers. We're so close. We're like 50,000 away. Just go over there, drop us a quick sub if you've got an account. We're trying to get to 1 million subscribers. A little big milestone for the Clips channels, boys. So thank you, boys. Okay, let me read this chat. We're going to come back to our good friend Stifler here in just a sec. Maddie.
Solipsism. Jojo isn't scared about dying in war. She's scared about essay from a war because if we are invaded, she has no man to protect her. Question for the panel: do women want a protector?
Do women want a protector?
So I just gotta say yes or no.
You have to. You have to.
No.
I would say most women want a protector. I wish I could be in a position to protect myself, but also I'm 5'2", so maybe I guess I'd prefer a man to help me.
Show us the guns.
There is no guns. I'm built like a toothpick.
Same. Toothpick.
You know what you should do, Julie? You should start up jujitsu so you can break two men's legs
I could
at
be
the
that girl.
same time. Wait, were you there on that show?
No, we just watched it. We thought it was a crazy comment.
Dude, she was the
Listen,
friend.
we have 3 McDonald's. If we have a jujitsu place, I'm down.
For those watching who don't know, we had a girl on a few panels ago who said she had a 4'11" friend who did jujitsu, and she broke. Apparently, there were multiple attackers. She broke all their legs. So I don't know if that's
crazy.
one leg each. I don't know if she got fucking did one. Fucking like what's it called? Knee reaped. Anybody here do jujitsu? Hey, what's it called? A reap? What is it when you reap? Is that the term? Whisper in my ear. You got this, Gustavo. Go ahead. Tell me the terms.
It's a heel hook.
Heel hook.
Just break the knee. Yes.
Break the knee. Okay, thank you, Gustavo. Thank you. That's why he's here, to help me out with my jujitsu knowledge. Wait, did we read this one from Adam?
I don't think we have a jujitsu place back home.
Oh, protector. You want a protector?
Ideally.
I was grabbing water. What was the question?
Question for the panel: do women want a protector?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yes.
Beautiful. Okay, Maddie.
As long as abortion is legal and birth control is allowed, men should be completely exempt from child support, alimony, and should be allowed to completely opt out from any responsibility when impregnating women.
I concur. In any state or country where it's legal to get an abortion, men should have a corresponding right to forego any sort of responsibility.
I agree.
But that also,
to
like,
quote Dave Chappelle, I'll let you come in. Just to quote Dave Chappelle, if you can murder it, I can at least abandon it. Okay, go ahead.
So that also hurts the children, though. Like, if we want like a society, I don't know. Sorry, hold on.
Well, wait. Sorry. I shouldn't. Go ahead.
Like, if we want like a better society where people have more opportunities and things like that, like, we shouldn't want men to abandon their children.
Exactly. But I mean, abortion is.
I can see that. I can see that. 100%.
Dino donated $200.
Yeah, thank you, man. Appreciate it.
Female privilege.
Oh.
Women who knowingly commit abortion should be held accountable.
Oh.
Christian girl, do you think God sees abortion differently for women knowingly involved than men? Equality?
Do I think that God sees abortion differently for women knowingly involved in, like, for, what do you mean for men?
Like, if a woman gets an abortion, should that affect the father in the same way?
I don't know if that's. I think he might be asking. Clarify if I'm wrong. Are you asking from the criminalization perspective? You said like criminalize the provider.
Oh, the abortionist?
The provider, but women should not. It shouldn't be criminalized as a woman if you get an abortion. Is that the question?
He said something about men. Like, I assume he's
Is he talking about the father or the
Do you think
abortion?
God sees abortion differently for women knowingly involved than men?
Well, I think he meant that the men who are okay with abortion and are okay with their
He said
significant
female
other.
privilege. Women who knowingly commit abortion should be held accountable. I'd assume he means accountable criminally, because your position was the provider should be held criminally liable, but not the woman seeking an
right,
abortion.
because the provider's the one lying to the women and telling them that it's just a clump of cells. They're the ones actually killing the children as well.
Wait, question though. What if in a scenario they make no such representations?
What do you mean?
The woman they don't tell the woman anything.
Well,
and the woman just wants, she's decided already.
They still know what they're doing. They're the ones seeing the ultrasound. In an abortion, the abortionist sees the ultrasound. That's how he's able to identify where the baby is, so he can vacuum or dismember the baby.
I'm just a guy. What do I know? Do you want to just clarify your question? I think I have it right. So he's asking you, do you think God sees abortion differently for women knowingly involved than men?
What, the father of the child?
No, I think he's talking from the criminal liability.
Oh, do I think that the father of the child should be criminally liable?
Do you think like it's a how do I frame this? Is there less culpability in the eyes of God for the provider versus the woman who's electing to get the abortion?
Oh, do I think that God sees the sin of abortionist differently than the woman that's getting the abortion?
Yes, I think. Is that
so? I think that we're all equally sinful. I do think that God obviously is going to feel differently about a woman who's being lied to by an abortionist, but obviously it's a killing of an innocent child. God's going to be equally saddened and disheartened to see any innocent life ended, no matter who's the one killing them. So I don't know if that answers the question. I think it does.
Also, isn't abortion kind of enforced in our culture as something that's okay? And God would want you to, like, a man to lead.
I would say enforced is nobody's enforcing
not
it.
Enforced, but it's presented.
It's not,
like in
it's not enforced, but it's
sense.
very much like pushed. Like, obviously, 90% of Planned Parenthoods are located within 5 miles of a college campus because we're women. I think most of us are in college, or at least some of us, and we're being told that we can't graduate, have a successful career, be equal to men if we don't have the right to kill our children.
Have you heard the theory behind why abortion has been so readily available? Because of how much money is made from studying the fetuses and like the selling of the parts and things like that.
Oh, like stem cell stuff?
Yeah, more and more. Yeah, I mean, there were like
selling to the rich people. We're selling baby boy to rich people.
There were like there were hidden camera videos of these people that run the clinics talking about how much money they make for an aborted fetus.
Why are you guys chuckling over there?
That is crazy.
She was just way too excited about it because they're selling to the rich people. No, who are they selling it to the poor people?
That's an online conspiracy theory.
It's just so insane. It's just so insane.
It's real. A lot of.
I mean, the idea that it's real is just insane.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like people think it's just a clump of cells, but no, those babies have real body parts and organs, and people are abusing them.
There might be some. We'll never know.
Did we finish reading this one? Right? Did we read this one? Maddie was reading it, but then the TTS came in. Nick, do you recall? Men should be completely exempt from child support, alimony, and should be allowed to completely opt out from any responsibility when impregnating a woman. I think I was just making a point, and then the TTS
Which is why neither should be legal.
I don't think men should be completely exempt.
Completely exempt.
No.
I think I'll say the Dave Chappelle joke. If you can, I think that's where I got interrupted, right?
I get the idea, but like again, what I said earlier.
If you can murder it, I can abandon it.
But you're gonna raise a society of fatherless children. Do we want that?
And
wait, this almost kind of goes back to like, what's the greater harm?
I was thinking
with the war thing.
God, I'm so sick of this.
So like, what's the greater harm? Like the dad being not present
or dead
or responsible, or the actual child being never having been born?
I said we would agree that killing a child is the worst possible outcome of
You know what?
Based on my side.
Hold on. I think what we should do is actually double down on this, and I think that we should You can't get an abortion. You can't get an abortion. But men can still do a paper abortion.
Ooh.
That's crazy.
That's
what
like,
it would be now.
That's fair,
what's
right?
the logic behind that?
Because that's what's happening.
It's
now
not
for
as
men.
bad.
But I think it's different because women have to carry the child, so they have to. It's like the violinist argument. Like if you were stuck in a hospital for like 9 months and someone was plugged into you, like stealing your nutrients, making you feel sick, you were throwing up every morning, you were losing your hair, you couldn't walk, your body was changing, all of these things.
I do have to move on. I'm sorry.
My bad. Sorry, I brought up a good argument. I brought up a good argument. I'm sorry.
I was ready for that too.
Clarification when there are. Okay, fine. Here, last back and forth on this.
Sure.
Go ahead. Do you want to finish your?
Well, just the violinist argument. I would say that's an argument people make that why abortion is okay. Because like if I was laying in a hospital bed and you were tied up to me, I'd kill you.
What if it was her? What about her?
Baby, you're dead. You're gone.
You wouldn't do that for me, Julie? I thought we were homies.
I'm so sorry.
I thought we were homies.
You're gonzo. I got other things going on.
I'm like offended.
So wait, the violinist argument is, can you state it?
Yeah, so it's kind of like being pregnant where you're obviously when you're pregnant you're not like stuck in a hospital bed, but it's the same kind of thing where you're plugged into someone and you have the choice to kill them orally or let them for 9 months. Yeah, kill them early. Like kill.
I thought you said orally. I was
sorry,
like,
I'm Canadian. Sorry, I have a crazy accent.
That'd be kind of dope way. That'd be kind of dope way to die.
Sorry.
Like you're just getting some brain from a chick, and it's so good. You just like heart attack.
I just have it.
Bro, by the way, you like fucked your chest up, dude. Holy shit.
I have sensitive
God
skin.
damn, you like.
I know. I have
scratching yourself up.
I
like
just
crazy.
have sensitive skin. That's all. Anyways.
Wait, where's the violin in this whole thing?
I don't know why the fuck it's
Have
called
you never
that.
heard the violinist?
It's the greatest musician.
I've heard of it.
It's the greatest musician. They're a violinist. Would you kill the greatest violinist on earth?
It's kind of irrelevant. The violinist part, but
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want me to?
Yeah. Give your response and then we'll move on.
Okay.
You can go. You can go.
Okay.
No, you're good. Just go.
So I think there's a lot of different arguments I can use to debunk that one. I'll just get into a few because I know he's going to kill me if I keep talking about abortion. Number one, it's a parent-child relationship, which is different than being 100%. Tied up to someone. Number two, an abortion isn't just unplugging yourself from someone; it's intentionally going and stabbing them and killing them.
It's also very much more traumatic having an abortion than just unplugging.
Right, exactly. But also, I get it's very similar, but the organ donation, you're not forced to donate an organ to someone. The uterus, I would argue, isn't even made for a woman. Like, the entire purpose of a uterus is to sustain another human's life. Like, there's no, like, I honestly could live life much easier without my uterus, to be real. It causes me a lot of pain. The entire point of it is to help another child, and I would say that's much different than using your entire body to feel someone.
Yeah, it's just like the kind of the same effects as what the argument is. Like, it would get, like, it makes you feel sick, you're like bedridden, you can't work, blah blah blah, things like that.
Right. So I don't think a child depending on a mother to survive in a very natural way, like, organ donation is unnatural. Our bodies are made, I'm not saying every woman has to reproduce, but our bodies are made to create children. And because of that, I think it's much different than being plugged up to someone. And we shouldn't be killing children just for being dependent on their mothers for survival.
I think end all be all, if you don't want someone to be physically relying on you like that and you're not quite ready, and especially with, like, once you have a child, you still have like 18 years after that where you have to take care of them. If you're not ready for that, I think it's totally fine if you want to have an abortion. I have no problem with that.
Wait, you think you should be able to have an abortion for any reason?
Not specifically for any reason, but like if you're not ready, I think that's okay.
So like if I'm not ready to take care of a 2-year-old, can I kill them?
I don't think a 2-year-old is the same as a fetus.
Why?
A 2-year-old is living and breathing and they're like communicating with you. A fetus is, again, they're like attached to me in a way that I might not be okay with.
Right, but like a newborn is dependent on their mother for survival. Like if you just set a newborn by itself, it can't just like go get a job.
But the thing with a newborn is someone else can take care of that newborn. Right. When that baby's in me, it's just me.
So I'm a missionary kid, so I've spent a lot of time in third world countries where in these villages there is no one who can adopt the child. There's no such thing as formula. Either the mother breastfeeds her child or the baby dies.
Well, you can also get a milkmaid, someone who would breastfeed your child.
In a third world country, that is not a option, and I'm talking about that situation.
Crazy, you just said that. That is insane. No, where can we get breast milk?
Sign me up. Hold on, let me listen. I'm gonna do this conversation a favor here, And
move on.
Here, well, yes.
So we can talk about them being late for 2 hours, but we can't talk about the leading cause of death.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, so here's the solution, right? As the fucking based moderate on this panel, this is what you guys got to do. Put your fucking swords away. Join together, coalition, artificial womb. Just fucking do it. It solves the problem.
They are working on that.
Artificial womb. Now there's going to be some like other issues that are going to come because of it, but strictly if we're looking at the abortion issue in a vacuum, the woman can still not proceed with the pregnancy. You insert the fetus into the artificial womb. The child can still live. You save the life. I know there's a lot. I know this is an overly simplistic thing, but why don't y'all throw all your money, bro, pro-choice, pro-life, come together, son, start investing some science shit, artificial womb. What's up?
I have some issues with, I mean, it depends on how good
I think
these artificial
also the artificial womb, like I might have an issue as
Let's
well.
just assume,
where,
like
the baby when it's growing inside, you kind of have that connection with it. And
bro,
like,
it's,
I feel like
it's a middle ground. This is compromise,
It's
son.
an alternative
you
to
get,
abortion.
We don't compromise on killing babies.
But it wouldn't be killed. It would survive. It would survive.
No, but it's not going inside the mother. It doesn't have that same type of warmth.
You get what
See,
you
you're
want.
like pro-life right now.
Huh?
Well, I'll argue any side just for fun.
Yeah. So
All right. Hold on. Here, Maddie, read this.
Clarification. When there are women who know what they're doing, taking abortion pills before the Supreme Court and boasting over their abortion, they should be held accountable. Women are not stupid.
I think it still is like a cultural thing. Like I think that even if they like know it's killing a baby, they like it's still ingrained in them that it's their right. Women are like so brainwashed. Like I said earlier, this woman I had met, she like acknowledged that it was their 3-year-old child, but she thought it was okay to kill them. And that's not a unique situation. That's pretty common now, where this idea of my child, my choice is not even my body anymore, because it's hard to argue that a preborn child is not.
Nope. Maddie, go ahead.
As long as abortion is legal, and we read this.
We read
Oh, we
this
did?
like
Okay,
twice.
this one, my bad.
Catholics need to chill over abortion. You guys are the ones that believe in a soul. Even people that have near-death experiences are told they can optimally reincarnate. Responding.
Say that one more time, Madison.
Sorry. I like reincarnate.
Yeah,
respawning in 5 seconds.
Easy, bro.
I am
Go to
not
the
a
spirit
Catholic,
guide.
so I do not believe in reincarnation.
River Reeves, thank you for the Australian 160, man. Thank you, appreciate it, dude. I don't know what's going on with the reincarnation down in Australia, but son, cool. Okay, maybe we can come back to that conversation later. But we were going around the table. What does everyone rate themselves on a scale of 1 to 10? Did you rate yourself?
No.
I'll have you rate, then I'll rate, then I'll address her. Everybody's a 10.
I'm a certified bad bitch.
Let's
go.
Now I would say the question was looks alone, right?
Just looks. Yeah, here, let me
7.
pull it up. 7? Okay.
7.
I give myself a 5.
Really?
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I'd put you higher than a 5.
Oh, thank you. I gotta lose a bit of weight. Thank you. It's all right. It's okay. I gotta lose a bit of weight. I got a dad bod right now.
In your prime
I'm
form,
pale.
what would you be?
Am I prime?
Yeah. What's your genetic ceiling?
Shit.
That's a crazy question.
I was like,
That's a good question.
7.5.
No,
maybe?
really? You think?
If I was like,
if you were like in your best shape and you had your best haircut, if you were mewing,
maybe an 8 if
Right.
I'm ripped. Maybe.
Isn't it crazy though that that's all within your control?
I fucked up.
I
fucked up. Yeah.
Kinda nuts.
It is. We've got control. Wait, so okay, going back to you, you said that everybody's a 10.
In God's eyes. Maybe not in humankind's eyes, but I personally find that irrelevant.
When it comes to I know you're currently engaged to somebody, right? But you didn't, when you were, considering him as a potential partner.
Oh, yeah.
His physical appearance or physical attractiveness played absolutely no bearing.
No, it definitely did, but that's not in God's eyes. That's in my eyes. Like, yeah, I think he's a hottie, and that's my personal opinion, but it's not.
Oh, so okay, but I'm asking you. So you're saying in God's eyes, everybody's a 10.
Like, I don't think there's not like
appearance.
an objective human standard. Like from a human's perspective, someone could give me a 2 and someone could say that I'm a 10 from a human eyes, which is why I think.
Okay, but it's a subjective question about your taste about yourself.
Right, and I don't really think about that, to be honest.
Until right now.
And
the answer is
not everyone's beautiful.
I don't know.
Is that?
I don't know. I don't know. I think everyone's beautiful.
Who do you think is more physically attractive? Well, hold on. Let me ask you. Do you think Timothée Chalamet is attractive?
He's like the really skinny guy, right? Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah. He's
facially
he's
attractive.
Like,
facially.
I mean,
attractive.
he's not. I mean, in the eyes of God, he's a 10. But
let's talk about humans.
In my eyes, I don't know. I mean,
he's a brave and a decent man. He's a pioneer.
Also, like, I'm the sort of person that like, I don't. Like when I dated guys before I was with my fiance, like I didn't really become attracted to them until I actually met them, and I feel like that's similar for a lot of girls. So I feel like personality has a huge role in it for me. But in general, I think he's a mediocre.
Wait, let me ask you a question. Who's more physically attractive, Joe Biden or your boyfriend?
My boyfriend.
Well, hold on.
That's in my eyes, though, not in God's eyes.
That's just your subjective.
Yes, it is. It is subjective.
In her eyes, Joe Biden is also a 10.
You don't think there's
what?
like...
I said in her eyes, Joe Biden is also like a 10.
In God's eyes, yes. Not in my eyes necessarily.
Yeah, not in these eyes.
But I do try to see the world from God's eyes.
Are atheists also 10s?
Physically, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, all right.
We're all made in God's image.
That was a fail. Okay, I'm not going to linger on the 1 to 10 thing, but wait. Okay, last one. Joe Biden or like young Brad Pitt? Who's more physically attractive?
In my eyes,
yeah.
Brad Pitt. In God's eyes, they're equal.
Okay, I'm not gonna.
Brian's just like freaking out because he's like realizing that he's actually a 10 and he's really happy. That's what's going on.
No, I'm a 5.
Okay. In your eyes, not God's.
Sure. Okay.
God finds you a 10. Does that make you feel good?
Do you like God now?
Yeah, my life has totally changed.
You should follow God.
All of a sudden, all the women want to date me now.
Not all the women.
Even her. She wants to date me. Oh, nope, still not. Still not. Even God's will, can't change it. Okay. All right. Wait. Oh, we have. Oh my God, Stifler. Ask the lady. Wait. Hold on. Before we go there. Do you object to men caring about a woman's body count?
Do I object to it?
Do you object?
Oh, no, I don't know. Why would I object to that?
Do you object?
I don't care, but it is their opinion, so.
Okay. What about you?
If they're okay with me objecting to their body count.
It's a preference. It's okay.
I also believe it's preference, but also you can have like lower number in partners, but be together longer, and I don't know, there's just context, and I would want to know their dating history, and I would think that they want to know my dating history as well.
Okay, all right. Well, what about you? What do you think?
So I don't think there's anything wrong with it. I think it's a personal preference, but I also think that it shouldn't be encouraged to be something that excludes partners. I think you should be open to getting to know people.
Closer, yeah.
I think you should be open to getting to know people.
I don't object.
We'll come back to that. You don't object. What about you?
It is kind of a preference, but here's my thing. Obviously, I am in a different realm because I have only dated. My fiance now is Christian, and so when Christians date, we are going to recognize past sins, but that shouldn't be a judgment thing. If I'm dating a guy who calls himself a Christian, he's judging me because I potentially slept with a bunch of guys and I left that in the past and turned myself to Christ. I think that there's an issue with someone who is judging someone's past and not willing to see themselves as equally sinful. I think that there's a lot of hypocrisy because while they might not be struggling with the same sin, we all struggle with doing crappy stuff in our life. And so I think it can be really judgmental. But I definitely think that if a guy starts dating a girl who just slept with 10 guys the night before, then yeah, it's a valid reason to not want to date her.
Well, look, okay, from a religious perspective, women who've done porn, women who've done sex work, women who do OnlyFans, women who were just not sex workers, but they're just rampantly promiscuous, they can be saved by Christ, but men do not need to then disregard their baggage and marry them.
They don't need to disregard it, but I think it's a clear indicator of hypocrisy if a guy...
I'm so glad I'm not dating donated $100. He's a 10/10, morally straight, a Greek god, hung like a moose. However, You find out he's opposed to illegal immigrants freely passing the border with little to no screening. Your thoughts?
Okay, we'll engage. We'll come back to that.
Oh, I'm answering? Sorry.
Yeah. 1010, morally straight, Greek god, super attractive.
Well, because...
Hung like a moose.
But he just doesn't...
He's against illegal immigration.
From just like anywhere? That doesn't align with my morals, so I wouldn't say he's morally straight in my eyes.
Wait, so you think it's morally... it's morally wrong to not want rampant illegal immigration?
Oh, did he say rampant illegal immigration?
You find out he's opposed to illegal immigrants freely passing the border with little to no screening.
Okay, yeah,
You
probably
think that's an unethical or immoral position to have?
No, that's fine. Yeah.
But you said that's not a morally straight position.
Because people have a bad perception of illegal immigrants, but a lot of times it's they come over at a very young age. It's not it's their choice a lot of times.
Have you seen videos of the illegal
crossings? Well, there's just extents to it, so it's...
What do you mean? What's the extent?
Well, there's different sides. If they are very young,
do you think we should just have no border?
I'm very much for just globalization in general. I think
that's...
So
I think that's just the future.
So
that's my opinion. But
so let's say white people, oh my God, just wanted to move to Vietnam, or let me think. Would you call that colonization?
No.
That's globalism to you?
I just don't think we should necessarily have borders or anything.
So you think there should be
borders.
one government over the whole world?
No, there's a lot of complication when it comes to something like that, but
how close do you live to the beach?
Very close.
Okay. So don't you think most people would like to live close to the beach?
Sure.
Okay. So
Maybe.
What do you think about the rent prices and kind of...
Ridiculously high?
Yeah. So let's say, how many people in the world do you think would like to move to the United States?
I don't know. I wouldn't know.
1 billion, maybe?
Sure.
You think 1 billion? So what's the current population of the U.S.?
300 million?
350?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
400? 350? Not 400, well, okay. Do you think we have the capability of just, let's say we could just dump the 1 billion people that would like to live in the U.S. Let's say we just dump them all tomorrow. Do you think that'd be good for the United States?
Of course not, but that wasn't the question.
Kind of was.
No, it was just that's against illegal immigrants in general. And I'm not against illegal immigrants.
He didn't say illegal immigrants, not being against those people, but the act of illegally immigrating.
Against the act of it? I just don't...
freely illegally immigrating.
I guess if they're aware, yeah, maybe. That.
So you still 10 then?
Killer of Cereal donated $100. Choose between data 9 with extremely low self-esteem and a negative world outlook, or 2 that oozes confidence and swagger and keeps a positive outlook, and why. Looks or personality important? Panel.
Hold on. So we'll just go around the table on the 1010, morally straight, Greek god, hung like a moose, but he's opposed to illegal immigrants freely passing the border with little to no screening.
That's a fine opposition for me.
You're fine with that?
Yeah.
A 1010 that's hung like a moose is extremely intimidating. I'm going to pass. I'm definitely going to pass on that.
Wait, intimidated?
I would be intimidating if he's so handsome. No, thank you.
Oh, I see. Okay.
She wants an ugly guy.
That's fine.
I agree with your
Holy fuck, bro, this girl.
I agree with the point, but it's fine.
Okay.
I'm for it.
If he's a Christian, then sure.
Oh my God.
I know you hate me so much.
Wait, if he's a Christian?
Yeah,
oh, okay.
it's fine. I mean, obviously, I'm already taking.
Okay.
So.
And then Killer of Cereal. Choose between a data 9 with extremely low self-esteem and a negative world outlook, or 2 that oozes confidence and swagger and keeps positive outlook, and why. Looks or personality important. And so 9, low self-esteem, or 2, oozes confidence and swagger.
The second one.
The 2?
Yeah.
I'd pick the 2.
2.
I think the personality, because you could literally be a 5, but your personality and the way you're vibing could make you a 10. If that makes sense.
2.
Personality, yeah.
I take the 9.
I can fix her. I'll take the 9. I can fix her.
There's only room for one mentally ill person in this relationship. It has to be me.
What if her low self-esteem causes her to like cheat though?
To this, easy.
You would rather be cheated on and take the 9 than like.
Nah, she back to the streets she goes. Out here. Out you go. Wait. Okay, we were talking about body count.
Oh, were we?
I think we just haven't gotten there quite yet.
I wanted to credit John Doyle. I saw him tweet that on Twitter today, and I thought the point I made about, hold on, let me see if I can find the tweet. Oh, he said, former OF girls, and I kind of expanded it to girls who are promiscuous or S workers. They can be saved by Christ, but men do not need to then disregard their baggage and marry them. So shout out to John Doyle on Twitter for that one.
Do you want me to respond to that?
You said it, and I think the point you're making is hypocritical if the guy had
I think it could be a factor. Like if a guy meets a girl who says she's a Christian, but she like just became a Christian and just like slept with all those guys, I don't think you should be dating. You should be focusing on your relationship with Christ first of all. But let's say it's
For how long?
It depends on, it depends on the circumstances, I think, and like how
consistent you are.
Yeah, and how her relationship with God is going. And also where you feel called.
So is there anything that a man could do that in his past that you would not look past if he was a reformed whatever and now he's a Christian?
I think if my fiance, I found out he was like a pedophile in the past, I would maybe reconsider, just because in the future I do want children. Sorry, I don't know if I can say that on here.
You can't.
Just
sorry.
P word.
But in the future, because I want kids, I could be concerned that could be a recurrent issue. But I again, it would have to depend on the situation. And I think that it all comes down to, if I'm not willing to date someone because of their past sins, then I need to look at myself first. Because as much as people have done some crappy things, I think that we're all equally awful people, and we do awful things. And
equally awful?
Whoa.
Equally awful. So hold on. Mr. Rogers.
Mr. Rogers is a great
Joseph
human.
Stalin. Yeah. Mr. Rogers.
No, I think that they should be punished differently.
Joseph Stalin. But we're equally evil?
Yeah, we're all equally sinners. Now, I think they should be punished differently, of course.
Okay. I mean, there are different levels of sin in the Bible.
Right, of course. But again, if you are a person who is sinful, then every single person, regardless of what you've done, deserves to go to hell equally. And that's not like some people get this level of hell, some people get this level of hell. We all are equally sinful and all equally in need of a savior.
I got another one. Madysen Vu, Adolf Hitler.
Should be punished differently.
No. Are they equally evil? I think that is that the word you used?
I think that it's evil in different ways.
Madysen Vu. No. This is who's more evil, Madysen Vu? Am I saying your last name right?
Yes.
Or Adolf Hitler?
In whose eyes?
In God's
Just objectively.
Well, it depends on who you're talking about. Because objectively, I would say in God's eyes, like, while he obviously loves us all and wants us to see him, we all are equally deserving of death. However...
What? Wait, equally deserving of death?
Like, I mean eternal death, not physical death.
Yeah, but he categorizes some sins differently.
Yeah, I mean, there's different, like...
It's already on a spectrum, then
there's different, like, worldly punishments for each thing. Like, if I go and kill... Yeah, because they're affecting people differently. Like, if I go and... have lustful thoughts, that's different than me going and killing somebody.
Can you answer the question though? Adolf Hitler or Madysen, who's sitting right there, who's more evil?
It's very subjective. Like subjective. To be clear, I do think that he should be totally punished and
that's no.
To the fullest extent of the law.
Okay. Let's talk about what's objective, right?
I do think that.
Let's say that because of Hitler, there were 30
what
million
he did
deaths.
Was worse to other people, but he himself is still equally deserving of death, just like anyone else. Like what he did to other people is worse.
Deserving of death thing.
Like I'm talking about eternal death. Like we're all
deserving?
Can anyone here say that they are perfect?
What?
No.
I don't even understand.
You said that everyone was a 10 out of 10.
Okay.
No. Hold on. Yo. Hold on. Okay.
So
here, let me help out. It's very subjective. I'm gonna give you comparing 3 people to one person. Madysen Vu versus Mao Hitler, and Stalin. Madysen?
Those three people
Mao,
did worse things, but they are still equally
in
deserving.
totality. That's not the question I'm asking. I'm asking you, who's more evil?
It depends. Like, are you talking about evil as in what they did? Because obviously, what those evil dictators did.
Erroneous.
Oh, sorry.
Stop it. Get some help.
Us as people, we're all equally sinful and just messed up and in need of a savior.
Wait, so
I don't think I'm.
Like, okay,
no. The question is, who's more evil? Do you think
they did worse things?
Is this actually a ecclesiastical biblical thing?
Yeah, we're all
equally evil. Is that really?
I think you're saying everyone has the same capacity to be evil,
right? And also, like, we're all born with the equally sinful nature.
Actually...
That doesn't mean we're all going to commit the same sins. Like, there are definitely sins that are worse. Like,
so a person that commits those worst sins would be more evil, right?
In the sense of, yes, they've committed worse things, but they're still in the eyes of eternity. Anyone who has committed any sin is therefore imperfect and.
That's I gotta let it out, bro. It's R-slurred, bro. R slurred. I can't say it because we're on Twitch. I can't say it because we're on Twitch, but that's kind of R-slurred.
I think I was pretty clear that I think what they're doing is worse.
Bro.
What they're doing is worse.
Here's the question. Who is more evil? Mao, Hitler,
in the eyes of the law.
Combined, bro. This is I'm not granting you fine. Madysen is just as evil as Hitler. But if we combine who? Mao, Hitler, and Stalin.
I didn't know we were talking about you this
Okay, who's more evil? Madysen or Hitler? And Mao and Stalin.
And what they're doing than all the dictators.
No. Just answer the question.
Okay.
Who's more evil?
It depends on how you're defining evil.
How do you define evil?
Okay, there's different ways. Like, in the eyes of the law, yeah, those people are way worse people. Love you, by the way. Not trying to talk your shit. You are not. You are not doing it.
You are Stalin. Love you, by the way.
You are not. You are not doing.
What did I do to be as?
On your Instagram bio, you got to put worse than Hitler, Mao, and Stalin.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, sorry, just as bad.
What they're doing is worse, and I think that they are committing sins that are affecting people to a worse extent. But, like, when I'm talking about being equally evil, I'm saying that we're all going to the same destination of eternal death if we don't.
That you're not answering the actual question, though.
I did. I feel like I have.
No, you're not. You're talking about something that's totally unrelated.
Well, I think it's a.
Should I Google? Let's
everyone
Google
is
evil definition. Hold on. Evil definition. Let's see if we profoundly immoral and wicked. Profound immorality and wickedness, especially when regarded as a supernatural force. Okay, that's another.
I think that.
Profoundly
all right,
immoral.
this is gonna be a hot topic. I think that if we are not following God, everything we do is for sinful intentions.
Jeffrey.
Like, if you're not doing everything to glorify God, then you're doing everything to glorify yourself.
Actually,
can somebody fix that? Oh. Okay.
I actually am, but I don't agree with her.
That's okay.
You don't agree that you're Hitler?
I know.
Bro,
I did not say that.
I don't understand your logic here. Like, this seems like a layup.
If you're not following God, then anything you're doing is seeking to glorify yourself, which is selfish.
Non sequitur.
What?
Your argument is a non sequitur. It does not follow.
It does follow.
It doesn't. Who farted, by the way? Who fucking farted? Somebody farted.
You smell a fart over there?
Yeah, I smell a fart. What the fuck, Malia? Bro, what? Bro, Lil Moles, why are you fucking farting up in here, bro?
That's crazy.
That's crazy, dude. Do you smell that shit?
I don't smell anything.
It's not outside.
Maddie, can you fix that?
Yeah. I do not smell anything.
Fart girl.
Keep it on me while it's getting fixed.
Stop harassing her. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, dude. Yo, okay. Is Andrew? Where's Andrew Wilson, bro? Is Andrew in the chat? Who is more evil, Madysen or Hitler?
Hitler's doings are more evil because they're hurting people.
No, but who is more evil?
As a person.
I think that's hard because everything you're doing, if it's not to glorify God, is to do something selfish for yourself, which is equally evil. Like your actions are obviously going to be more evil based on the people they affect. But if we're talking about them and their conscience, like, while your intentions might seem different, they're still ultimately, no matter what you're doing, they're seeking to serve yourself, which I do.
You know what? I think you're just as evil as Hitler, Stalin, and Mao and Epstein combined.
I would agree.
Whoa.
Without
what kind of islands are you fucking?
Without
what the fuck?
Without Jesus in my life, I do believe I am equally as fallen and in need of a savior. Like, obviously, I'm not going and killing people. I've never killed someone.
Wait, so if Hitler, right before he died, decided to take Christ into his heart, does he go to heaven?
Yeah.
Jeffrey Dahmer did. Fun fact.
He might have. We can't know for sure if he actually did or not. But
all right, okay, moving on. Let's not linger here for too long. Maddie, could I have you read this one?
Both men and women can prioritize what's important to them in relationships. For me, intimacy is reserved for those I deeply love and trust. I expect the same from my partner.
Yeah, thank you, man. What currency is that? 83 INR, Indian rupee? Is that a Indian?
Indonesian.
Oh, Indonesian. Oh, $1. Okay, great. Good times. Damn, they're getting a good deal there. I'm getting ripped off. Holy shit.
Scammers.
Maddie, can you read this one?
The only time I questioned that we are made in the image and likeness of God was when I saw Gorlock here for the first time. That almost made me an atheist.
Damn, that's tough.
That's crazy.
That's tough.
That's a lot of power.
All right, thank you, Raphael. Thank you for these memberships. Zesty Ash there. Okay.
Whoa.
Wait, we were talking about body count. Okay. You were saying it's hypocritical for a guy who has a high body count to judge a woman with a high body count, or refuse to date a woman with a high body count.
It's not even if he has like a high body count. Like, I think if a Christian guy is dating a Christian girl who has left her old life behind and he is judging her based on her past, he needs to take a look and examine his own life.
Hitler can go to heaven if he takes Christ right the minute before he dies, but if you just slept with like 30 dudes and then you're like, I'm a reformed hoe and I'm a Christian now, date me, that's not good?
Asking
like, how is the woman representing herself?
Right, because you said before that the guy should give her some time to fall into her like new Christian shoes.
I'm not saying it's like essential, but I think should be a general recommended.
So are you saying that Christian men are beholden to date and marry previous promiscuous women?
Am I saying they have
like
to?
Born again virgins?
Well, that's what you're kind of suggesting.
Obviously, like everyone should be able to date based on their personal preference, but I do think that it says a lot about a guy if he is judging a woman on her past.
What if there were studies to suggest that while being promiscuous and having a lot of past sexual partners for both genders has negative impact on future relationships? If it was the case that this impact was more pronounced in women, wouldn't it be fair to say that men have a bigger, have more of a leeway to make a determination
Anarcho-Catholic
on this
donated
front?
$100. Saying idea of faith alone is heresy. It is against biblical scripture. Hitler is in hell because of his works in life. Faith without works is dead. James 2:26.
I agree with
Return to the Catholic Church.
Okay, so first of all, I'm not Catholic, but also, so I think are they trying to say that after Hitler accepts Christ that he's still evil? Because in that case, then if he's just accepting Christ, like, oh, I'm going to follow Jesus, so I'm going to go to heaven, then he's not really following Jesus. If you're following someone just to use them, then you're not really following them. So I think that obviously that is not going to heaven. That's not really what following Jesus is. But I think that your past, Jesus erases your past when you accept him as your savior, and so it doesn't matter what you've done in your past. And
that's why I'm kind of asking, how is the woman representing herself? Because I feel like a lot of born again virgins can be like just like no accountability for what they've done in their past.
I think they should be held accountable. Like I think that women should be open and honest with that. And like again, like I do think, like, I'm not saying it is an abomination for a guy to reject a girl because she slept with a bunch of guys, but I do think that it is something to consider. Like, if you're a guy who's judging a woman on her past, and that's the reason why you're not dating her, then maybe take a look into your own past, because, for instance, the Bible says that even if you look at a woman lustfully, you have sinned and committed adultery. And so
Wait, so question for you on that. So let's say a man gazed upon a woman lustfully. Does that mean he is now beholden, a Christian man is beholden to date or marry a woman who's previously a prostitute and previously had bedded 100 men?
I don't think I've ever said that because you
is that as worse? Is that as bad? Which one's worse?
Wait, what? I'm confused. I've never said that you have to date someone that slept with a bunch of people in the past.
But you seem to really want to pressure men, especially Christian men, into just accepting past promiscuity.
I don't think you should obviously not accept it like, oh, I'm totally fine with it. Like, that should be like a conversation you have where, hey, I did this in my past and I'm really sorry for it. I've left that life behind and I've been following Christ for some time now.
Cool, you still don't have to date them.
No, you don't have to date them, but I think that if you're gonna look at that woman and judge her for her past, that is very hypocritical because everyone struggles with sin before, especially before they came to Christ. So.
Cool, but you don't, that doesn't mean...
I never said that he should be required to stay with.
To date
no,
her.
you shouldn't be required to stay with her, but I think that it could be a sin in itself to judge her on her past. It depends on the nature. If you're leaving her because you're concerned that she's going to continue this, or just because you're worried of the impact it'll have on your marriage,
Would
then
you
yeah,
date a
that's
guy who's shorter than you?
I mean, I guess.
I don't know. You didn't seem very enthusiastic about that.
He's 6 foot in the eyes of Christ.
He's 10 out of 10 right there.
And I like that. That's good. Okay, well, the body count thing. We had Stifler here. We're going to have Madysen start on this. Stiffmeister, ask the ladies their body count, starting with Madysen.
8.
And then we're going to go to you and go around. Go ahead.
7.
6. 7. 8.
I feel like a woman shouldn't reveal their body count to the world. I feel like it is something for your partner to know. And I feel like if it's somebody that's going to be your partner, it's somebody that you've talked to about your life experiences.
Maddie, keep an eye on her.
Talk to about your life experiences and like what you've been through and how many partners you have, like who you've dated. And that's fine. And it's communicated and it's...
What was your position on the body count? That it doesn't matter or it does?
I don't think it matters.
Oh, so then why the hesitance to share it if it doesn't matter?
Well, I mean, I don't think it matters for the person, like, you're dating, right?
Do you want to give us a range? If you don't want to give us an exact number, range?
Sure. It's between 10 and 20.
Zero? All right. What about Matt? What about you? Oh, it's only for the ladies. Well, I guess we don't have to answer. Guess we don't have to answer. But I will say...
Multiply it by 3 and that's the real number.
You said 8?
Yeah. Yes.
Yo, chat. Is that what you said on the last episode you were on?
I mean, pretty sure, yeah.
Anybody, any guys she's been on an episode before? Can somebody do a little investigating into the previous episode? Search the body count question. Chat. Those of you maybe on in my Instagram chat, you can let me know if...
I'm pretty sure it was the same because I have...
Pretty sure? Yeah. Pretty sure?
Yeah. Feel free to prove me wrong.
I don't know. Wait, what's her name? Hold on. Where's the homegirl? Jocelyn? What's her name? Jocelyn? Do you know her, Maddie? Wait, what's her name? Fuck.
Who's Jocelyn?
Josie.
Oh, Josie Ann.
Josie. She's always Josie. If you're in the chat, bro, Josie, just tell me the deets. Do a little investigating. Okay. Let's finally get into here. I'm gonna read this chat. Matt or Maddie.
Sometimes I see some crazy things that only come from you, my fellow Americans. Trend on TikTok with people justifying Osama bin, how do you pronounce his last name? Laden. A girl saying that it is God's desire for her to do OF, and Elizabeth Warren saying that she was a Native American.
Word?
Raphael.
Word? Oh, here we go.
Jingleheimer donated $100. Wrong. Do your research. Faith is first, then works. Also, looking at a woman with lust being adultery is when a man desires to take a married woman or the man is married and desires another woman.
Mm-hmm. Uh-huh. Thank you, Jingleheimer.
The faith is first, then works is what I was trying to actually say. Is that like you can't do anything good without God, and then once you're following God, then you can do good works. It doesn't mean that you can never do enough to like make yourself worthy of going to heaven without God saving you. So
sure.
Wait, so like if Hitler had like 1 year before he died, and this 1 year he was a devout Christian and like was doing everything.
Nick, could you open the door?
Everything to like
Need
what
some
you
air.
would want to do. Does that mean he's gonna go to heaven?
Yeah, if he accepts Christ, then all of his sin has been washed clean. He now has hope in Jesus, and he's able to go to heaven. And I think it's very evident throughout the Bible that no matter what we do, good or bad, we're all equally evil and deserving of.
Is that what the Bible says?
We're all equally sinful.
The Bible says all have sinned and fallen short of the glory of God. It doesn't say
Right,
some
but
people
it's
more
not making
so.
a measure.
But there are some sins that are worse. And
That
it's
are punished.
articulated.
The Bible is very clear, and I've said that some sins should be
Can I ask
punished
you a
more
question?
severely.
Can I ask you a question? What's worse, jaywalking or genocide?
Genocide, and I've said that very clearly, that sin is more evil, but it doesn't mean that you're a better person because you're the jaywalker and the other person is the person.
Yes, it does.
Jaywalking
It absolutely
is legal.
means
We're
that.
all equal. We're all equally worthy of eternal
As somebody
destruction.
who's like, is this the actual like ecclesiastical, biblical, theological position on this?
I would pull up some scripture, but you stole my phone.
I've heard
so.
people argue this before because I've asked the same point about Jeffrey Dahmer.
And
He
it-
accepted Christ at the end of his life.
And it shouldn't be something that's like deterring you. Like it shouldn't be something where like, oh my gosh, Christians are terrible. We think they're all evil. No, this should be a thing of hope that if God can save someone as evil as Hitler, then anyone can be saved. And so it's not meant to be something like, oh, Christians are so crazy. It's
But
supposed
can
to be.
I be honest? It seems a little like, I don't know. It's not really that cool that Hitler could do all that stuff, and then we could just both say the same prayer, and then all of a sudden we're.
Well, it's not just
equals.
about saying a prayer. Like if someone who just wants to get to heaven says a prayer just to get to heaven,
That
they're
is
not really
literally
following-
the definition of like
No,
being
no, no,
saved.
if their intention is just
John
to,
3:16, it's like it's in the Bible.
for whoever believes in him shall not perish.
Right.
But if you're not actually believing God and you're just saying, okay, I'm going to be
No,
a
I'm not
Christian,
saying that they don't believe. They do believe in what they're saying. They say the same,
Wait,
10 words.
Hold on, but okay, let's remove religion from this. Let's look at evil as like from a secular perspective, right? So
then we're like a legalistic more, so kind of.
Sure, I guess.
From a legalist perspective, then yeah, obviously Hitler's
All right,
1,000%
right,
worse, more evil.
This conversation is ridiculous. Okay, going to Julie here. I'm getting into my pre-show notes. You said you've never been on a date outside of a relationship.
I never had like dating apps or anything.
You've never had a dating app.
No, I had Tinder like way before.
I mean, Twitch is apparently your dating app.
My bad. I had Tinder before my relationship that was 5 years, but I never like met up with anyone.
Never.
No, I'm
not even like a casual.
No, I have pretty bad anxiety, so there's no way I'm leaving my house.
Okay. So, but okay, you're 25, right? And you've never been on a first date. Okay. All right.
I never really went on like a traditional first date either, actually.
Okay.
I don't even really know how
Interesting.
that would work out.
You'd be late.
I would not.
We were early.
Yeah.
All right, here we have Kylie here, right? Kylie?
Yeah.
Kylie, okay. We're getting into your shit now. Here we go. Okay. You said you had an ex-boyfriend, high school sweetheart who got raided? What's the story there?
Oh, so we were friends in high school, and then we went to college together, and he ended up getting like robbed in our neighborhood by some kids, and then the kids ended up shooting him with a gun, and he got shot, and the police came back to his house, and I guess they smelled a weed plant because he was taking care of a weed plant for his friend, right? We're in college, we're doing stupid things. And so the U.S. Marshals came and raided the house, and it was probably one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. And we all went out the night before, so it was like me and a bunch of my girlfriends, all hungover in the morning, sleeping on a floor.
When did you meet him? How old were you when you met this guy?
I was 14.
How old? Same age?
Yeah, 2 years older than me.
Okay. You said that you dated him on again, off again for 15 years. Is that correct?
Yeah, so we dated like consistently for about 5-6 years, and then we went our separate ways. He actually got engaged and had a child, and I got into another relationship, and then things didn't work out with the mother of his child, and things didn't work out after COVID with my relationship, so we decided to try it one more time since we were both at such different places in our lives. And it didn't work. We did remain friends. We would get lunch. He would come to my yoga classes.
Just AD what Dino donated $100. Question for the girls: is motherhood something you want as a part of your life? Who, in your mind, is a good example of the type of mother you want to be?
Okay, we'll come back to your story. We'll go around really quick on this. We can only do one question per super. Wait, so is motherhood something you want as part? Who in your mind is a good example of the type of mother? Okay, we can do both.
Mine's pretty quick. Yeah, yes, and my own mother. Yes.
Not sure and no idea.
Yes, and my mom.
Yes, and my mom as well.
Yes, my mother and my grandmother put together.
I was going to say yes, and my mom too.
What's that thing from Full Metal Alchemist where it becomes like a homunculus? No. It's the chimera. Is that the term? Chimera. So you want like a chimera between your mom and...
just pull the best qualities from each of them.
Okay. All right.
Sorry, what was the question? I don't even remember.
I think it's yes for her.
Yeah, I do want to be a mom, and my mom is also the person I would say.
Okay. So Kylie, going back to your story, he was married and had a kid?
He was engaged and had a kid. Yes.
Just one kid?
Just one kid.
Now, was it a clean break and then you guys started dating, or were you, or was him, or were both of you like still romantically involved?
Clear break. They had been co-parenting for probably like 5 years.
Okay. And it was over a period of 15 years though that you were dating this guy, correct?
Yeah. Yes.
And so, but you said it was on again, off again.
I'm pretty sure.
How many times was it on and off?
So I'm pretty sure he was bipolar. When things were good, they were really good. When things were bad, they were really bad. He was very manic. And he also tended to make a lot of bad decisions for himself.
Yeah, you said during college he was shot, arrested, tried to self-delete himself.
Yeah.
You said it was a very chaotic relationship.
Yeah.
And then he sadly passed away last year of an OD.
Yes.
Okay. But so how many, and you said he was bipolar, right?
I mean, I don't know if he was diagnosed, but he was very manic, yeah.
Okay.
Some kind of.
So how many times was it on again, off again?
So, I mean, we were on for pretty much the whole time. Like, we would have fights, and he would go off and do things, and we, wouldn't talk for a little bit, but, like, I was never not with him.
What was he addicted to? You said he passed away from an overdose. Throughout the course of your whole relationship, was he using drugs?
He was. Yeah, nothing in particular consistently, just a lot of just whatever he could do to be with people and the center of attention, and kind of like making moves with people and being the...
Was he ever violent towards you?
Yeah, he put his hands on me once.
Okay, once.
Yeah.
Okay. Was he involved with any like criminality, anything like that?
I'm sure, but I was purposefully kind of ignorant at the time.
Okay.
But
so you said for 15 years you were pretty much with him, sort of, or?
For like 6 years, 5 to 6 years, we dated consistently.
You said you started dating him at 14 to 19.
We were just friends in high school. So we started dating when we went to college. So
okay. You were just friends in high school.
20 to like 26.
20 to 26.
Yeah.
You're 34 now.
Correct.
So you've been more or less on and off again dating this guy from 20 to, or maybe 19 to 34?
Yeah.
20 to 34?
Yeah.
Okay. Or
32, because I was 32 the last time that we tried.
Okay.
Yeah.
So from... How many times was it on again, off again?
Probably 3.
3 times total.
3 times total.
Who would end it, him or you?
I mean, he would kind of like disappear. Like we would get in a fight and he would just like go off, and then, I would say this is toxic. We need to end this, and then we'd take like a break, end it.
And who would reach back out to who? Would you reach back out to him?
It depends. I think it was about 50-50.
Well, you said it was 3 times.
So
disregard that.
I'm not reading it anyways.
Okay.
The last time I broke it off with him. And then the time before that, he broke it off with me. And then the time before that, I broke it off with him. The time before that. So it was off and on. Me, him, me.
Okay, and you said it was about split in terms of you going back to him? Like typically in these on again, off again relationships, somebody like reaches back out.
He would show up back into my life. He would come to the bar that I was working at, or the gym that I was teaching yoga at, or whatever the case may be.
In the off periods, would you date other men?
I had one other man that I dated.
Was that the one during COVID?
Yes.
So from 20 to 32, you only dated one other guy?
Correct.
From 20 to 32?
Correct. Yes.
How long did that other relationship last?
3.5, 4 years.
May I ask, why was that relationship stable? Like, was it a good, healthy relationship or also chaotic?
I think he was like a rebound in a way. I think he helped me. Like, I think he was a really good friend and was there as a comfort and friend.
Is that how it started? You were friends with this guy?
Mm-hmm.
And then, okay. So it was, he had a level head, this other guy. You dated him for how long? This other guy? 2 years?
I think 3 years.
3 years?
Yeah.
Okay. And did you end that or did he? Sorry if I already asked that.
It was kind of mutual.
Mutual.
We had gotten stagnant in the relationship.
What do you mean stagnant? Like dead bedroom? You guys weren't having sex?
We weren't having sex. We worked opposite schedules.
Whose fault was that? The dead bedroom? Like, would he initiate and you turn him down?
Yeah. Yeah.
Was there ever a dead bedroom with your chaotic?
No.
Interesting how that works.
Yeah.
Okay. You've painted a pretty good picture here. So you gave arguably your best years from 20 to 34 to a bipolar, chaotic drug addict who was physically violent with you, who was involved in criminal activity.
Why do you list bipolar as like...
It's not about you. Relax.
No, I'm just curious. Like,
I mean, we can go there. I know in your pre-show notes, you seemed Andrew Wilson had a point about how perhaps it's suboptimal to date somebody who's bipolar, and I tend to agree with him. I'm not trying to shame people who are bipolar, but
I mean, I get it. People have preferences.
People are allowed to.
Right.
People
I'm
are
not
allowed
saying you should have to, but I'm just saying, like.
You think it's wrong?
No.
So then what's your contention here?
The specific clip that I'm referring to is he mentioned that people who are quote unquote crazy, bipolar, schizophrenic should not have the right to adopt.
Oh, well, I can't.
So, like, I mean,
Andrew's not here. I can't.
Yeah, I get it, but like, I was just
but
like mentioning that, and then also going back to the point that we were y'all were talking about, I think just mentioning bipolar as like one of the negative connotations along with drug dealer and all those other things.
It could get you stabbed in the neck.
If you have proper medication and if you're
yeah,
under
but if you don't, I mean, I'm not trying to like throw
Not everyone has access
bullets
to
at you, but I'm just saying like it's what led to that, right?
Well,
so you could understand why a
to
person would be
list the same-
apprehensive about dating somebody with it.
I'm not saying you have to like date a certain person, but I'm just saying the list that you had was everything was negative.
Mm-hmm.
If you replaced bipolar and had a racial, like a specific race there,
What?
it would make it very offensive. People would get triggered. But
Okay,
when you
I
use
see. Yeah,
mental
you're
health,
triggered.
when you use bipolar, then it's like somehow okay.
Well,
So do you think? Let me engage.
Or it's like wheelchair. Like if you
Actually,
add that to the list that
go
you
ahead.
just
If you
said,
got a
that would be
question.
very ableist of
Like-
you to say.
Able? What do you mean ableist?
So would you consider it a positive?
No, I'm saying if you the same list you had, everything was negative, and then if you were to replace the word bipolar with like somebody who has a wheelchair, I'm not saying that's what you said.
Do you think
but
being bipolar is the same as being black?
No, I'm just.
But why would you mentioned specifically if I replaced bipolar with black, that would be racist.
I didn't say those exact words, but I'm just saying ableism
Truth
and
Bomb
racism
donated
do exist. And
$100.
you're.
Yes, crazy people should not be allowed to adopt. Holy phone.
I actually agree with that.
The thing is,
Let's just even ignore that. Like, if you were to say somebody with a wheelchair, drug dealer, like blah 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 blah, that would be very ableist of
Can
you
you
to
not have a
say.
preference to
Wait,
not
drug
date somebody
dealer?
in a wheelchair?
That's very ableist.
Well,
Drug dealer's a mental illness. I'm discriminatory against drug
no,
dealers.
because you were naming a specific list of like describing her past previous partner,
Well, I
and
do
everything
think-
on there was
Let me ask you a question.
basically negative.
Is being bipolar ever a positive thing?
It could be a positive. A lot of people have creative minds. Look at Selena Gomez.
No, hold
she's
on.
absolutely amazing in music, and she's an incredible woman.
Do you think her life is better or worse because she's bipolar?
If you have the proper management and treatment, you can have
Do people
the
take-
same
Not
or even
everyone-
better life. Because
It's gonna make it harder for you on
Hold
your
on.
journey.
Let me just say one thing. Look, people who have a mental illness or who are bipolar, I absolutely have compassion for these people. But in my view, nobody's obliged to date you because you're bipolar. And if I can speak
and that's
frankly,
not what I'm saying either.
but if I can speak frankly, yes, I think dating someone who has a mental illness is a suboptimal dating choice. And I personally would not do it, and I don't recommend it to other men.
Yeah, it could be a dating preference. That's totally fine. But the list that you were saying, you were basically describing her previous partner. Everything on that list was a negatively associated red
Cancel me
flag
if you
thing,
want.
and then you added
I don't think
I have
most
compassion.
people would
Okay.
choose.
I have compassion
You
for
don't
people.
have to date someone
Hold on.
bipolar, but you just.
I have compassion for people who are bipolar and struggling with mental illness issues. However, yes, I think being bipolar, that would be a negative thing in a dating context.
I agree
And
with that. Like you said, you missed your medication for a bit. I'm not saying like you shouldn't do it, but it is more challenging to date someone who is mentally.
Right.
You missed your
And-
medication for a few days, and that's why you had an episode. But which it comes with a negative connotation because there are like problems that could come from it.
Let's literally ask the woman who was in a relationship
So-
with someone that had bipolar disorder. Like, would you say it negatively impacted your relationship?
I definitely think he should have, like, he's not with us for a reason, right? Like, there's a reason he's not here anymore. And if he actually was able to get proper treatment instead of trying to self-medicate himself on drugs
Right,
or
that's
whatever to make him
completely
feel better,
different, like-
then, that would have been a way more beneficial outcome for him. But, I don't think life was easy for him. I would say that he had a death wish, like.
So what exactly is your objection to what I
My
said?
objection is not that you have to date bipolar person. My
we can agree on that.
objection is that the list that you described, basically describing like her previous partner, it had, I don't remember exactly, but it had like drug dealer, like criminal, and like all the different things.
Yeah, negative
and
things.
like all the different things that were very negatively associated and very big red flags.
Yeah.
And
He
then
was
one
very
of them,
charming.
and one of them was basically bipolar. So I don't think it.
let's simplify this. Is being bipolar a positive thing or a negative thing?
I don't think it should be a positive or a negative, but the list that you had is basically drawing it into a negative way. I definitely do think that people who are artists, if you look at Van Gogh and the amazing art he created, like, or Selena Gomez with his music, there's tons of different creative geniuses.
But for your partner,
Yeah, simplify it more for like in the dating sense though.
Right. And even in
Right.
the dating sense, I think it was kind of offensive for you to like have bipolar in the list of things that are clearly, we would all agree, are like negatively associated.
What? Okay, so you don't think that being bipolar is a negative thing?
No.
Do you take medication? You're bipolar, correct?
Yeah.
Do you take medication for it?
Yes, and I
Why?
see a psychiatrist and
Why?
therapist.
Why do you take medication for it?
Same way somebody has heart disease and have to.
does anybody want heart disease? Is it a positive to have a heart disease? Like, it's okay. Like, you can say it's negative. Like it's negative.
I'll change my example, but if somebody is like tired and wants to take coffee, caffeine is a drug. So.
Question.
They're not always tired. It's not like that's a diagnosis.
I feel like it's a challenge more of like than a negative, because
It's-
negative assigns
I
it like a
mean-
negative,
you can dance around this all you want.
If you're questioning me whether I would like, if there was a magical pill or somehow that I would take away completely 100%, heal my bipolar and schizophrenia, and I would just be gone with it, I would say no. Because
You'd say no.
I would say 100% no.
Why?
You feel like it's like a superpower?
Not in that way, but I think there's a lot of like creativity. I mean, I do a lot of different artworks and different.
You think all creative people?
Not all creative
have
people,
that?
but I'm saying there's.
So wouldn't you rather just be creative and not have bipolar disorder?
That could be an option, but I personally don't think that it's something that I want to like fix essentially.
But what about like some of the challenges you've
also,
had
is
experience in
Selena
life?
Gomez actually a creative genius? Like, she has a producer. Does she write her own lyrics? She probably, like, I don't know the detail. I don't listen to Selena Gomez. Don't most pop artists?
She's an empowering woman, and also speaks loudly about bipolar
empowering.
disorder and mental illness.
That's cool, but
women.
like you came at it from this, well, her creativity, but like, don't most pop artists have producers and songwriters?
So what about Van Gogh? I'll throw in another example at you.
Van Gogh?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
he definitely had
so
some.
So like, name me one artist that doesn't have a producer who was able to do all this on their own and is not like. Well, you probably can't think of an example. Exactly. So you should probably
think of a who?
Like, I said, name an example of an artist.
Is your argument mental illness is good because it inspires creativity in these individuals? Is that your argument?
Well, didn't God make everyone perfect?
Mental illness should not be. Sorry. Go ahead.
Didn't God make everyone perfect? 10 out of 10.
Okay,
There's
derailed.
Continue. Broken parts
Answer
of
my
the
question.
world.
Answer my question.
I don't think mental illness should be seen as a negative thing. It's something that, like, what if somebody, I'm just throwing out an example, like somebody was born with like 4 fingers, or like some certain things that make you unique or allow you to have that specific thought process. I know some people who are autistic like seeing shapes. Like, I think that's very fucking cool. Like, you know, so I don't think it's like something that should be viewed as a negative thing.
Well, we're not seeing you as a negative person, but like, you would rather not have mental illness, right?
She said no. She
No.
said
No,
she said she wanted to keep it.
But then I was asking about like, what about your mental illness? A lot of these like bad outcomes that have happened, like with the case of.
If
like,
I look back since March of 21 until now, honestly, the amount of progress I've made is a lot better than what it was
Truth
before.
Bomb donated $100. Watch out. She wouldn't change her mental illness cause it gives her an out to delete people and claim insanity. And an artist that does it all on their own is Tom McDonald.
I haven't checked
Tom
out
McDonald's
Tom
dope.
McDonald, but I'll definitely check it out.
Okay, look,
But
again, I'll just
not gonna
restate my
comment.
position. I have compassion for people who suffer from various mental illness issues. However, in the context of a conversation about dating, yes, it's suboptimal to date somebody who is suffering from a mental illness.
Living _ donated $100. People love their mental illness because it makes them the main character and unique and different. Saying you wouldn't get rid of your mental issues proves this. Look at all this attention she gets.
So, thank you, Living. Okay, so if you're bipolar, what are some of the like symptoms of that? How could that manifest itself, for example, in a relationship?
Right.
Mood swings?
I mean, right now I'm in medication, so honestly, I haven't had a single hallucination, delusion, or.
What happens if you
like,
forget your medication? Has that happened?
No, I have not.
You've never forgotten it?
No,
you said you did when you poked.
No, I meant from like 2021 till now.
So, question for you. You know, there was the incidents of you in Las
Right.
Vegas where you sliced the guy or you stabbed him, whatever the framing is. Was your bipolar part of that?
100%, but also I was not treated well. I was not taking my medication.
Nashunabo donated $100. Any sane person knows that it's a negative. I don't want to sleep in the same bed as someone who at a moment's notice may launch a knife into my throat because my cold feet touch her.
You were arrested, you stabbed a guy by your own admission because of your bipolar disorder.
Going
correct?
back, yes.
But is that fair to say?
It's not fair to say just bipolar. If you were to
okay, perhaps there's other
reiterate
factors. Let's say it's 50% the cause. Would that be fair?
I mean, I don't have my statistics out, but I do know.
Was it a contributing factor?
There's a difference between a bipolar person who's refusing medications, who's not seeking treatment, who's not doing good and taking drugs and alcohol, versus somebody who is taking their medication, who is doing really good in school, contributing to society, and all of that things. There's a difference between that.
I mean, sure, but would you say that in your case, was you being bipolar a contributing factor to the Las Vegas stabbing incident?
Untreated bipolar, yes.
Still bipolar?
Untreated bipolar.
Were you treated previously?
Like briefly, but I was off my medication at that time. And currently, I get drug tested just to make sure that there's enough like medication.
Okay.
So.
Well, my understanding with bipolar, even if you're medicated, it doesn't 100% diminish the
impacts. That's why you have the therapist, and it's like you see different counselors.
Are you trying to say that it's odd for people to see it as a liability in dating?
Yeah, I don't think
that's odd.
Right. Like, I think people should take it into context, like how.
You do see the comedy in this, right? Because of the thing that happened like 2 years ago?
I definitely do see it, but also as a mental health advocate, I don't want my story to be used as something that would like make people think, oh, the bipolar people they're gonna like stab you or something like that. That's why I'm trying to talk right now. And I get it, it's kind of hypocritical in a way, but that's why I'm like being super honest about it and coming on this podcast in the first place, because I'm sure there are plenty of people who have bipolar disorder who have known somebody's bipolar and they're just judging them out of no reason.
Yeah, but it's not like a character judgment. It's just it's a fact. It's part of their personality. It's something that, you know, a mate should be aware of and decide whether or not that's a factor in dating them.
Right. Obviously you have your preferences in dating, but Brian earlier used bipolar in a kind of offensive way.
I mean, look, I'm sure that you would say you wouldn't date a guy that's like 5'2" or something, right? Like,
right.
and
like,
you would have
fine.
no worries about offending a short man.
Hold on.
You know, like you'll offend a short man, but like.
I never said that not wanting to date a bipolar person is like not okay.
You said saying that it was a negative is a bad thing.
Yeah, saying that it's a negative.
Is it good to be a 5'2" man?
I mean, like, depends on other factors, but Brian was listing at different things that everything was a red flag, and then associating.
Yes, and yeah, shoot me.
It also with
being
kids,
bipolar.
Yeah.
Being bipolar is a red flag. Yeah. Sorry, is that offensive?
Mental illness also.
Like you could have a preference on not wanting to date a bipolar person, but the way you were describing it was kind of offensive to anybody who's like.
Not necessarily.
Well, was it also offensive to drug addicts? Was it also offensive to criminals?
I mean,
like,
I think we would
named all those things
I think
together.
we would all agree that like drug dealers are not okay. Like I think.
Yeah, we can all agree with bipolar people. And initially, I thought it was the drug use that was causing all of his erratic behavior. And then when we got back together the last time, and we were both completely sober, he definitely
Johnson & Johnson.
But it was the same.
Moderna. Sorry. My bad. I'm gonna get canceled.
Be real.
All right. I've offended the bipolar lobby. I have compassion for people who are bipolar or are struggling with their mental health, mental illness. I don't think it's wrong to say that it's a negative in a dating context to date somebody who's like got a mental illness that can significantly interfere with their relationship.
You can say you have a preference, but to word it that way. But we can move on.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Fine. Okay, I was being offensive. Or was I? I don't think I was.
I think some people with bipolar
would you date a
that
psychopath?
It's okay not to date them, right?
Would you be do you think being a psychopath?
Like diagnosed,
do you think being a psychopath is a negative thing?
I mean, there's a difference between a personality disorder and versus bipolar.
Bipolar isn't bipolar cluster B personality disorder?
There's different tiers within the
Is
DSM.
bipolar a personality disorder?
I would have to double check the DSM handbook on diagnoses, but there's a difference between somebody who has like just a little bit of depression versus somebody who's like clinically like there's like
bipolar.
Like there's different levels to it, obviously. And I feel like everybody.
So is being a psychopath a negative thing?
I would have to like evaluate it, especially because like is that like somebody that just says, oh, I'm a psychopath, or is it like diagnosed like, I don't know, like by
diagnose?
Yeah.
I would probably not, but I would
Wait,
not.
Aren't you worried about offending all the psychopaths that are watching right now?
It's mental illness.
That's you gotta be careful. Do you see? Look, when it's a personal thing that you're experiencing, you want to reframe it in a positive way because you live with that, right? Like, I think that everybody's compassionate about that. But when that's something that you're going through, to enable you to feel okay about that, like you're gonna want to reframe it in a positive way. You don't have to though. You can just admit that it's not the ideal situation that you're living with, and then just like keep taking your medication and doing well in school. If you could look, there's a reason why everybody hears the thing that you're saying and they see it as peculiar, because no one here would wish that they had it. I think that it probably came from rough childhood, I'm assuming. Right? I mean,
just want to be embracing the moment. There's a lot of different studies that talk about that life is eternal suffering, and honestly, what I can do is embrace the moment, and instead of like being like this, that, I'm like, wow, like.
Look, that's a nice outlook to have on it, but like we can still have like negative traits about ourselves and admit it. You know, it's okay. Like I have stuff about me that I don't like that I wouldn't call it. It's not. I'm not diagnosed, but you know,
I got dandruff.
Is that positive?
I can't believe you just
it's
admitted
negative.
that.
Why? It's a negative.
I don't even know this.
You should have kept that.
I'm offended if you don't want to date me and you list it as a negative.
I did not say that you have to date a bipolar person. I'm just saying the list that you provided was extreme red flags, and then you had the bipolar.
But why was bipolar the only one that's not appropriate to list in the list of red flags?
Because the other things were clear red flags.
But to everyone else that's not bipolar, we see that as a clear red flag.
I don't think criminals would get offended that criminal is a red flag in there.
What about a drug addict? What if they say that's mental diagnosis?
I don't think they'll get offended
I'm
either,
addicted, and you don't think so?
I don't think so, but...
I mean, are you a drug addict?
No.
Okay, so I mean, if there were a drug addict sitting here,
Checkmate.
they could probably make the exact same argument that you're making about bipolar. You know? It's
They
just
could,
like, it's a
but,
personal
like,
thing
I don't
that you're going
really see
through.
the charity or any organization that's like...
There are lots of charities dedicated for drug addicts.
No.
Drugs rewire your
I'm saying the
brains.
opposite direction. Like let's take a lot of drugs.
Oh.
Like, you know, like that. I'm just saying, like, nobody would be advocating for that.
Well, yeah,
Does
nobody
that make
advocates
sense?
to have bipolar disorder either.
Like, I guess I'm here.
Right?
I just think it's important.
It's a treatable thing. Like, it's treated
right.
because it's not ideal.
Yep.
We're
just going in circles. We're just I offended her. It was offensive for me to say that to consider being bipolar a negative. So yeah. Going back though, okay, so you're dating this guy, all these negative things.
Yeah.
Except for the bipolar, that was neutral, I guess. You dated him from 20 to 32.
I know.
He took up a lot of years.
Yeah. I know, my best years.
I'm just from the guy's perspective, hearing all these negative things, and maybe it's the case that men appreciate peace in a relationship more than women. Maybe. But it's like some women, not all women, but is it like some maybe love this sort of roller coaster? Like, are you addicted to that excitement?
With him, it got to a point where we were feeding off of each other's energy because we knew. I think we were together for so long, we knew exactly where each other's buttons were. Like, we knew each other better than we knew ourselves to a degree.
Sounds toxic.
Yeah. So, yeah.
And you said during this like 12, 13-year relationship, you only saw one other guy.
Yes.
The guy you dated for 3 years or whatever.
Correct. Yeah.
I mean, how do you, I guess my question is like, how do you go from all that chaos to just dating a normal, good, well-adjusted man?
Well, I never said he was completely well-adjusted. The other
the
guy.
other guy.
Yeah.
No, but like, I mean in general, like, how do you go?
I think he felt very safe and he felt very different than the guy that I had been with, and I was looking like for that safety and to feel like comfortable, like that I think he really, really liked me, like, and I knew that, and so I felt really safe in that. But it wasn't actually a good relationship where we were both. I think I was kind of using him to a degree to get over my
You gave up 13 years of your life.
I thought we were gonna have kids and get married one day. You know.
What? This is the guy you wanted to.
The crazy guy. I know.
It's the I can fix him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Have you heard the
100%.
saying you can do
I'm in love,
anything
chaos.
to a woman except bore her?
Yes, I have that written down in my notes.
Yeah.
Gangster.
So this will
It
explain
is
too.
so true. I just
Wait, what?
You can do anything to a woman except bore her. And it's the most
that
true
quote.
statement that, I mean, if you really think about the things that you're attracted to and where you start to lose the spark with somebody, it's when it gets comfortable and it's when it's too safe and it's boring.
Yeah.
It's facts. Facts. It's facts.
I'm also an only child. My parents were never married, but they lived together my whole life. So that's super complicated. I basically watched them growing up just like annoy each other enough to get like a reaction and prove that the other one still gave a shit about them.
That's
you know. So that was my role models. So it makes it tough.
Yeah.
Do you feel like you felt like really trapped in it too? Because I feel like that's something that before I started dating my fiance, I would like feel trapped to dating these terrible guys.
I do, because I feel like I was always the excuse for my parents. Well, we're doing this for you. We're staying together for you. But it's like, if they had just split up and I would have saw them in a happy relationship, I feel like that would have been so much more beneficial.
Yeah.
You know? But
it does sort of, we were talking about stereotypes earlier, and you mentioned the thing about when you can do anything but bore a woman, basically. There's this sort of stereotype that seems to exist in women, but not so in men. Like, men aren't really like chasing after the bad girls. But women are attracted to bad boys, jerks, assholes. But there's not really that corresponding thing in men, which I find interesting.
That is more of a masculine trait, right?
I don't think it's a masculine trait. My theory, and it's just a theory, is that the reason why women might be attracted to, there's this term called hybristophilia, like attraction towards criminality, essentially. My thought process, my theory on why that could be, is that one of the things women look for in men is the ability to protect, to be a protector. And a man who's more willing, and also to provide too, a man who's more willing to bend the rules to procure resources could, in some conceivable survival situation, be more capable of providing and protecting.
Yeah.
Also, a man who has greater capacity for violence could be deemed more attractive because they're more prepared to be violent and protect her in some sort of
evolutionarily. Like, if you boil it down to like caveman times, right? The most alpha one would kill the least one if it meant protecting the tribe, or just like, you know, and a criminal sort of like evokes these visceral feelings from women. This is why like murderers are in jail with pen pals and with women that will come for conjugal visits. Because it does something to your loins or whatever.
A lot of women love chaos. They love adrenaline. They love the thrill because it entertains them and they're never bored.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know the name of the website, but there's literally a website where you can look up mugshots and like find their address and like send them later. Like I've seen TikToks of like girls be like, oh, let me go on the site and see which one I want to send mail to. Like,
to your credit, that is a good point. There is a higher number of women who will like reach out to men in prison, for example, looking to start some sort of romantic relationship. They'll be pen pals with these men. They'll pursue romantic relationships with these men. Some men do that too, but there's a much higher percentage of women that do this. And but yeah, it's definitely, that's a great point, Madysen, that there does seem to be this thing where it's like a lot of women would prefer to be with like a kind of toxic but exciting guy versus kind of like the just kind of maybe a little dull, boring, good guy but dull and boring.
I've been both of those guys. I've seen the difference between my dating life.
I also think it has to do with like sometimes the way that the women grow up, because if you're around criminality more, if your family is like gang members, or like if you just grow up in like that type of community, you're more used to it, so it's like not crazy to you. Like it's normal.
But also like childhood like trauma or like not having the father around. I think that's what makes girls want to attracted to that type of guy.
Let me just drop a Bible verse here. Proverbs 21:19. Better to live in a desert than with a quarrelsome and nagging wife.
How is the wife nagging in this situation?
What do you mean?
Like,
No,
what does that have to do with what we're talking
I'm saying
about?
right now. No.
I'm saying, like, I think men place a far greater value on peace in a relationship than women do.
Do you feel that way?
Oh yeah.
Do you want to feel like completely safe in a relationship with a woman? I heard you say before you might not want to ever get married, right?
Yes.
So what's the goal? Like a life partner, just not with the contract?
Pretty much.
Okay.
Pretty much. That's
don't want the
that's the
government getting
dream.
involved.
Don't want the government involved. But yeah, I mean, like, one of the biggest things I think is it. Actually, you were there when we had Orion on. Maybe you can recall exactly what Orion said. But I think one of the biggest things that a woman can do to make herself appealing to a man is, it was lack. Do you remember?
Inoffensive.
Being inoffensive. Now, I think bringing peace. Orion's thing was like, well, you should have peace in your life already.
Yeah.
But my thing is, peace is lack of chaos, I think.
Yeah.
Do you want that?
Lack of chaos?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You don't want any chaos.
No chaos.
You have the most chaotic podcast on
That's
the
the
internet.
thing. So in my relationship.
Okay, in your relationship.
I already deal with,
Okay.
like, I think that's the thing with, like, especially, like men who are entrepreneurs or business owners or any guy that's like out there grinding.
Yeah.
Like, we're already fighting the world, and we don't want to be fighting with our girl in a relationship. I want like total peace in my relationship. So yeah, being inoffensive, I think, or was that?
And it was just like respecting your man, or like showing him a lot of
respect and
like,
being inoffensive.
respecting him no matter what.
Like a girl who's always quarreling, nagging, arguing, taking issue with like little things.
What about a really calm girl but chaotic surroundings, so she could tell you stories every day? Like, very interesting.
Wait, what do you mean? Like, she's calm?
She's calm, but the people she surrounds herself, like the people she surrounds, like her friends, just are doing the wildest things, and she can always tell you about it.
I think friends can have a massive influence on you, and I would question, typically, if you have a group of 5 like, say they're all drug dealers, but one is like the goody two-shoes, I feel like eventually that one might end up slinging some crack. Just saying.
Yeah. Well, they say you're the sum of like the closest 5 people around you, right?
Yeah.
I think men don't really care about being entertained to the extent that women do. Also.
Yeah, just
so like, you probably don't even want to hear their stories.
Patrice O'Neill, I don't know if you guys know him. Rest in peace, Patrice O'Neill.
Yeah.
He's got this saying is, how does it go? Maybe chat can help me. It goes something like, we want you around.
Oh yeah.
Wait, do you know?
We want you around, but we don't want you around. It's like you want the comfort of having a woman, right, or a partner, and not having them there all the time.
Let me just.
Like, we want you with us, but not. Yeah.
Not really with us.
Yeah.
It goes, men. Wait, hold on. Men want to be alone, but we don't. Sorry, it's not loading. Men want to be alone, but we don't want to be by ourselves.
Would you find it to be a red flag if a woman thought the same way as that?
What do you mean?
So, like, let's say a woman also wants that. Like, they don't want to be alone.
Rest in peace.
But they want to be by themselves. Like, what if a woman thought that way? Would you be okay? It sounds like a great pair, you would think.
Lauren donated $100.
Rest in peace.
Do any of these girls actually know how an abortion happens? Have the pro-choice girls answer first, then the pro-life girl answer second.
What does that mean, how it happens?
That's like,
Okay.
what happens in an abortion.
Do you guys know how it happens? Anybody know how it happens?
I think you can take a pill up to like 8 or 10 weeks and then just have an abortion at home basically by yourself, or you can have it surgically removed after that. I don't know exactly up to when, but
yeah.
How do y'all think?
Well,
you are not.
No, don't.
You are
What?
not.
What's wrong with it? It's just
Don't.
medical.
You brought props.
If I could get them through TSA,
No.
then I could get them.
No.
Oh my gosh.
Christian Carrot Top here.
No, hey,
They're medical tools.
Don't.
To
Yo,
That's not-
kindly,
you have that in
hold
your
on. Just
bag,
kindly,
or-
I don't want to, look, I don't know if it's fine or not with YouTube TV.
Baby, dude. Bro. Can I
So you think it is a
Nah,
baby?
nah.
Not a baby.
Yo, hold on, stop. This is my podcast. I've told you no repeatedly.
Is the baby okay? Not the.
Nah, just put that fucking shit away.
That's such a cute
Bro,
person.
I have a mind to fucking kick you off the podcast right now. I told you no. I don't have an issue with your position, but we have to be considerate of YouTube guidelines, Twitch guidelines. I don't know what you're pulling out. Like, don't play that fucking game with me.
No. It's just the doll. I carry it around all the time.
Yeah, but if I say no.
Yeah, no, it's fine.
Please.
I didn't hear you over everyone else.
Yeah. Oh, of course. That's fucking bullshit. You fucking heard me.
Okay. I apologize, but
Yeah. Don't try to what are you trying to fucking do? Come on my podcast and get my fucking channel nuked? I don't know what you're trying to fucking show.
Well, you could have just asked me that.
I literally told you no.
Well, I did. That's why I put it away. I didn't know.
You put it away after I had to put my foot down repeatedly.
I didn't know it was a problem. I mean,
That's why I told you no.
Okay, and I put it away. I put it away. I didn't know it was a problem. I mean, your staff saw me bring it in, and I didn't think it was a problem. When they searched my bag,
I see them scissors up in there like that.
I apologize. It's nothing that would get me taken down though. So I apologize if that triggers you. I just didn't mean
It doesn't, bro. Hold on. Let me make something very clear. I don't have a issue with your pro-life position.
Okay,
what I do have an issue with is you presenting anything on camera that could negatively impact my YouTube channel. Now I know that, again, I don't have an issue with your thing, but kindly respect.
Have I not seen Trent Horn show pictures of babies and bring books on the show?
This is the Whatever podcast.
Yeah,
What?
on the Whatever podcast.
No.
I don't recall what was shown or not in the Trent Horn debate. But if you show certain imagery that's gruesome, yes, that will negatively impact my channel.
I'm pretty sure they showed pictures of what a fetus would be at certain weeks or whatever, but they didn't show what an abortion would look like.
Yeah, I wasn't gonna go and rip the doll apart. I'm not a crazy person. I mean, that is what happens in an abortion, but obviously I'm not gonna damage it. It's just a doll and forceps. It's a medical tool. It wasn't anything bad. I wasn't trying to sabotage your podcast.
I think forceps are used for more than just abortions, though, are they not?
Yeah, but in abortions they're used as...
Look, I'd rather err on the side of being cautious and not potentially risk the video getting fucking demonetized because you want to rip, look, again, I don't have an issue with your position, but it is a pro-life strategy to show gruesome pictures of abortions and shit.
I didn't bring a gruesome picture.
I know, but you're rifling through your purse and this shit's live.
Okay,
this shit's
and that's
fucking
why I put
live.
it away. I'm respecting your decision.
Oh my God, bro.
Brian, I get you, but why did the staff just I don't know.
I don't think they knew exactly what was in there or what she was gonna do.
God,
I'm respecting. I don't understand why you're angry. I put it away. I respect your decision.
You weren't though.
Did
I
I
had
not
to
put
say
them-
no multiple times.
I did not hear it, and once I heard you say no, I started putting them away, and I asked
She
you
didn't
for
hear me.
clarification.
Did she?
I just don't.
It was kind of loud when
I
she
put
opened her
the
purse.
I put the
but-
tool
Okay.
I put the tools away immediately. I kept the baby because I don't really see how a baby could get your content taken down.
Yeah, but I don't know what kind of shit you're trying to do.
Okay, you could have just asked a clarifying question.
It should have just. If I just say no, that
Okay,
should
and
be
that's
the
why I
end
put
of
it
it.
away. And I apologize.
No, I had
if
to be pretty forceful multiple times.
I put the tools away right away. I just held the baby in my hand. I wasn't waving in the camera. I was just holding it and putting it back in my purse.
To be fair, when people ask what an abortion is and then you start pulling forceps and a baby out of your purse, that's kind of
a
little weird.
It's not like
It's a little odd.
It's not like I came on and started waving the tools or anything in your face. I wasn't trying to be. I'm not trying to be disrespectful of your podcast at all, and I respect your decision. And I was trying to answer the question, and I just happened.
So
to
maybe ask before you do it. That would probably be most respectful.
If I had known that was an issue, I would have. But if I can bring all of that through TSA airport security,
What?
then I don't really
What
see why.
does TSA have to do with YouTube and Twitch
'cause
TOS?
I thought it was a whole weapons thing as the issue of why it could get taken down. Is that not?
No, it's not a weapon. It's just
We're talking about abortion. That's a really serious subject.
So we're not allowed to talk about abortion on here now?
Well, we're not allowed to
No, bro,
showcase,
I'm just being risk averse to
Yeah, and I'm
you
respecting your
potentially
decision.
bringing
I'm just-
something that, again, don't have an issue with what you're preaching at all. My issue is YouTube and Twitch have very strict guidelines when it comes to what we can show. So
I'm respecting your decision.
All right, bro. I'm going to move on. We're not going to even go there. All right, Gigi, does everyone actually know what bipolar disorder is by definition?
I mean, I'm not a clinical psychologist, and I don't want to give out a definition because I'm not certified in that, but I can speak on my own experiences of what it means to like have bipolar. But essentially, like, there's different stages, or a lot of people have like different mood swings, and the mood swings are not like 24 hours, like I feel up and down like within hours. It's more like weeks, like 2 weeks of like obviously not like taking into account the medication, but 2 weeks of like extreme energy, like no sleep, just getting shit done, like on. And then like next 2 weeks, I might literally just be so tired and exhausted and depressed, like in bed and not able to do anything. So that's one of the things, but I also have like schizophrenia, which is like the delusion aspect of it, but that's what I would describe like my personal bipolar.
So no definition. It's just me as well.
All right, Carrie
I don't want to
Kitty.
give out wrong medical like definitional or terms if it's not like.
Carrie Kitty, Brian, what caused your back pain? I've had a couple injuries over the years. All right, let's see. We have.
Yeah, slip disc.
I have a fracture at L5S1. It's a long story, Can I have you? Julie? Can I have you read this one?
Malia, you said last time.
In the mic.
Malia, you said last time you're into nerds who don't like you in return and you prefer to meet men in person. How has a beautiful, rational woman stayed single for 2.5 years? Are you privately crazy/needy? Too picky? Is it the farting? Make it make sense.
Brian, I'm gonna be like a fart girl. I didn't toot. Didn't do it. And I think I'm not privately crazy. I think it's pretty open. I'm just kidding. No, I'm just bad at dating, I think. I don't know.
Okay. Can I have you read this one?
Selena Gomez just sat on the right dick at the right time. That was her talent. Then Haley Baldwin came and stole her dreams.
He's a Justin Bieber stan, apparently.
I don't know anything about these people. That's crazy. He has that lore.
Cooking today.
Can I have you read this one? I misspoke on this.
No, Brian, bipolar is not a cluster B personality disorder. Recheck the DSM-5. Also, is having PTSD a negative trait in a partner? If so, are women justified in viewing veterans as suboptimal partners since they're more likely to have PTSD?
Thank you for clarification on that.
I got my wires crossed. I was thinking of BPD, borderline personality disorder, which is a cluster B personality disorder, I believe, along with NPD, narcissistic personality disorder, and I believe the other one is antisocial personality disorder. You guys can, for cluster B personality disorder. So I got that wrong. Having PTSD a negative trait in a partner, as opposed to somebody who doesn't have PTSD. Again, I have compassion for people who do have PTSD. But yes, I would say it's a suboptimal dating choice to date somebody who has PTSD. If you're fine with it and you're willing to take on the potential burden, then that's totally fine. But yeah,
there seems to be a lot of confusion. Like someone with anxiety, it's suboptimal, right? That's suboptimal to date someone with anxiety too.
More optimal to date someone without it.
It could have negative impacts on the relationship if they have agoraphobia, for example, and they have a fear of like going out into public. That could prevent you, if you're, say, more extroverted and you like to go out to dinner or go out places publicly and your partner doesn't. That could be a negative in the relationship that could have a negative impact.
But also, there's not a single person that has 100% perfect mental health. Everybody has their own issues, and it's just like different or in different levels. So like,
sure.
Here,
I'll just answer the last part. I think she got triggered in the YouTube chat because like we didn't answer her thing right away. Just FYI, if you're sending a super chat through YouTube, we get to it when we can get to it. You sent this at 9:47, so that was about 20 minutes ago. So I think we're actually getting to it in a pretty reasonable time frame here. Your last thing: are women justified in viewing veterans as suboptimal partners since they're more likely to have PTSD? Well, I mean, do they have PTSD? Do they not? People have different experiences when it comes to their time in the service. I don't think women are beholden to date anybody for any reason. Nobody should be forced to date anybody. People can have any preferences they want when it comes to dating. If a woman doesn't want to date somebody who was a veteran, that's her prerogative. She can not want to date somebody because his favorite color is blue. Don't care. You can have whatever preference you want. Everybody's allowed to have their preferences. So they could be wrong. Blue's a fucking dope color. I have blue eyes. Fuck you. But whatever. Okay. Maddie, can you read this one? Actually, Julie. Let's have Julie do it. She's a good reader. Sorry, Maddie. You're fired. Julie's hired. Actually, we should have her be. You want to be helmet girl? Okay,
no,
we'll talk after this.
For the next.
Okay. Maddie's on break, on vacation.
Don't argue or debate with women. You will never win, and you'll keep going in circles. Just walk away. Sincerely, the Meta Alpha.
The Meta Alpha.
Kind of crazy.
Carl Bennington, Meta Alpha.
The man, the myth, the legend.
All right. Let's see. Where were we? Did you pull up that yellow one, Nick? You can get to it whenever you can. Pre-show notes. Okay, Kylie, you're dating the dude. You said you're currently in a situationship with a guy.
I am.
It's been going a year?
He just moved back to my area in November.
But you said it's fizzling out.
Did I say it's fizzling out?
And I think, yeah. Exposed. You said in the pre-show notes, at first talked about wanting to have babies and seemed very into me, but things have been fizzling out.
Yeah, so like when he would come here, when he was working elsewhere and he would come into town and we would like date and see each other, it just seemed like he was way more interested versus now it's like we're seeing each other more frequently and we're still not really communicating properly either. I think we're both very similar personality-wise, and so it's not necessarily fizzling out. I think we're at a point where we need to verbalize our boundaries, what we're looking for in order to move anything forward, if that makes sense.
Okay. You wanted to talk about we're all products of our culture. Is that enough of a prompt for you to?
Well, I do think that we are, as young women, we are so imprinted that we're girl bosses and we're so powerful and we don't need men. And for me, that was kind of ingrained in my mind, and then COVID happened and all of a sudden I was like, oh, I want to feel safe, and reminded me of that feeling when I was in those relationships before and felt unsafe, right? And I think that a lot of women feel like that, they want to feel safe. And I think men and women are having a hard time finding, setting what we want from each other and then fulfilling those roles for each other.
Right. You said that men were not taught how to be real men, opening doors, being respectful, fixing things, taking lead in a relationship, being confident about what they want and where they are going. And
women aren't taught how to be proper wives and take care of the house and do the things that women were taught before. So it's everything's kind of all out of bounds and nobody knows their roles for anything.
Do you not think that women should have careers?
I mean, I think that women should have something that they're passionate about. Your kids obviously, but I don't necessarily women. So women are bosses, and we do run the world by whispering in men's ears because men are usually fighting wars over women, right? Women use their energy and they
manipulate.
Wait.
To a degree, but that's what inspires men to do great things and
whispered in the ears.
Yeah.
Success is achieved by whispering.
Are you saying women's standards make men work harder for themselves?
Correct. Yes.
I don't disagree necessarily. I mean,
Kinda
obviously,
like motivation.
men get exactly. Men will be
Just
motivated.
the way you worded was kind of like kind of cool.
Wait, so hold on.
Yeah,
Is there? Do women run the world, or is there a patriarchy? I'm a little confused here.
Well, you guys have the stick, so I'm pretty sure that it's.
What's
your
up with
world
you and
we're just
sticks? You've been
living in.
talking about lots of paddles
I like
and
playing.
sticks.
I like playing pool.
This is like where you.
And it reminds me of.
And she works with ED as well. So.
She
a
lot of things.
A lot of.
Okay.
Sticks. He was the driller.
A couple more points from you. You said calling cap on OF girls that say they disclose their career to men.
Well, so I'm just saying, if you met a guy and you really liked him and you thought he was a prospect, and if he straight up asked you if you're sleeping with somebody else or like what you do for work, if you had a feeling that he wouldn't approve of it right away, would, like, a lot of girls say that they would tell him, but I feel like women who are out looking for a partner are going to be in like, they lie. Yeah. Because you're in like a.
I just assume the
mode.
majority of the women that I go out with have an OnlyFans.
That's crazy.
I don't even ask.
Only like 2%, 1 to 2% of the population.
In Los Angeles.
Also, I would absolutely
don't know.
never.
The girls that I'm
Yeah.
dating, they probably have it, and I just don't even. I don't care. I don't ask. It wouldn't bother me though.
Really?
Because I'm not dating for like, I'm not trying to find a wife, so I'm just I'm dating and I
Dating for
don't
what?
give a shit.
What are you dating for?
For entertainment.
Because like
He's got a vasectomy, bro. He's living his best life.
I would love to find somebody that I would commit to and be with for a long period of time, but I don't need a wife or more kids or
so
anything
then,
like that.
if you're not dating for marriage, you're
What?
essentially dating for heartbreak.
For whose heartbreak? My own or?
Yeah. Do you not like put any actual love into your
Of
relationship?
course, yeah. I could be completely in love with somebody.
And if you're not dating them with the intent to, if they're suitable, get married, then aren't you just dating to?
I don't necessarily
break
agree
up?
with marriage in general.
Based.
I don't
Yeah.
think that it's
Based.
It doesn't really benefit most guys at all. Like, I understand, like, for a woman, like, if you are, let's say that you are, you dedicated yourself to being a good mom and a housemaker and all that, you have no assurances then if you don't have a marriage, if you don't have a contract, because if the guy just decides to leave you and you have no money or no skills, you're kind of screwed. So I understand marriage in that regard, but I still don't
Is
quite
it like
see
the government involved aspect of it? That
well,
you
yeah,
don't
like having
or?
a contract in general. Like, I went through it, and there are a lot of
So you don't
hypocrisies happening there, and it's not quite beneficial to me.
Does so the idea of like a contract is what like
well,
dedicating yourself
if
to
you
one.
if you look at everything through a Christian's worldview, like, you can't it just doesn't make sense to have those conversations with people
even if
that
we're
don't.
not looking at a Christian worldview, like, what is, like, if, let's say for instance there's no God, like at the very least your goal in life should be more than just find pleasure. And
I disagree. I think that it can be whatever you want that brings you happiness and doesn't hurt other people.
So,
I don't think that you have to have a greater purpose. I like the idea of procreating and having kids, and like, that's for me personally a wonderful aspect of my life, but I do not give a shit if somebody else shares that.
Wait, let me ask you a question that perhaps can address the question that you just asked him. So, if we remove religion from this, what can a man get from marriage that he can't get from just having a long-term relationship with a woman? You can still be monogamous, you can still have children, you can still stay with them for the rest of your lives. What do you get from marriage that you can't just get from long-term relationship?
I think like being able to sleep at night and knowing that you have a sense of stability, that your significant other won't just like leave you, like there's some sort of contract between you where you know that they're fully committed to you.
Well, people get divorced all the time.
And I do not support, I mean, obviously there's cases where like abusive spouses, that's bad, but like
people get
general,
divorced for a variety of reasons.
And
there
I
could
think
be
that
no abuse in the
marriage
relationship.
makes it harder for that though, at least.
So basically, your argument for marriage is it's basically the state at gunpoint,
like,
saying stay together because it's harder.
No, it's not the same, because you're choosing to do it. Like, yes, obviously there is that aspect, but like you're still choosing to get married even though the government is involved. Like, I would like to be in a relationship where I know I've done everything I can to make sure I'm in a committed relationship for the rest of my life. Like,
So as a woman, you feel more stable. As a man, we feel less stable. I actually think the
you think all men feel like that?
I think if you're married as a man and you're the breadwinner, it necessarily means that that relationship is less stable because there's now a financial incentive for the relationship to end.
$100. Is ghosting, ignoring others, romantic or platonic relationship, ever justifiable, or is there a better way of letting someone know you don't want them in your life and hope they die or go away?
Okay, hold on. We'll answer that really quick. We'll come back to the marriage thing here in just a sec. So, okay. Is ghosting, ignoring others, romantic or platonic? I think it can be justifiable, but if you can let someone know in a diplomatic way that you no longer want to talk to them, I think that's totally fine. Any other thoughts on that?
I agree completely with you.
It depends on how long you've been saying them to. Like, if it was just one date and you're like, actually, I don't really like you. Like,
if it's a early on, I don't need a breakup text. You're good. You can ghost me.
Your case earlier with if they don't show up, ghost them. I don't that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I mean, if you can end something, and I think it's nice of you to do. I don't think you have to do it, but yeah, Madysen.
I said word.
Oh, word.
Word. Based.
Yeah, I mean, like you said though, I think you did make a good point. Obviously, it depends like how long you knew the person.
If you dated somebody for 3 years and you don't want to see them anymore, it'd be kind of really rude to kind of just.
Although I'm sure we could all agree, if there's concern over safety, then it could very well be justified.
Even for that, you could text that in a diplomatic way.
Sure, you could still
or not
probably
even reference that, but just
you could let them know. You know,
Like it might trigger them to do.
I was gonna say
those.
No, I was like, you probably don't want to mention that, but like a simple like 5-sentence word like that communicates we were no longer together. Like I feel like.
And actually, after further thought in the past 5 seconds, you could actually perhaps make an argument that ghosting could actually present a safety concern too, because they might feel disrespected, or they might like show up to your house. What happened? Are you okay? And then, so maybe it's better to just have a conversation, let them know.
It could be simple, like just short, just
let them know.
I had a recent I was respectful. I was like, hey, it's not going to work for me. I think we have a miscommunication problem here. And I would have been so much better off if I just ghosted.
Really?
She was so awful.
Like, how long were you dating this girl?
I mean, it was so casual. It was like a couple times.
She was a nagger?
Not quite. I would just say expected a lot.
Did she want like a 3-hour closure conversation?
I was called the worst person in Los Angeles, and like just
I
saw it and I was like, oh, okay, that sucks.
Really liked you.
Yeah, I mean, I understand she maybe felt hurt about it, but I didn't respond to that.
Well, what if ghosting her meant she like came after you even more though?
That type of woman ghosting her would have been worse.
Yeah,
Speaking
I think.
as
Wait, so was this in person
girl.
or on the phone call?
No, it was
or
a text. It was a text.
Based. Shit, you've been dating for 2 years? Text. Text. No, okay. Thank you for the TTS there. So, okay, going back to the marriage thing.
Can I add something on the marriage thing? Or maybe?
Sure.
I get what she's saying, and 100% you can get a divorce like legally, but I think it's more of like a culture or like honor system in a way, and I think it's applicable for both men and women. It's not the fact that you sign a physical contract, it's not the legality of it, it's the tradition of it, or the fact that you could say we're married.
I feel like it
kind of makes it more committed in a way, but I know legally, you can definitely do that.
Yeah,
but
it's been romanticized.
Culturally, it stands more of like a honor.
But also, like, if someone is willing to like marry you on paper, it probably means they're not planning to leave you. Like, I've dated terrible, awful guys before I met my fiance in high school, where they would like basically manipulate me by being like, oh, I'll stay with you forever, we're gonna get married, all this stuff that, yes, I was gullible to believe, but like you can't like really know you can kind of know, but like for sure when someone like says, I'm gonna marry you, I'm gonna propose to you, we're gonna get married, and actually does it, that's how you know they're really serious. Because unfortunately we do live in a culture where people lie and manipulate others into doing things.
Well, do you think when people get married that they're like they're going into it like thinking it's going to end? Like, can you conceive a world where two people get married, they have the full intention of going the distance, they love each other, the relationship's great, and then maybe something happens?
Oh yeah,
maybe things
definitely
change, and then they get divorced and there was no abuse. Maybe the woman gets bored. Maybe the guy wants to fuck a bunch of chicks in LA. Just kidding. Just kidding. I'm kidding. But like marriage to me, it's like it's two people staying together under threat of a lawsuit from the other.
So what do you?
And usually the man loses.
That is true. So do you have any thoughts around? Let's say if a woman does commit her life to you and being like a good partner and mom or whatever.
Sure.
I mean, theoretically, you could walk away and leave her with no life skills or security, right? Do you believe that that's a moral issue or a legal issue?
I don't think it should.
You don't think the government should get involved at all? There are no guarantees for her if she, you know what I mean? If she sacrificed having a career or whatever. I would say that that's tough.
It is a fair argument. It is a fair argument for alimony, right?
Right.
In a situation where she's completely, in an effort to, help you, she's disregarded pursuing her career. Right. You were the sole breadwinner. She had kids with you. There's conceivable argument that there are some scenarios where alimony is justified.
Right.
But let's say, for example, like the way the law currently is, let's say she got a college degree, and let's say she could re-enter the workforce and get a high 5-figure or even a 6-figure job. The law, as it currently is, she would still be eligible for alimony, despite her earning potential.
I know.
So,
Yeah.
Well, actually, can you tell us a bit about your own experience?
I mean, I made my last alimony payment this month. It was.
You guys were married for 8 years?
Yeah. So in California,
it's half the time you were married.
Unless it goes to 10 years, and then it's indefinite. It's up to the judge.
After 10 years,
yep.
If we had been married,
if we had been married for 10 years, it would be an indefinite amount of alimony up to the judge, and that payment was assessed based on my earnings, of course, but also there were no like stipulations about her needing to work ever. Right, so like those payments are coming out, and like she just doesn't have to work, and she hasn't worked ever. So
and you paid alimony for 4 years.
Yeah,
4 years.
Yep.
Okay.
She didn't work the whole time.
No, not since we even got together. I met her. She got pregnant like 2 months later.
Oh yeah, well,
wow.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Like in the marriage, but like after. Like, is there a reason why she didn't?
I wanted her to be a good mom and just stay, I mean, it's not like she asked me, hey, should I go work? She was like, hey, what do you think about me being a stay-at-home mom? Like, I love it.
But also, like, she left her job, and even though she has like potential to go back in the job market, that's for how many years that is like.
Yeah, look, the only quarrel I really have with what transpired there, like, I'm okay with the alimony, the child support, of course. I mean, even though we are 50-50, and I still, anyway, the hypocritical things that happen, especially in California, like if I had, let's say, bought her a gift, like a watch, and on that same day I bought myself that watch, or a different watch, when we divorce, she gets her watch and half of my watch. And that just doesn't make any sense to me, right, at all.
Community property.
Yeah. Like if I got myself something, like she gets half of it. It's a weird thing, and so.
Interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah, it's odd. And I had that conversation. Like,
how old were you, and how old was she when you guys met?
I was 25, and she was 23.
Had she gotten like a bachelor's degree from college or anything? No college education.
No, just a trade.
What was she like when you met her? Was she working?
She was cutting hair.
Oh, so she. Okay.
We met on an airplane, and she was moving to LA.
She's a hairdresser.
Yeah.
Hairstylist.
Yep.
Well, I mean, that's actually an interesting one because, I mean, the career trajectory, like, if you've been cutting hair for a long enough period of time, like, is that something where, like, there's not like much, what's it called? Like corporate growth, or like you're not
climbing a ladder.
So it's like your income at 30 years of age as a hairstylist probably doesn't differ that much from at 50 years of age.
Yeah.
Assuming you've continued working for that entire duration of time. Yep. Obviously, cost of living over the 20 years, inflation, but like maybe you increase your prices a little bit over that period of time.
You can be a business owner, open multiple storefronts.
But it's like she could jump right, like, that's not like
she could have jumped right back into work.
Once you get divorced, you could jump right back into being a hairstylist.
So like, I'm not sure how much the alimony is, but if you calculate what like an average money she would earn for the 4 years plus some kind of compensation for like taking care of the child and stuff, like does that amount
compensation
like funds money?
I mean, I took care of my kids too. I don't get compensated for it, right?
Okay, let's just like not even like the 4 years of working of what average you would think she would make. Is that more or less of what you paid for the alimony?
No, her settlement was way more than she would have ever earned in her life.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just curious.
Yeah. I'm not saying that I necessarily disagree with it because I was poor when we met also. And so like that buildup was partially attributed to like our relationship and me being able to focus on that while she is a good mom. Like that was important to me. And I'm totally fine with that actually. Yeah.
Sounds like you need a better divorce attorney.
No, we didn't actually hire attorneys. We just did like the mediator.
Oh, okay.
We got one lawyer between us and we agreed on most things. There were just like things like with the watch, the gift. I thought that was kind of not very, I don't like saying fair, but it didn't seem very fair.
Well, it was not fair. Like,
But weren't you also the one who initiated
Yeah.
Okay. So, I mean, I'm not trying to say like, if that is your preference and like you didn't see the relationship going, that's cool. But also like, I feel like whoever is initiating the like divorce or breakup or whatever should kind of like be expecting that you might not get the best situation out of it, but you'll.
I don't hate that perspective about it. Yeah.
What about the women that are initiating divorce?
Right. Yeah. Should they get any alimony?
Yeah.
I mean, I honestly don't even know that much about alimony and stuff, but like to me, whoever.
It's basically a lifestyle tax on the guy. It's like she lived a certain way, and he has to keep that up for her for some number of years.
Right.
Also, still taking care of your children.
Right.
Do you regret getting married?
No, not at all.
Oh. So then what? So what led, like, was it just a dysfunctional relationship and then afterwards you're like, this can't work anymore?
Yeah,
like,
I mean, our kids were little and when we were fighting a lot, and so it was like I was reliving some stuff like when I was a kid, thinking about the promises I made where I was like, I'm never gonna, do this to my kids or whatever. And then I saw that happening and I'm like, all right, I think this is a good, like, and look, to be honest, she's a great person. I would never say anything bad about her, but we are not compatible. And when you have a kid with somebody you've known for a month, it's like, how much do you know somebody after 1 month?
Yeah.
So.
I got a couple questions for you, and if any of these you're not comfortable answering, that's totally fine.
Rorigin donated $100. Fun fact, women instigate 70% of divorces.
Interesting, in it.
Yeah, but when a woman gets divorced, like depending on what age she is, she's probably out of her prime. So to be able to marry back, it is possible, but men have a lot better opportunities for remarriage, and plus like what is considered prime for men is older than women, so they might have already lost their like. I mean, you can remarry, but I feel like that, not that justifies it, but I feel like that.
I mean, if that were the case, why are women? I actually heard the numbers as high as 80% of divorces are initiated by women. But a couple questions for you. So 4 years of alimony, correct? I don't know if you're comfortable sharing the amount. If not, that's
I won't share the exact amount, but I mean, she became a millionaire from our divorce.
Whoa.
So.
She was a hairdresser?
Yeah.
Have you seen Elon Musk's like divorce settlements? Like
no.
He married a woman and then divorced her, and then he had to pay some large amount of money, and then he married her again and then got divorced again. So I was just like, what?
Bro.
I mean, like twice?
I think, honestly, if conservatives want to see more people get married, you gotta fucking rework these fucking bullshit laws.
You want to make it easier for them to get divorced. Basically, it's what you're asking conservatives to do.
No, actually, if there was less of a financial incentive for women to get divorced, perhaps they'd be less likely to do it.
So you're going from like the male perspective. You want to make it easier for men to want to get married and less convenient for a woman to want to get married. Because you're basically saying
it's less convenient for a woman to marry the man she loves because she stands to get less in a divorce. Is that your argument?
No, because why would a woman feel comfortable to become a stay-at-home mom if she knows she's going to be left in the dust if something happens?
How about this? I'll grant you that in certain scenarios where if she genuinely like gives up her career to get married, then there's certainly a case, and to raise children, and she would have otherwise elevated in the corporate world or whatever, and she would have been earning this much, but she didn't. I think there should be some calculus, some sort of mathematical analysis on the basis of what she would have earned, because it's crazy in his situation where you take a hairdresser and he's made her a millionaire.
Well, but
that's ridiculous.
You can't know if she because didn't you say you started off? You both started off with not. I think you said that, right?
Yeah, I was very poor.
Right. So she started off maybe not the same, but like in similar circumstances, and who knows if she might not be likely, but she could have eventually become something big too. Gotta empower women. Just because we're women, we can't do big things.
Nickelodeon donated $100.
Oh, this is a good
Guess
one.
how many
Nick,
of the top 10 women billionaires are self-made?
Nick, or Google this.
Most are from divorce or inherited. Men value love. Women love value.
Interesting. That's good. Nickelodeon, that's a good one. Okay, wait. So I actually going back to one of my earlier conversations with I was asking, so what do men get from marriage that they can't get from a long-term monogamous committed relationship? And I think you said, well, the stability of the relationship.
Correct.
And I was making the point before TTS came in that, well, is it more stable for the relationship? Because I would argue that it could actually be more stable for the relationship to not give women this big incentive to get divorced, which is a financial incentive. So the incentive for her to stay in the divorce, mind you, 80% of divorces are initiated by women, would be to continue receiving the provider benefits of her husband.
To be clear, I don't think that women should take advantage of a divorce and like intentionally steal amount of money, but I do think that those.
Do you think his situation was fair?
I don't
You'd
know
have to
enough.
review
Yeah,
the case.
yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well, you don't think, well, that may be all well and good, but let's say there's a perfectly innocent and well-intentioned and perhaps naive woman. Divorce is a rather complicated legal process, isn't it?
Sorry.
Is divorce a complicated legal process?
Of course.
Do you need an attorney for that?
Usually, yes.
Okay. Now, let's assume she's even a Christian woman, a devout Christian woman, but let's assume her attorney isn't. What's the purpose of an attorney? To make money, right? Like as a career path.
Basically, yeah.
They're desirous of making money. Now, question for you. I don't know if it's like billed hourly. Is there ever a scenario where like the more money, like the attorney can get some of the money?
Yeah, so they generally will work on either contingency, where they take a third of everything, or they bill you hourly against a retainer.
But so in divorce proceedings, they can work on contingency.
So if I had my own attorney and she had her own, which that's not the path we went down.
Right. Okay.
Then her attorney would have taken a third of her settlement.
So the attorney has a financial incentive to siphon as much money from you as possible. Yeah. And additionally, if you did have an attorney, you would have had to pay for her attorney and your own attorney, correct?
Yeah, because all the funds.
And then
came
their
from
billable hours. The more hours they work, they can bill if they're being paid hourly. So then, even if the woman that you marry is a devout Christian woman, if she goes to an attorney whose job it is to siphon as much money as possible from the husband, and who perhaps is unscrupulous in their lawyering, well, you get fucked anyways, regardless of how pious or
I'm not
devout
saying that's
your
a good
wife
thing.
is.
I'm not saying I support that system. It's unfortunate, but like I just think the underlying issue is that people are going into marriage thinking what can they get out of it, and a real loving marriage is about what can I give to this other person. And I think that's why our culture is so self-focused. That's like it's honestly sad. Like I asked someone like, what is your purpose? They're like, I don't know, I guess just pleasure. And so we're seeing like this and marriages, people are getting divorced because it's all about them, and it's not about. And I'm not saying you should stay with someone that's abusive, but I do think that this self-focused culture is contributing to higher divorce rate, or just people not even getting married at all, because it's all about what they can get out of life and what they can get out of the other person, instead of what unconditional love can they show to them. And so
there's no such thing as unconditional love.
Just gonna say that.
There's no such thing.
From God there is, but
I was about to say God. Don't forget about God.
Okay.
Jesus died for the people that killed him. So
on the earthly plane.
Yeah, and then he sent them straight to hell. So I don't know how much I want to be loved by
he
that.
offered them eternal life.
Wait, so just to bring it back to the original argument. So your position was that marriage incentivizes, it makes it harder to get divorced, or it makes it harder
and
to
I don't support
split up.
I know that the divorce process is messed up. I'm not saying I agree with all of that, but I do like that there are systems in place that discourage you from getting married, or from getting divorced. Sorry, not getting married.
No, but it doesn't really discourage women at all. Well, perhaps the process is more complicated, but if there's a financial incentive.
Well, I don't think there should be a financial incentive.
There
like
is,
I don't
though.
like if a woman is a stay-at-home mom, even if she's going to make a little bit of money out of it, I don't think she's going to want to get out of a marriage if it means she's going to have to go to work for the rest of her life.
Like I get
they
what
do all the
she's
time.
saying,
Women initiate.
And I think that's bad. Like if a woman is trying to abuse a divorce, that's terrible. And we should do more.
But let's say the woman isn't even. She still has amicable feelings towards her soon-to-be ex-husband. She's going to get a lawyer
who's going to have issues.
And
right,
then,
that's wrong
and
too.
not only that, if we're talking about religion, when it comes to divorce, your religion is not going to the religion is not going to oversee the divorce. The state does.
Right. But and again, I'm not saying that it's good that anyone is being taken advantage of, whether it be by the legal system or by the wife. Either way, it's bad. I just think that there should be something in place to give women financial security so that they can sleep at night in their marriage and not have to worry about their husband waking up in the morning and leaving them and never seeing them again. And not.
I mean, that's far more rare than women leaving.
I'm not saying it isn't, but I think that either way, it's wrong either way. And that's why marriage is great, is because when I get married in July, I can go happily to sleep every night and not have to worry that my husband will just leave me.
Does your husband have money?
Yes. I mean,
are you signing a prenup?
No.
Sign it. Get it.
But also, it's not that marriage as an institution or as a culture is the problem. If you look at different countries, I don't know, like Iran, India, or different countries that do have the same cultural emphasis on marriage and staying in those committed relationships, you see a lot lower divorce rates. And I'm not saying that all the relationships that do stay married are perfect. I'm just saying that the cultural aspect, social media, and the way people are just interacting on what is cool and what is hip, or normalizing divorces even in TikTok and media, is kind of the root cause of everything. So it's not that. So I think that's why I think her and her husband would probably be very successful as a couple, because they probably don't really are not influenced by the media or the ways culturally in the 2024.
Well, we can check in 20 years and see how it's going. But
I'll come back.
And we're talking a lot about women's security. What about men's security? Men are so often ignored in this conversation. But
So
boys,
what do you need
don't
for
get
your
married.
security?
Don't get married. What?
What are your security requirements? What is it that?
Oh, my security is us not getting married.
A woman.
We're not getting. That's my security.
So what are you
no
looking
marriage.
for in a relationship? Just bullet points.
What? That's a totally.
Not marriage.
Yeah,
This is a great dating talk.
I'm just the reason why I'm asking you is because I'm pretty sure whatever you list, some of it you would want some kind of security on it. Maybe it's a monogamous intimacy partner. So
and how does marriage guarantee me any of those things?
Like I said, it doesn't guarantee it. You can still get divorced, but it's kind of like an honor system, or the way it's
honor system.
It deters you from getting divorced.
It's not that it guarantees
No,
it, but
here's
you
what-
know,
okay.
it's just the way people feel.
deters
When they're
men.
Like, oh my gosh, I got married,
no,
and they
no.
feel more committed into it than somebody else.
It deters women too.
No,
like a lot of women,
no.
like outside of the financial reasons, a lot of people don't want to get divorced because it's
Like
it's awkward. Like no
or
one wants. Like
Yeah,
it's
It's awkward.
stigma.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
stopping a lot of the
And I'm not necessarily
awkwardness.
saying we should shame divorced people, but like there is like
the pomp and
Are you saying we
circumstance of having like a wedding and like your family and friends show up,
Right,
like it's a
especially
whole thing.
reputation-wise, because
yeah,
like
it creates a community to support a marriage, and it's uplifting and it's good.
Like, let's just say you were in a relationship and it was everything you want, just not a marriage.
Mayanotton donated $100.99. Sorry, also Woos was my wife, Brian.
What? That
Okay.
Okay.
Woos, is that like a song or something? I mean, sorry, man. I'll take a look at it on my end, but I might not be able to.
Ryan, if you even if you don't get like married and stay eyes, if you like found yourself in a committed relationship, would you like want like a fake wedding where like it's not anything,
wedding?
like where you're
Like
like
a ceremony.
pledging yourself to
That's so
someone?
expensive.
How much
But
is
it's
that?
it's
50,000? No,
You
I'm
could do a
good.
cheap wedding.
What's a cheap wedding to you?
It's subjective, but I mean, you could do one for like $100.
You go to Vegas.
Go to Vegas.
Yeah, you go to
That's
Vegas. But like, or do a fun one.
Save your money.
No.
Have you
no.
been to weddings? They're amazing. They're fun. You can come to mine if you want. Just kidding.
Oh my God, he's invited?
Nah, probably
You can
not
come. There won't
after
be
our
any
little back
abortion
and
tools,
forth.
I promise.
Wait, there won't be any what?
There won't be any abortion tools, I promise.
Oh, thank you.
Probably.
I was
Yeah.
gonna say, I don't know.
She fucking goes up to the altar. The fucking priest.
Baby together.
Like her
wondering why I gathered you all
vows.
today.
Her vows. And I promise to always pull out abortion tools at the most inopportune times,
No,
like
you
during
should-
my wedding.
I bring them everywhere. It's
I believe
actually
It's my wedding.
my
Check
dress
out
doesn't
this
have
clamp
pockets.
and miniature baby.
Does anyone think you're like
And then
really strange for that?
instead of throwing the flower,
sure, yeah.
I brought him on my speaking tour, and I like
Damn.
spoke at a podium, and I like whipped him out in the middle, and people were like,
The right.
I was gonna say instead of like you throwing what's it called when you throw the bouquet, you throw the little miniature baby.
Oh my.
terrible.
I hope I catch it.
People eat them, so that wouldn't be the worst thing to happen. We've had 6 of those fetal models eaten this past year. And that's we've had
Madysen.
we've had legit people swallow them.
Sorry, that's
Oh, so we can have one of those on.
That's
but-
not the right baby. That's kind of crazy.
That's the wrong baby.
I actually got
This is
canceled
his
for
show,
holding that
so
baby.
Really?
he's
Wow.
like deciding the rules.
All right,
I
Madysen,
guess.
chuck it like a bouquet.
Oh,
Backwards.
behind her?
There?
What?
Actually, wait, maybe that's a bad idea. Just like do a gentle one so it just falls. No, don't
like a
throw
little-
it. No, don't throw it to Nick. Just make it fall
tongue
like
out
on
over
the ground behind you. Without. Holy fuck, bro! That fucking baby came out of nowhere. Wait, Gustavo, catch.
This is a good catch.
Sweet, dude. That
That's
was
still
dope.
better than what happens in
Here,
abortions, so.
This is why she thinks we're all evil. I just want to.
All right, Maddie.
I mean, we
Actually,
are I do love all of you. though.
Julie, can I have you read these chats?
Sure. Okay. There is a reason there is a 50% divorce rate. Women become unhappy easily. There is a comfort in knowing your partner isn't going to leave is pure nonsense.
I think there's an incentive for men to stay. There's an incentive for women to leave. Financially.
But also, you're like under the interpretation of women only think about money and like.
I didn't say that.
I mean, if you stay with
Like-
them, you get all their money. So
I'm just
I mean,
saying.
there's a
like,
reason that the stats are like 70, 80% are
Right.
initiated. Women typically are, I mean, if they have the security of getting financially taken care of and they're looking for a better option and they find it, then they get the best of both worlds. I mean, that's a sad situation for the guy. And that's the vast majority of divorces.
Yeah. We have
You
Julie.
think the vast majority of divorces are women trying to take advantage of their husbands?
No, the vast majority initiated by women because
Oh.
they have generally found a better option.
Like, what do you mean a better option?
come
Like,
back.
Women are always looking for their best possible mate.
so you're saying that all of those women-initiated divorces are because they found a better guy?
Or thought that they could get something better. They didn't generally do it because
that
they
based
want to
on
be
a
sitting
study?
alone. Yeah, I mean that's.
All these women or most of them getting divorces are getting them because they are like, oh, I can find a better guy.
Why
out
else are
there.
they doing it? But you think that
If-
all of them are
not-
from abusive relationships? Or
Not
what?
abusive, but like dysfunctional relationships.
What's dysfunctional?
Like infidelity.
They get bored.
Or bored. I was going to say it's boring,
They
maybe.
get bored.
Or, just not exciting.
Yeah, like fighting, infidelity, anything like that.
We have a cohort of women here. Let's go around the table on this. So I think none of you married, but you've all been in relationships. Perhaps those relationships have ended. Just curious so two things. Here, I'll go around twice, actually. More often than not, have you ended things with a guy? And again, this could be like you've been dating for 3 years or 3 weeks.
I only had one boyfriend, and I ended.
You ended it? What about you?
They ended.
They ended it?
Mm-hmm.
How many times?
That 5-year relationship.
5-year relationship, he ended it? Mm-hmm. Okay.
Both of mine were mutual.
Mutual? What about you?
They were just kind of like, I was moving around in different cities, so it was just like either way, it wasn't going to work out, and I don't do long distance, so.
Okay.
I don't know.
I think I already went, but I ended.
You ended?
Yeah.
Both of them?
Yeah.
Okay.
I had one boyfriend prior to Frankie, and I ended it.
What about you?
My past relationships were barely even relationships. They were just disasters of guys giving me attention and thinking that it was love. And so I don't even really honestly know who ended it. It just like ended up with me sneaking out and sneaking back in and crying, and it was bad. I'd really bad.
What do you mean sneaking out?
So I was really sheltered growing up. So this is all back in high school because I met my current fiance in high school.
Again? Sorry.
How old am I?
Yeah.
I'm 21.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm young. But so I was really sheltered, and I had like a bad experience where my parents like caught me dating someone in middle school, so I never talked to them about any relationships after that. To clarify, I love my parents, but I was like terrified of talking to them about relationships, and so I hid everything from them. And in high school, y'all are gonna think this is really weird. So I was like sheltered to the point where I wasn't allowed to have, like, they tracked my phone and stuff like that. And for Christmas, I opened my stocking and there's a slip that says, "You get Snapchat." Like, oh my god.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I was that really sheltered girl.
Word.
And I like thought it was like this innocent app where I could add like anyone I knew, and they wouldn't, no guy would ever ask anything terrible of me on there, right? And I was just like really naive and thought that if a guy was giving me attention, that it meant that he loved me. And so I started talking to these guys in high school, and they were pressuring me, and, "Oh, you're not losing your virginity, you can do this, that," and ended up sneaking me out of my house, like from the second story of my house. I'm not even kidding. In the middle of the night before my parents would know. And they would like drive me to their house and like pressure me into, it was bad. And like one of them was even like pushing, not abusive, but pushing. And it was just really, it was awful. And it like every single time I would do it, I would like, it was almost like a mental competition. Like I could make him love me. And then I always just ended up feeling more empty. And so I would end up like crying, sneaking back into my house, and it was awful. And luckily I did meet my fiance as a friend during that time in a really weird online way, and thought nothing would come out of it. And it took me giving all that up and rededicating my life to Christ and putting my identity in Christ and not male attention that really changed
Who
my
broke
life.
up with who?
That's the thing, I don't even remember. Sorry, I like really went off. Sorry, I gave you my whole life story, but I don't even know. It was more like,
Oh my
he would
God,
just,
who the hell cares?
we like would just like fight, and he would just say awful things about me, and then
So you dated
drop
what,
me
3
off.
guys? 3 guys?
I mean, I talked to a lot of guys. There were only like 2 more serious ones, but again, it was like nothing official.
So wait, 2 more serious ones?
Yeah.
Who ended it?
I don't. This was.
She went. It was you. Just say it was you.
No, it wasn't. It really wasn't. I think it was more so him. It was me like just being distraught, like knowing that it would end, and then him just like never talking to me again. It was pretty awful.
Matt, of the girls you've dated, more often than not, are you ending things, or is the girl ending things?
Usually me. I'd say.
Oh, look at this
every
Chad over here.
time.
Look at this fucking legend over here. My own experience, more often than not, and I've heard from a lot of men on this, it does seem to be the case that in divorce, but also even in relationships, women, more often than not, end relationships.
Yeah. For the same reasons, probably.
You always pose your questions, though, every time someone said, "Oh, I broke up with my ex," or whatever. You're like, "Why'd he break up with you?" That's how you always.
Oh, that's just memes.
Oh, he's
That's just
funny
memes.
guy.
But it is interesting that women often say that men are scared of commitment, men are commitment phobic, but when you finally do get commitment, whether in a long-term relationship or marriage, it occurs to me that generally speaking, women tend to overwhelmingly end these relationships, whether marriage or long-term. Let's see, we have a couple chats here we need to get through.
Julie?
Wait, did I? Julie, can you read this one? J-Dog, you got this.
Okay. To mirror what... sorry, how do I say your name? Is that not you?
Nickelodeon. Nickelodeon.
Wait, go.
Oh, I thought it was you. My bad. Okay, to mirror what Nickelodeon said, 98 of the top 100 world's richest women in 2014 got their wealth by divorcing their husbands. Only 2 earned it themselves.
Oh, I think we read that one. My bad.
Figure.
Nick, did you have that pulled up?
I pulled up something different. Do you want me to try and find that one?
I think there's like some list that's like how the richest people got their wealth, and it compares men, women. If you can find it, that's fine. Julie, can you read this one?
The stability of future generations is what men get from marriage, Brian. The woman that will be 65 and surrounded by cats will have a counterpart, and that's going to be lonely men in a lost society.
Again, so let's say societally speaking, we did away with marriage. You could have the same exact familial structure, monogamy, staying together for the rest of your life. You don't need marriage for that. So the stability of future generations has nothing to do with marriage.
There's more stability in a marriage, though.
I would argue there's less stability. There's more stability for the woman, less stability for the man.
So it's all about you and the relationship?
Yes, actually it is. Yes, it is all about me.
This is why society is failing.
Yeah.
Because we're all very self-seeking.
Vice versa. We're all just worried about ourselves. Not willing to make compromises.
Okay, I'm being a little facetious here. But yes,
tell us the truth.
That's what everybody does. Yes, you are looking out for your best interest. I'm looking out for my... Yeah, okay, you can cap. At least I can stand up and say, yes, I am self-interested. You can lie.
I think that I am sometimes, but that doesn't mean I have to exclusively be self-interested. Like, if I'm in an abusive relationship, I'm not going to stay in it to please him. Like, I'm going to leave because that's not safe for me. But there's a healthy balance of caring for others and putting others before yourself. And I think that's a huge value that is lacking in society, where we're putting ourselves above others. And I don't think that's good.
I'm just failing to see how, like, this self-interest component has anything to do when it comes to marriage.
Because your whole argument is that because it's not financially great for you, you're going to refuse to get involved with it, even though it might be better for your wife. And I don't necessarily...
Yeah, that's right. Call me selfish if you want.
Okay.
People are going to always prioritize themselves. That's
not
the nature.
Always. That's such a pessimistic look on life.
Everything you do, even the selfless things, are still self-serving.
I agree when you're not a Christian.
Even when you're a Christian, because you've chosen that you want that lifestyle, you want to follow Christ. That's a desire that you have.
No, it's selfless because I'm choosing to live my life for God. For instance, there are some times where I have thoughts where I want to do things for myself, or I want to go and.
But ultimately, what do you want? To be a good follower of Christ. So
right. Well, it's not always. Being a Christian is not easy. Like, there are days when I'm like, wow, everyone is out there partying, and I feel like really lame that I'm not going to do that.
Because you would rather be a good Christian.
Not necessarily because not even because my desires are asking that, but because Christ has transformed my heart and to choosing Him. It's not me when I choose to do something good. It's not me and myself that's choosing it. It's God working through me that's allowing me to choose to do good.
I understand. I was raised religious. I was Christian like most of my life.
Are you an atheist now? Or agnostic?
I would say more agnostic. Like I'm sort of on the fence about what is.
I was trying to gauge earlier because I don't think you even said if you're pro-life or pro-choice, and I was like, is he just playing devil's advocate?
I do that sometimes.
Yeah,
I've seen too many things like I just don't feel like religion in general. It doesn't make enough sense. And there are things that change in religion where the Bible is supposed to be like never changing. And these new interpretations, like if you see churches in Hollywood,
Oh yeah, those are messed up. Like I think that everything should be based on the Bible, and it sucks that people are lying and saying that.
But I mean, that's religion for the last 2,000 years. It's always changed to adapt.
That might be religion,
to
but
society.
that might be the people in the religion, but that's not Christianity itself. Like yes, the church is broken. Like the people in the church are broken, but that doesn't mean that faith is broken.
I mean, I get you, but there are so many different passages that conflict with one another. That
all right.
Anyway,
yeah, got it. We'll move on. We've lingered on the marriage thing for a long time. In a sec, I'll just say that me and Matthew here, we're businessmen. You know we're businessmen because you find us at our places of business. And as a businessman, we don't sign contracts that don't benefit us. Therefore,
that's true.
Therefore, no marriage for the boys.
Okay, boys.
No marriage for the boys.
Again.
What's up?
Ever again.
Okay.
I don't care either way. Me personally, if my partner didn't want marriage, I'd be like, fine.
I don't know that I want to get married.
Go off.
The only type of
Bother you
woman.
at all? I don't want to bother changing my last name. That is such a hassle.
You don't have to change your last name.
I just want to say one thing. The only type of woman I would ever get married to, she has to be bipolar, BPD, MPD. She's got to be like everything, bro, like an amalgamation of all the...
Just AD what Dino donated $100. More men have died in war, but more women have destroyed men's hearts. Truth.
Based.
Don't let him hurt you, bro.
See, I think the thing is, if there's a woman with good like morals who believes in making a promise to something higher, then maybe she wouldn't be your life partner if you weren't willing to marry her.
But here's the thing, right? So anybody, man or a woman, but let's say in this example, women always reserve the right to change their mind at any time. You could marry her and she has these values and she could switch up. A woman reserves the right at any time to become a feminist and divorce SAU.
SAU?
SAU?
What?
Don't worry about it. Don't worry. I'm just saying.
Is the SA.
You reserve the right at any moment to change up. And yeah, you know. Okay, but let's move on. We got a few more pre-show notes here, and I'm gonna try to wrap soon.
So in like 2 hours.
Okay, going back to Kylie here and some of your pre-show notes. Oh gosh, okay. Andrew said he would instant divorce if he found out his soon-to-be wife had a past or slept with someone else before, but I think once you've bonded with someone, it's less likely.
That's the same point I made before about like if you met somebody that you really thought could be a great partner, is the woman not, and say she was seeing somebody already, and then was like, okay, this guy is actually the person that I want to be with. She's not necessarily gonna tell him right away.
Oh, you're saying, is this directed towards me? Because
I'm just saying like in general, like women like.
Okay, because I've made the statement that if I meet a girl and she's currently sleeping with another guy, I don't care how hot she is, I don't care if she's great personality, whatever, 100% a deal breaker for me if when I meet her she's fucking another dude.
Correct, yeah.
So is your position, well, like, hold on, no, actually...
Like, what if a girl was sleeping with a guy that she thought, like, she could see herself with, but then all of a sudden you go out on a date with her and she's, like, head over heels.
Why is she going on a date with me if she's fucking another dude? Yeah. That's my values anyways. Yeah. Now, I realize that that's how it... Unfortunately. That's how it goes down. Yeah. People are sleeping with multiple people, dating multiple people. But my personal thing is, if you want to date me, one, if we're on a first date and you're fucking another dude, I'm done. I don't want anything to do with you. If you want a second date with me and say preferably you're proper single, you're not fucking in therapy, like dealing with the trauma from your past dude, you haven't even dated in like recent memory. You want a second date, the other dudes have to be a wrap if there's even other dudes, preferably not.
It makes sense. I definitely get that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, are you just so phenomenal on your first date that she's like, fuck everyone else?
No, I don't. Yeah. And here's the crazy thing. I don't think you need to be some exceptional individual for this to be your standard. Like, I don't think you need to be like this titan of whatever it is, you know, whether it's your personality or your status, for you to prefer to date a woman that's not currently having sex with other men or even dating other men. I think it's a reasonable standard for anybody to have, to want to date someone who's properly single, because I don't want that sort of lingering baggage and like you're a fence sitter and you're not that into me. Like me personally, I like girls. I don't want
like an intense, like,
I don't want her to be a stalker. I don't want her to be a stalker, but I want her to like have real, like, cause I've been on the fence. I've been on both sides. Like I've dated girls who are kind of like, low interest. They're probably like dating other dudes, whatever. And then I've had girls who are like really fucking like me, and it's night and day.
Yeah.
And I don't want.
Did that happen like right away when you first started dating them, or did it develop over some time?
Sometimes it's developed.
Yeah.
But I've had it where it's been pretty quick. Yeah. And it's just, there's no going back. Once you've had that level of like treatment and interest from a woman, I don't want to deal with some fence sitter who's like, let me date 3 other guys while I'm dating you, and maybe by the 7th date, maybe like I'll, you know, it's just, I don't want it. I'm gonna come into your life like a fucking wrecking ball, Miley Cyrus shit. Miley Cyrus, only eyes for you.
So you hold yourself to the same standard.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, okay.
Pretty much.
You're a romantic.
Yeah, that's completely
I'm a romantic
fair.
guy.
Yeah.
So if the Bachelor reached out and they were like, "Let's do a show,"
Bachelor,
like or I don't know,
he can't get married.
No, I'm just trying to like ask a question, like, because your way of dating is basically you want to like meet somebody, and the persons you're meeting, you don't want them to like have
it's a fucking whirlwind, son.
Right.
I'm in. Boom. I fucking like you. What's up? What's that? Do you guys know that scene from Glengarry Glen Ross? A, B, C. A, always B, B, C, closing. Always be closing. Always be close. Okay, God, sorry. This is like, they, of course,
nobody here seen it?
Of course, Zoomers don't know Glengarry Glen Ross.
Are we the only people who've seen that movie?
Boomer shit.
Okay.
We're not cool like that.
Guess not.
It's fuck or walk. Wait, what does he say? Not literally fuck, but like,
I was like, okay.
Have you made your decision for Christ?
Yes.
So she's the only one who answers. Yeah.
Okay. You said it's like a magnet. As soon as I start pulling away, actually, no, that's not that interesting. Disagreements. Sternum tattoos are the new tramp stamp.
So just like any sternum tattoo, or the ones that look like chandeliers?
Oh.
Yeah. So I've said this on the podcast. I think sternum tattoos are the tramp stamp of the 20s or the 10s also.
That's a pretty good observation.
It kind of is.
I've seen a lot of those, and I never have seen those before.
Yeah, and they're kind of like sheep. They're a bit sheepish. Like, how many
I know exactly. Like when you say it looks like a chandelier, it's like this
like
Tulum type of look.
Yeah,
like it's always a triangle.
There's like little things
just
like dangling.
Do you like tattoos at all?
No.
So what's your take on the sternum tattoo? Because you like tattoos.
On me, I like tattoos.
You don't like them on other women?
I mean, I like
minimal.
Yeah, minimal. Like I would say, you know, there's a line between artsy and ghetto and prison type tattoos. You know,
tattoo for me, it's not a deal breaker, but it's the scope and scale of it. So if she's like super blasted,
right?
But if she's got like a little heart tattoo on her ankle, I'm not tripping. If she's got a couple tattoos here and there, it's not 100% deal breaker, but the more blasted she gets, I'm
Less
like,
of a chance she got.
I'm like,
red flag.
How many dudes have you fucked? That's what I'm thinking.
Really? That's what you're thinking? That's where your mind goes to?
Yes.
Okay.
That's what I go to.
I think that's what his mind goes to no matter what.
How many dudes is she fucking? Her hair's curled?
Is there a ceiling for you?
Ceiling?
Yeah, like an upper
body
limit.
count?
Yeah, where if you find out, even if you like her and you find out and you're like, oh, I can't.
Even if you really likes her?
The lower the better. I'll just say that. The lower the better.
What if you like? What's the max that like you find out after you are really invested and like her?
It's hard. I don't have like a specific number.
You said like double digits before.
Like answer the question.
Like it's okay.
I think like over. I mean, I'm definitely like is she really wifey if it's over 10?
But you don't want to marry, so.
Well, wifey as in like.
It's a state of mind.
State of mind.
Does her age play into that for you? Age? She's 35 and has.
Yeah, like if she's. You know, like just as an example. No, I can't do it. I'm sorry.
Just do it.
Like, actually, you know, like 8 at 18.
Who are we looking at?
It's a little concerning.
Like, I raise a bit of an eyebrow. I'm curious, you know, it's a bit. Although I will say this. Catheter, thank you for the 20 memberships. I will look. In defense of Madysen here. In defense of Madysen.
Are you the 8 at 18?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. You're like, yeah.
Her father disowned her. Never mind. Just kidding. Just kidding. Living in Santa Barbara, college town, party town. Maddie can probably attest to this. These girls be fucking.
These girls. They do be fucking.
They be fucking. And like,
the first girl
it sounds crazy. Oh, go ahead.
The first girl I ever met in Santa Barbara, like, told me her body count right off the bat. Same exact age as me, same grade. She goes 23.
That's crazy. I'm not gonna lie.
That's like 3 times as much. Oh, whoops. Yeah. I met an 18 or 19-year-old girl. I forget exactly. 100. Her body count was 100.
Was she like a?
Wasn't that on the show?
No, she wasn't on the show. Just this girl I met.
Is that a lie?
No, she was 100%. She was fucked up.
Where did you meet this girl?
If you don't see anything morally wrong with it, and if it's not like something you...
Loose Pussy Energy donated $100.
Oh no.
Maddie's got 8 bodies, with 8 back shotties, who's got more bodies than John Gotti's. She thinks about it on the dailies and has brought great shame to her families. Change your ways, ladies. Number 8 at 18.
They also say that
LP.
every age I go up, they add 1. So.
Just one?
Yeah, I guess.
When did
I
you
have
start?
a boyfriend.
At 10?
Oh my.
Joke.
She's
Look,
19 now, though,
look,
right?
Yeah,
in
yeah.
her
Should I give, like, a
defense,
real answer?
I don't think
I've
it's
heard
crazy.
some crazy shit.
I think it's crazy.
Well, do you just
Honestly,
say that
I
because
didn't
people
start.
say that to you?
No. I didn't start caring about body count until like I met my current boyfriend.
Because he cares about it?
He fixed
No,
her.
not because he cares about it. Because like, I don't know. You realize when you love someone, they have a high body count.
Well, they say you have to either be her first or her best. And as long as you're one of those, you're okay. It doesn't really matter.
I agree with you.
Yeah.
But what's your body count? This is.
I don't know.
You don't know, or you don't
panel, you know?
say?
No, I don't know it.
It's that many?
It's a lot. I don't know it. I don't count.
But where did you meet this girl, Brian? This
Tinder.
18-year-old.
Tinder.
18-year-old girl.
Come on.
Yeah, on Tinder.
How did that come up?
This was like
She openly. Wait.
4 years
did
ago.
you meet her
This
in
was a long
person?
time ago. Huh?
Met her in person?
Yes, we did. Went on a date. She seemed cool at first, but she told me about some of her past. We didn't hook up. Yeah, she told me.
Wow.
We didn't hook up, nothing like that, but
That is crazy.
yeah.
You can't be looking for a girlfriend on Tinder.
Yeah, I don't have dating apps anymore.
Oh, you don't? How do you meet girls now? They come on your show.
I'm a man of God.
You're married to Jesus.
I'm a man of God. But no, look, okay, with Madysen's thing, look, some of these girls will be putting up like 20, 30, 40 their first freshman year of
I know a lot.
college. Hopefully not high school. Jesus Christ. That's okay. Wait, going back to sternum tattoos. Did you want to fight me on this? You got a sternum tattoo? Is that it?
You have a sternum.
Oh, is it a chandelier?
Wait,
It's
into
just-
the mic.
It says breathe.
Wait, don't fucking
Careful,
pop that
careful.
shit out, bro. What the fuck? Keep that shit in there. Okay. It says breathe. Wait, scoot into the table.
Yeah, it says breathe in Sanskrit, so it's just like in the center
Breathe
of
and
your
sing.
heart.
That's some yoga shit if I ever fucking heard it.
Yeah. So like, when you're chest and you get anxiety, you can be like, breathe.
You gotta like look down at your shit.
You
Like,
gotta remind
oh,
yourself.
fuck.
Wait, is it backwards? So when you look in a mirror, you can read it
Yeah.
properly. It is.
Who here has a sternum tattoo?
I'm just kidding. Sorry.
Oh, rip.
I thought about it.
Yeah.
No tattoos, Julie?
I don't like tattoos.
Not anymore.
But yeah, to answer Maddie's question, not a deal breaker, but prefer. Like, I don't think most guys are like, I'd like her more if she had more tattoos.
Some
I don't
guys
think
are
that-
like that. Some guys really like
No,
tattoos.
some guys
It's
do.
true.
Like
It's a specific niche for sure, but speaking of majority.
I'd agree. Majority
Generally
of them,
speaking, probably.
Like, no
And
guys like, I wish she had more. She'd be hotter with more tattoos.
You can't say no guy
With a
because I've
sternum
gotten a
tattoo.
lot of
Yes,
comments
there's
that,
guys who
like,
have like a fetish or whatever, but
I do
gotta
feel like
educate
it gives
it.
like it makes a conversation piece too. Like it makes you easily like either people look at you longer, so then you have more of a interaction with them, or
I
they have a
avert
reason
my
to come up
eyes.
and talk to you about it.
if she has tattoos, I'm like demon woman. It's like the
Wait,
holy grail.
do you think it looks
Indiana
like
Jones.
dirty or like?
Huh?
It's
Wait,
like
Like, what do you
wearing
think of it? Like,
clothes.
do you think it looks like dirty or?
I want to get.
I think-
I want to get a World of Warcraft tattoo, like very small. Like, what about that?
It means you fucked a lot of guys, Kirby.
Yeah, clearly.
The wow tattoo, that's great.
I feel like it'd be kind of trashy to get a
No,
World
no, no.
of
But
Warcraft.
that's the thing. It depends on what it is.
What's the question, Madison? Ignored.
Like what do you think about it? Like, do you think it looks dirty or just like not super modest of a woman to get a bunch of tattoos or even like very minimal tattoos?
Well, I wonder why. Like, what's the is
Because
it,
they think
is
they're
it an
cool.
aesthetic thing? But
Yeah, honestly.
some people get tattoos because it's like can be an indicator. Not always, but it can be an indicator of trauma.
Like I
especially
always
in
thought
women.
tattoos were cool. My dad is tatted from like neck down.
Mm.
So I always thought it was just like a cool thing, and my sisters and I, we always grew up like thinking tattoos were super
Does your
cool.
mom have tattoos?
No, none.
Do you have brothers?
No.
Okay.
But also tattoos are permanent. I don't know. Like if I love like a bag or a jacket that I wear like long time, but at some point I'm like, okay.
I mean, there's
done with
lasers.
it.
You can remove stuff.
I don't know.
Are
Like, do you ever
attracted.
like look at your tattoos like, wow, I'm kind of tired of it.
Men
Never.
are attracted
No.
to
You don't want to put a bumper sticker on a Bentley.
exactly,
Yes.
Madison.
I have
Exactly.
tattoos, so
That's
I
what Kim
can-
Kardashian said. That was
Didn't she also get like a lip tattoo though? Like
no, that's
recently?
Kendall.
Here we got
Sometimes you put a
another.
bumper
Moving
sticker.
on.
Ones go away really
Moving
quick.
on.
And it's like inside.
Not yet. Actually, guys, go to twitch.tv/whatever. Drop us a follow. Guys, if you're watching, we got 1,200 watching on Twitch. Do me a favor, guys. Just hit the follow. Hit the follow on Twitch. Also, any primes in the chat? Any Twitch primes in the chat? Thank you, guys. Appreciate it. Also, Clips. Subscribe to our Clips channel. Guys, we're trying to get to 1 million subscribers. Guys, we're so close. Help me get the 1 million plaque, just like this one that we have here, except it's bigger and brown-ish. Gold. So, wait, okay. Your other disagreement, past drug use is a deal breaker.
Yeah, so I definitely was doing drugs when I was dating, when I was around my ex, partying with people, doing college. And I think that people can definitely change. So I found yoga and completely changed my lifestyle and my habits and the places that I put myself in. And I think that everybody is like should be given a second chance to start over, to not be judged by like maybe a mistake or a situation that happened to them.
Well, okay. So this I always get confused by this term judge. So what if I, for example, you used to do heroin. What's that? Oh, you're telling us what you did?
No. I was saying like for you, it's your preference, right?
But like, because I feel like a lot of times when people bring up the judgment thing, you would also agree that people are free to have their preferences.
I agree.
So I personally think that drug use, past or present, is a deal breaker. Is that a judgment? I would not date somebody without saying anything about who they are or they're a terrible person. Let's say I don't say they're a terrible person. I just say I would not date somebody who, past or present, was addicted to drugs, for example.
Like,
is that a judgment or a
definitively,
preference?
like you would say for sure that would never happen.
I mean, there's perhaps it could be some outlier scenario where she's like amazing and maybe it's possible, but I'm leaning very much towards if you were previously addicted to heroin, yes, I would not date you.
So I think it's just something that a lot of people all over the country have dealt with or been around.
Not arguing about that.
And
terrible thing.
I
wouldn't date them.
That's
not
fine.
optimal.
That's your prerogative.
Suboptimal.
Yeah,
Suboptimal.
Exactly.
Suboptimal dating choice.
I agree. I think that's fine for you. I just don't. I don't think that.
What?
I don't think
we should preclude them from date, like as partners.
They should still be allowed to date.
I didn't say that.
Of course.
But I think it's a suboptimal dating choice. And I advise men not to date those women. And I personally, in my own dating life, would choose not to date those a woman.
Would you also advise women to the same thing? To not?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would, yeah.
You've done it before. Last time we were on it, you said the same thing. Don't date a drug addict.
It's not like this double standard thing where it's like, well, men, you need to have really high standards for women, and women, you just need to accept all of these conditions in men. No. I don't have a double standard on it. But what's your argument here?
My argument is that I disagree that it should be a qualifier for somebody if they have had something like that in their past, that they can't be a changed person and it still be like that it would still haunt your relationship and you would have to worry about it.
Okay, so if presented with the option, two exact same people, but they both physically attractive in the same way, but one was previously addicted to heroin and the other wasn't, it occurs to me that if I have the option, I would certainly pick the one who wasn't addicted to heroin.
Well, yeah, obviously.
Well, but so you say obviously, but it doesn't seem like it's that obvious.
Well,
to
it's
you.
like it's a feelings versus an analytical thing, right? Like how we feel about something versus your basic facts of saying, well, if you date somebody who used to be a drug addict, obviously they're going to be more of a liability or
there could be
whatever
there could be health
exactly.
persisting despite them totally turning a new leaf. Let's even say that they would never use drugs again. There could be some negative health consequences.
Yeah. I agree.
Certain drugs like permanently like change your body or like your
brain.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I said like certain drugs like permanently change your body or your brain. So even if you like stop doing them, you're kind of like damaged. Those
fear of relapse is very real as well.
Right.
Yeah, that's that too. But I'm just like also, you know.
Yeah.
Because like that would affect me the most, even if they're completely recovered and everything else. It's just the constant fear of they're acting strange. I'm like, back of my head, maybe have they relapsed? Like,
trust.
Yeah, trust.
That's a
Building
very
that
similar
trust,
conversation that we were. What was your name?
Kylie.
And you?
Nika.
It's like the conversation we were having with Nika as well. So did you say that you used to do drugs?
I did. Yeah.
Right. So like that thing that resonates with you because that's like a personal thing, and then you're like, why is it negative? And then you know what I mean? And it's
correct.
like,
and I understand.
Right.
I understand why it's a negative, but it's also one of those things that so many people experience that they don't want to feel like they're like she felt, right? Like bipolar. If you have bipolar, like, oh, there's no options out there for you. You're not gonna find somebody who loves you or that understands the situations or life path that you've been
I don't know
on,
if women date like this, but I feel like, and Brian, do you date like this as well? Like you mentioned like something's suboptimal. Mm-hmm. We're looking at things very like logically, like these are the best chances at having a successful mate, right? And so you disqualify certain things based on data. Basically, that's all it is. Right?
Well, and the funny thing is that women enjoy a far greater level of sexual selectivity as compared to men. Women have far greater, I would argue, sexual optionality, but also I would even argue that women have dating on easy mode as compared to men. So you have far more optionality. Women are typically fairly well known for being very selective when it comes to who they date. You'll select based on personality. You'll select based on his ability to provide. You'll based on personality traits. So I think it's almost because women are the sexual selectors, it's almost shocking for a lot of women to hear men actually articulate preferences, standards, and boundaries, because I would argue probably most of your dynamics with men, you guys are all being the sexual selectors, right? Like the guys are chasing after you. So it's weird for you to hear a guy like because most men are trying to get at you and they'll do anything for the pussy.
Pussy got power.
Anything for the pussy, right? And so it's weird. And guys will like, you could tell a guy, I used to be a drug addict. And guys are so pressed for pussy, they're going to be like, it's okay, babe. That's cool.
I'm a social experiment. I'm going to try that.
They won't like actually tell you, that actually might be an issue long term. But I do think because women fall into the being the sexual selectors, when you do hear a guy say, actually, no, I'm disqualifying you because of X, Y, Z, it's a bit like shocking.
Yeah.
Because most men just like women pick amongst, women are the rejectors typically. Men will approach you, you pick from the best of them. They've already kind of pre-picked you, and then you get to pick from them. Yeah. And then you turn, oh, this guy's short, this guy's got a fucking toupee.
But how does that argument work with
this guy's a left-leaning Twitch streamer?
What we were saying,
I'm fucking down.
What we were saying earlier about like, a lot of times there are people who like dating like people they can fix or whatever. Like, so how does that
That's
argument
weird,
still
bro.
hold?
You should see a therapist for that shit.
There's a lot of people who like to date men.
On the guy's side, we say Captain Save a Hoe, and on the women's side, you're like, you're a fixer, right? I can fix him.
Exactly.
You know, and I think that it's just it's a
I've never heard
Wait,
Captain Save a Hoe.
I have
Captain Save a Hoe.
I have a question for you. You had a history of drug use, correct? Drug addiction.
Yeah, with the ex.
May I ask what the drug was?
So painkillers, and it was kind of a trigger of when he would go into his manic episodes and like
opiates.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was like my trigger. So when I felt sad and like he didn't love me and he was like angry with me or whatever, I wanted to feel like warm and safe, and because he had supply to that, that's what I turned to, right?
Okay. So I have a question for you. How tall are you?
5'8".
5'8".
5'8".
Would you date a guy who's shorter than you?
I have. They both of the guys that I dated the longest were shorter than me.
I just got bamboozled. All right.
Checkmate. Checkmate.
Unfortunately, my argument on this one is not. Really? How tall were they?
I mean,
like argument.
The child, like the one I was with the longest was probably a half inch shorter than me, and then the second guy I dated after him was probably 2 or 3 inches short.
She got me. She got me,
I
boys.
think all women like only date taller men, because like I would be fine dating a shorter man. I just don't think they were like.
How tall is your boyfriend?
He's like 5'11".
How tall are you?
5'2". That's the thing.
Okay.
I'm not gonna find a guy that's shorter than me probably. So
well, but
that's
I
not
mean,
even an option
out there.
I'm not saying all women. Like some women will date men who are short or even shorter than them. But I mean, do you disagree that generally speaking, women are attracted to tall men?
But like, I feel like also women are more prone to value personality more than like physical. I mean, correct
actually,
me if I'm
kind of
wrong.
disagree on that one.
Really? More so than men, at least. Like, I feel like women value personality more than men. Really?
I don't know about that
Because
one.
it could be a little bit shorter, like 5'8", but you have this confidence and like ooze of energy versus somebody who's like 6'1" and is like shy and like just not.
I actually think women are way are much more pickier physically than men are, and they have far more rigid standards when it comes to body types and physical characteristics.
Really?
Yes, absolutely.
What?
And the things that women do care about typically tend to be entirely out of men's control. So, for example, height, out of man's control. Balding, 100% out of a man's control. Penis size, 100%. I don't know why I pointed at you.
Whoa!
100%. Take it easy, little moles. 100 peen size, 100% out of man's control. Whereas for men, it's like weight. Just don't be fat is basically it for men.
That's not true. There's more to it than just that.
Yeah, okay, fine.
Maybe
but
that's your preference, but
yeah.
what do you mean?
Like
you're saying like dudes just be
no, I'm just saying like men
fuck a bunch
probably,
of fat chicks? Is that what's up?
No, I'm just saying like men probably have like
if she's
more
got big
preferences
labia.
than just weight.
Oh, I said that way too loud.
You got excited there.
Whoa, what the fuck?
By the way, what's
so
that
passionate.
like?
Like the bigger the labia, the bigger the BMI.
So how does your nonprofit work, by the way? Like, just curious.
What do you mean?
Like,
big labia matter?
Yeah.
It's like it's just like an advocacy group, like, you know.
That's really nice.
Yeah, I'm a nice guy.
So like,
I'm a feminist.
How do I donate?
Do you reach out to people who like
Streamlabs.com
are not
whatever.
happy with their labia, or how does that
No,
work?
I don't reach. It's
or
like
they reach out to.
I mean, I do. Okay, it's like the thing is kind of a.
It's a joke.
A joke,
Yeah.
but I actually am in favor of big labia. I'm a fan. What's up?
Okay.
That's real? You're actually a fan?
Dude, I like big labia. The bigger the better. I want to meet a girl who's like Guinness World Record
Labia.
Why? It was just for curiosity.
Like, you know how like there's like the biggest dick? Like, where's the biggest labia? I'm trying to find her, bro.
Is she the one for you?
I might get if
She's probably
I'll
dating
marry.
the biggest dick guy.
I will
Like,
marry
Guinness record.
the woman with the biggest labia. I'll get married under those
Truth Bomb
circumstances.
donated $100. I'll take on the past drug use. I was an addict earlier in my life and completely turned it around. Own several business and have an 8-figure net worth. Life happens.
Well, look, I have compassion for people that previously struggled, if it's mental illness or currently struggling even mental illness or drug use. But again, like for me, that would be because I don't do drugs, barely even drink. I'll drink maybe 2 or 3 times a year. I'll have 1 glass of wine. That's the extent of it. Don't drink, don't do drugs, don't smoke. So this is like a values thing, but I also do think that somebody who's, for example, addicted to meth, I mean, I don't know. I think I'm gonna pass.
Well,
Like,
it's the argument too of like even the body count. To you, it's suboptimal. Like
suboptimal. I'm not saying like, okay.
You could date a recovering drug addict, but it's or a recovered.
How
drug
big's her
addict.
labia?
Oh my God.
Exactly.
Again, here's the thing you have to understand about me. I'm very forgiving if the labia is like massive.
Mm-hmm.
This is crazy.
So
Why is
she
it
got
crazy?
the biggest labia, but she got a super high body count. Like, how does that?
And that's why the labia is big.
Yeah, exactly.
Whoa! What's going on?
I don't know what works like.
No, exactly.
Body count's a pretty big.
But she got a big labia. So
The biggest labia.
he's like contemplating like what.
I
You
still
gotta
have
think about it.
values.
Ponder.
I still have values, but wait, how did we get onto the fucking big labia thing? What the fuck?
She was asking about how
I was
does your
just curious
nonprofit
about
work?
it. Like, I didn't know how.
Oh no, but look,
Yeah.
I do I know we're kind of like having a laugh about it. Just really quick on that, I do think it's unfortunate if women get shamed for their genitalia, much in the same way that I think we shouldn't shame men for, if they have small penis.
What's your take on micros?
What's your take on micros is a crazy question.
Damn, bro. I thought I had an ally in you when it comes to the anti-genitalia shaming.
I was just. Well,
What's my thought on them? I don't know. You should ask your ex-boyfriend.
Oh.
Got him.
Just kidding. I'm kidding. Your ex-boyfriend, no idea who he is, but I'm sure he's good. I'm sure he's hung like a mongoose.
No take.
Like a mongoose.
Wait, that would not be a big take, though. I don't know.
This is such an insane question.
It's ridiculous, bro.
It just came to mind when we were talking about.
What do you think? You got micro penises on your mind, bro. You want to
we
tell
just
us?
had all the comments because like you were
Is that
like
all she talks about?
genitalia
Honestly, yeah.
shouldn't be shamed. So I was like, okay, what's your
Okay.
take on micros?
Learn about this for the next 5 days.
But
so.
Truth Bomb, I got some mad respects for you, Truth Bomb. But just from a dating perspective, me personally and my advice, I would not date a woman. It was like shooting up heroin.
You wouldn't date a woman.
That's right, I'm gay.
Period.
I'm a homosexual.
He came out just now. I would not
I
date
would
a
not
woman.
date a woman. Clipped. Yeah. What the fuck? Clipped.
And the statement.
I would not. I was doing like a pause.
Like,
a long pause.
For theatrical effect. I would not date a woman who
There we go.
was like shooting up heroin like behind this fucking in the 7-Eleven back lot.
Okay, fair.
In her fucking fucked up Mazda Miata.
Seems normal.
Okay, let's moving on. Okay, last thing here. Oh wait, disagreement. Body count and its implications. Body count matters, period? Oh, is that your position? Body count does matter, or doesn't?
I mean, if it's again a personal preference.
Okay.
But if you're with somebody who understands you as a person, you can.
Well, yeah, you said, I think a man that is kind and understanding will get your life path.
Yeah, like if you're have a connection with somebody, they'll kind of you'll be able to talk
They're
about these
kind
things. You'll
and
have a friendship,
understanding.
right?
So are you, if as a guy you disqualify a woman because of her body count, you're not kind and understanding?
I'm not a guy. As a guy.
No.
Sorry.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm saying you said that a man that is kind and understanding will get your life path.
I mean, they're not necessarily not gonna be
But let's say a guy.
A guy.
Is she good? Is
a guy
little moles?
that's
You chilling, bro?
understanding
You
is
good?
more likely to be kind.
Huh?
A guy
Would it be
that
unkind and ununderstanding to not want to date a woman who fucked like 100 dudes?
That would be fair.
it'd be fair.
Fair.
But if
Okay, all right.
I feel like he would be a guy that's willing to hear somebody like that out is probably a more kind
Hear her
person,
out.
right?
My dear, you just fucked 10 guys last week. Not you, but
I know.
Hear
but
me out.
Hear me out.
Hear me out,
He's a
though.
nicer guy that's gonna sit there and
Hear me out, though. I just got
entertain her, right?
gangbanged.
I had
I was
to.
going through something that week, okay?
Anybody?
I just it's a preference, like you said, and the body count thing.
Would you date a guy who's a virgin?
Yeah, I don't really think it matters that.
You'd want to teach a guy how to fuck you?
Well, no, I probably
teach him.
That's what you'd have to do, right? Like.
But then that creates the whole
No,
wrong.
not that whole.
It creates a weird.
No, no.
That's how unaware
If
he
he's
is.
asking that, is he
teaching
really
him.
immersion? Just saying.
Wait, what?
I said if you're teaching him, it creates a weird power dynamic. So then it's not really gonna be a functional relationship. I feel like, you know.
You can't be the dominant one. Like a woman can't be a dominant one.
I mean, absolutely,
Whoa.
you can, but
Pump the brakes there.
Well, she was like, it's not a
Trying to
functional.
dominate somebody?
Oh
What's
no,
up?
no. She said it's.
Have you ever pegged a dude?
No, of course
I bet
not.
you have.
Of course
Stop
not.
lying.
Why?
Fucking lying.
Why do you think that?
You're.
Because of my general energy of a person? Like you think I've pegged people?
She only pegs me.
Like I get a vibe. I get a vibe from you that you're a pegger.
That is the craziest sentence.
Just admit it.
I've never pegged.
Say it.
Never even.
Say it into this camera. I peg men.
I'm fine
Say
with
it.
you. What you guys want to do in your free time, but to me, that's not attractive to me.
That's not attractive.
No, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, my kings who want me to peg them.
Yeah.
That's not my thing. That's not my.
He's 10-10.
Okay.
He's 10 out of 10. He has an AR-15.
Okay.
He's hung.
Okay.
He's hung. Super dope, cool guy.
He just wants me to peg him.
But you gotta peg him. Do you do it?
Like, do I have to continually do it too? Like, is that like is it a one-time thing? We get over it. Like we forget about it. Like
3 pump chump.
I get real drunk one night and like try it one time, or is it?
Valentine's Day.
Okay.
Anniversary.
Okay.
February 29th.
It's really close to Valentine's Day.
That's a lot.
I need time to recover.
Whoa. Julie, is there something you want to tell us about your relationship?
Definitely not.
The whisper. Definitely not.
All right, we have a super chat. Design darts. Should humans be aborted based on suboptimal characteristics? Oh my God, this is
crazy.
What is this? Is that eugenics, basically?
Yeah. Yes.
Are we gonna go around, or you want my thoughts on that?
She's probably the most opinionated. We can.
Yeah, I would be curious to know actually if any of you think this is okay. Like obviously, like we in places like Iceland, they've almost eradicated Down syndrome completely because they've just aborted every single baby with Down syndrome. Like, do you think that's okay?
You can know that you're pregnant with someone.
It's a thought. Yeah. That's a thought experiment right there.
It's interesting. I still think the parents who have the child with Down syndrome love them. Like all the.
What do you mean? Like
that's why like if you're planning to have a child either way, I think like.
You think it's loving to abort them?
No. I didn't say that. I meant if you're planning to have a child, you find out they have Down syndrome. Like, I think have the child. You're gonna love your child either way.
Would you be supportive of the law that was written to ban abortion in cases of like Down syndrome and stuff like that?
Again, it's everyone's personal.
But you're pro-choice, right?
Yeah, so it's everyone's personal.
So does
opinion.
the choice matter if it's because I don't want to or because it has like Down syndrome? Or if it's a boy? Can you just like abort until you get a girl?
That's crazy.
Is it really?
Yeah,
if it's
you're
legal,
okay with that?
I'm just curious. Like, if you're a pro-choice person, are there lines where? Yeah, I mean, if it's not murder, for instance, can you just keep aborting until you get the gender that you want?
I don't. To me, I don't care.
Who else is pro-choice?
Me.
What about you? Do you think that's okay?
I'll never know if someone's doing that, so I do not care.
No, but in this hypothetical, like, does that matter?
I mean, I would say that it's wrong. You probably shouldn't be doing that, but again, like...
Why?
You don't care when other people do things that are wrong to other people? Like, if someone was over there abusing their kid, can you... What?
I think
abortion
anybody
is wrong.
who's inclined to get a sternum tattoo should be aborted. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Sorry. I'm sorry. That was a super.
I was derailed.
I don't know. You're asking about Down syndrome and shit. I'm just thinking, like, what about?
What about for the feminists in China? I think they still do, they still do.
Wait.
Still.
I have a question for you. Wait. Hold on. Would you be in favor of? Okay, this is like some like crazy shit here. Would you be in favor of aborting people who would be pro-choice, and within a generation it would just be pro-life people, and then there would not be any more abortion?
No.
That's kind of based, right?
I still value every pro-choice.
What about aborting Hitler?
Wait, let me cook.
Would you abort Hitler?
Wait, what the fuck?
Abort Maddie, not Hitler.
What about me?
Yeah.
Would you abort me?
What about Democrats? Would you be down to abort Democrats? Be honest.
Okay, no, and I think that's why the pro-life movement is so important. Is that we value every life, regardless of your disability, your political party, or whatever you'll grow up to be.
Would you abort?
I just said no. I would not.
Hold on, just one more question. Okay. Would you abort guys with toxic dating podcasts?
That's like asking me would I kill you now. It's the same thing. Either way, you're still killing.
I have a really good
human.
hypothetical. Let's just say in this imaginary world, we know before a fetus is born whether they're gonna be like I don't know, some bad person like Hitler, or like somebody that's gonna do more harm in society than good. For some reason, we have that system. Would you be okay with aborting those people that are not born yet, but for guarantee we know they're going to cause more harm than good in society?
Well, they're innocent in the time while they're in the womb, so I would say that committing a wrong doesn't make a right.
Are you pro death penalty?
No, I'm not actually.
Okay.
I'm not, but I think that there are pro-lifers that are pro death penalty. And there's a huge difference between ending innocent human life and ending the lives of terrible criminals.
Okay, I'm not gonna get in there. Okay.
No, do it. I'm ready.
Keep cooking.
What?
Keep cooking. Can I ask the question I wanted to ask earlier about the new laws that they're doing in like Kentucky, where, so when you do in vitro and they implant like basically eggs,
IVF.
right? And so so sometimes multiple of them attach, and then like either you end up with octomom or they get rid of a few
selective
of the
reduction.
Correct.
Yeah.
And I feel like the new law like prohibits that from happening. So
Julie, can you read this one? Thank you. I'm just a guy. What do I know?
Some people want to take their own lives due to their depression and state of life. If my body, my choice is an acceptable argument for abortion, is it an acceptable argument for...
She's in Canada. This is a great topic for her.
We've made... You can do that if you want to.
I don't think you can use your body to commit harm is the big thing. Like, you can't use your body to harm a preborn child.
It's not my body, it's forceps.
Exactly. Wait, what? What are you saying?
I was just making a joke.
Okay.
My bad.
But
It's really,
like,
that's really insensitive of you to joke about. This is a very serious subject matter, Julie.
I'm okay.
Please display a bit of decorum. I'm just okay. Never mind.
We're good.
But as I was saying, you can't use your body to commit harm, whether that be to a baby in the womb, to a teenager, or to yourself. So that's what I would say. Does anyone disagree?
Actually, wasn't there something where there was somebody in Canada seeking like medical treatment for their cancer? I forgot the exact details. Maybe somebody in the chat can help me. And like, I think this was Canada. They were like, well, here's some resources on deleting yourself.
It's made.
So it was actually a veteran, I think, if that's the correct story. It was like a veteran who was just seeking help, and they were like, well, you could just delete yourself. That'd be cool.
It's medical assistance in death. Yeah. If you like have cancer and you know you're going to die in like 6 months and you're suffering, you can elect to.
I see it all. It's all over TikTok.
So perhaps that's a good argument against the.
So would y'all agree with that, by the way? Since
I'm fine
you
with that.
Support my body, my choice, are all of you pro-suicide? Because I've met people that are pro-suicide.
Don't say that word.
Yeah, you can't say that.
Sorry, guys. I'm not doing that on purpose.
It's all good. It's all good, bro.
Say it like that.
Wait, I think you guys answered it though. Is this acceptable argument for self-deluding?
What is an acceptable argument?
Wait, okay, all right. Let's move on. Okay.
I think so, but never.
So we've hit a lot of topics tonight. I'm trying to think if there's anything else. Oh, we had a couple things to react to really quick. Oh fuck. Maybe I'll save it for the Tuesday show. I'm gonna save it. I'm gonna wait. Actually, Nick, could you pull up that Reddit thread about the 180K versus 40K? Yeah. That'll be the last thing, and I'll save the Nala thing for. Fuck it. I'll pull it up, but I'll pull it up next stream too. We saved her, bro. We fucking did it, boys.
It's pretty crazy. Gotta say.
Yeah. I make 180K. My girlfriend makes 40K. How should we split our 3K rent? What do you guys think?
I say half and half.
Half and half?
Unless they're more willing to spend more, like that's fine.
Well, what's the status of the relationship? Are they just together and married? Like how? Like.
Okay, but so a lot of people are saying the guy should just pay for the whole thing. Some people are saying, well, it should be somewhat proportionate. Right. An easier way to look at it is he makes 200K, she makes 50K. So you can make the argument that she pays a fourth of the rent and he pays the other third because math.
I don't think that's like you're like that. I don't get that argument.
50,
it's just like we can bring up the example of divorces on this. What if they break up and you're stuck in a lease contract for like a year or whatever?
Yeah. But what do you think? Should the guy just pay for the whole rent in that situation, or should be split somehow?
It's probably split somehow, but obviously she couldn't afford that on her own. So if he wanted it to be 50-50, why don't you just get a cheaper place?
Malia, your thoughts?
I think I'm gonna go 1/4.
A fourth. Yeah. Okay.
He should pay for it.
You should pay the whole thing. Yeah. Okay. What about you? What do you think?
I mean, it depends. Maybe half and half, unless somebody's utilizing the space more. Like if he makes more money because he works from home, then maybe he should pay more. Like if it's more of his space.
Let's assume it's just a 1-bedroom apartment.
Okay, and they're just sharing it.
Living room,
and they're just
kitchen,
happy together.
Bedroom. Yeah.
I think maybe they split it, and then maybe he pays for groceries since he makes more money, or makes up that way.
Madysen, what about you?
I agree with the 1/4 thing. I mean, obviously I would like for the rate to pay, but 40K is not that much, especially if you're gonna pay $1,500 for rent a month. You don't have any money after that, basically.
What about you?
This is why you shouldn't live with people until you're married, because then you have to worry about splitting your money when you could just have combined bank accounts and not have to worry about splitting anything. So that's my hot take. Just
your thoughts on this?
Guy pays the whole thing.
Guy pays the whole thing.
Because it's the dope move.
It's the dope.
But the rational way to split it would be based on income.
Right.
Yeah.
And you could also make the argument, right? She needs housing. Let's say she was living alone. She needs housing anyways. So she would be paying rent.
Pay the full price. Is that what you're saying?
like she would be paying rent otherwise. So for fairness sake, 180K though.
That's plenty to not make her pay rent.
Just make her pay it all.
She'll be happier.
That's so
Yes.
true.
Yes.
What'd you say?
Make her pay it all.
Yes,
Word.
she has to simp. Exactly. She pays the whole thing. And cook.
Well, yeah, and if he paid all the rent, then she could pay for the groceries and cook for him.
That
or
is an option.
Yeah, that's an argument. I agree with that too.
Any other disagreements from anybody on anything? Anybody want to argue for like another 10 minutes or?
Argue for
Why
the
were you
sake of
guys
things?
so late? I'm just
Rude.
That's a good topic.
You should expect that from a woman.
Hey.
Damn, that's so sexist, Madison. Do you have internalized misogyny?
Yeah.
Yep.
I love your honesty.
Nick, can you pull up the Nala clip? I think I tweeted it. Guys, you should follow me on Twitter. I've been posting some dope fucking clips on Twitter. Maybe could you make it smaller? Oh, do video tab 2 on this. Make us a little smaller.
Right side?
Yeah, that's fine. So guys, I don't know if you know Nala. She's been on the show. Play that first one, the big one.
What your biggest fantasy is?
Not even my biggest. It's like one
That's
of my.
not on the whatever podcast. We did it, boys. We fucking did it. We saved one OnlyFans girl, one porn star. It was because, obviously, totally because of the whatever podcast.
Yeah, not her father.
I'm taking full credit. For this W. And so she's apparently, allegedly, stopped doing OnlyFans. She's deleting her OF account. And I'm taking full credit for that personally. Now, Julie, let's talk a bit about you. Okay.
Yes, let's go.
Listen, what would it take for you to stop doing OnlyFans? And what can the Whatever podcast do?
Probably a job that requires the same amount of work with the same amount of pay.
Yo.
How much is the pay?
Madison is going on vacation for 3 show days. You want to be helmet girl for like 3 shows?
I'm gonna be back in Canada tomorrow.
Oh, you're leaving. Oh shit.
That was so good though.
Yeah.
That would have been good. You would have been great at it. You would have been great, but sad times. Okay. Well, back to OnlyFans you go.
What do you get paid?
I get paid enough to pay my rent and put myself through school.
How many hours a week do you work?
Not that much.
Not that
I
much.
should probably put in more time.
Do you plan on doing this for the rest of your life, or like?
No,
what's the
I want to
goal?
finish my degree and then try to find like a normal job.
Dude, she's gonna make so much bank like doing granny OF.
I'm so excited.
It's for this shit's
Hey,
for
there's
life.
an audience. There's an audience for
It's
everything.
for
People
life
love
for her.
gilfs. They love them.
And your boyfriend doesn't care?
No, he doesn't care.
Does he subscribe?
No, I don't think so.
He's not supportive of your career?
I don't think so. I know. I've never asked him.
He's not supportive of your career?
What do you mean?
I'm just saying, I follow my girl's businesses on Instagram and stuff. So.
Oh, well, if you want, I mean, I don't care.
Do you send them the images and ask, are these good pictures today?
Well, no, I'm not. That's like cuckery. I could cuck him. That's crazy.
I just didn't know. It's just a cuckery.
Do you find joy in what you do, or do you ever like have a moment where you're like, what am I doing?
Sometimes. I mean, sometimes I'm like, this is great. Like, I can get my bills paid easy. And sometimes I'm like, damn.
Would you
these men
care
are
if
weird.
you did OnlyFans?
No, I wouldn't give a shit.
For like gay dudes?
That's fine.
That wouldn't bother you?
I mean, I don't do like boy-girl content, so.
No, but I mean, you're talking to guys, I'm assuming, right?
Not really, like not that way.
Oh, you just post? You don't
Yeah.
you don't talk to them in the messages?
Not
That's
really,
where most
like-
of the money's made.
I know I'm losing out on so much money, but I just don't like it.
Yeah.
Gets a little I feel like it gets a little personal.
Especially
that
while you're
way.
in a relationship, I feel like that's too
I see.
intimate for me.
Okay, last thing, guys. We're going to react to a tweet I saw yesterday, which I responded to Twitter/whatever. Put us on the other side corner. Oh, that works. So this woman said, the truth is men don't want a soft, feminine, quiet woman. They want a bold, competent, dominant woman who will be feminine and submissive for him. Just like how women want the bad boy trope to be good for her. And scroll down. And she also said, oh, fuck. Oh, goddamn. Wait, that's not your fault, Nick. Just, she had like a subtweet.
Reply to her.
Can you, wait, scroll down, find her like response tweet, and then pull that up. I think it should be below mine. Did she respond to the tweet?
I just see like comments. Is this on?
Okay. It's fine. But basically she just said like beta males disagree, alpha males agree.
Oh,
You got it? Oh yeah. She says men who agree, alpha masculine chads. Men who disagree, beta incel internet anons. Scroll back up to the very top again. I'll have Julie read it one more time.
Every time.
I should have had Julie. So Julie, just read her tweet.
Okay. The truth is, men don't want a soft, feminine, quiet woman. They want a bold, competent, dominant woman who will be feminine and submissive for him, just like how women want the bad boy trope to be good for her.
So do you guys agree or disagree with this?
I don't like bad boys. I'm not into
We'll start with you. We'll go around.
No, I don't agree. That's a crazy tweet. I think everything's preferences, like we've said the whole podcast.
I don't like bad boys, so no.
She said alpha men agree, beta men disagree, but like then that means that the men still like the soft women and the. I don't get her point.
I agree.
Agree?
Yeah.
I don't necessarily agree.
Disagree.
Depends on the relationship, I guess.
Well, I responded to her tweet, and you guys can see if this makes you think of anything. So I'm just reversing basically what he said. The truth is, women don't want a strong, masculine, bold man. They want a soft, feminine, submissive man who will be masculine and dominant for her. Do you guys agree with that?
I just like that retweet.
I mean, it's a nice reply back, but
I mean that
also,
either.
like, at least for me, the way like I read the original tweet is that like, you know, yes, the men in a relationship, especially like a high volume man, is supposed to be the one that's the leader or like the bold, the confident, and the woman is the submissive one. But also, what makes relationships interesting is seeing men being vulnerable at times, and I think it's the balance of that dynamic that she's maybe talking about, but maybe reading it wrong.
Well, here, pull up her tweet again, Nick. I don't think that's really what she's getting at. She says, the truth is men don't want a soft, feminine, quiet woman. So this doesn't really have anything to do with being vulnerable in front of a woman. They want a bold, competent, dominant woman who will be feminine and submissive for him.
So,
I think that's just ridiculous. Like,
so basically a confident woman who's submissive for him, like, yeah.
Well, I think that's
Makes
crazy
sense,
too,
like,
because sometimes they want, like he just asked about pegging, you know, they want dominant in both ways.
What
like
the fuck?
sometimes
It's just
I don't want to be pegged, bro. What the fuck?
you know, I'm just throwing it out there.
Just a huge generalization.
Yeah, it's a weird. It's
just weird. It's like she's trying to dictate to men what they want, but she's like the first thing that she listed is actually what men want, but she's saying that men don't want that. Men want like the boss babe, badass, masculine, dominant chick, but for them, like they want that girl who's out like that in the world, but then she's submissive for him, which is like, nah, that's not. It's ridiculous in the same way that women want really feminine men, like outwardly feminine men who are kind of submissive and feminine, but with them in private, if this man all of a sudden becomes really dominant and masculine, that's what women want.
It's like the opposite.
It's totally the opposite.
Like, I think maybe it's trying to incline at the excitement factor. Like, I know we were talking earlier about like what is like exciting in a relationship and what when you feel safe it doesn't feel like, or when you feel safe it doesn't feel you know, exciting. So maybe she's trying to imply like, you know, it's good to have like an outgoing, confident girl who's like also like submissive. Like,
yeah, that's what I
the vibes I'm getting. But like, I think that creates more chaos and excitement in a relationship than a traditional
the only
woman
sense
who's like
that makes
peaceful and like submissive
is that men like to have conquest. Men like a challenge. We like to like
100%.
right, and so that's the only world where that makes any
well.
sense at all.
Yeah.
But
I'm not a fan of the. I don't want a challenge.
I don't want to try too hard.
I don't like a challenge. I don't like a challenge.
It's also like, wouldn't you care about how like the outside world
Alpha
sees
men like
how your
challenges,
girl
though.
compliments you too in like a soft feminine way? They don't want to see her be dominant.
Well, I feel like the dominant aspect could just be more of like being independent. Like for instance, like my fiance likes that I am very bold and out there and independent, and like that doesn't mean that I'm like some like traditional type baddie or something like that. But like I think that could be an interpretation.
Wait, are you gonna take your husband's last name?
Yeah.
In marriage? Okay, just checking.
Wait, Brian, did you just say that you don't like challenges?
When it comes to dating, no, I don't.
Okay.
Serve that up on a silver platter. Well, that was
I think you're
cringe.
just
Sorry.
self-admitting and not being an alpha because.
Well, first off, I don't.
I'm just saying, like, in history, like the days that there were like hunter-gatherers, like men were the ones who wanted a challenge, who wanted to go out there and accomplish something.
Bro, do you not listen? I'm talking in the
even in dating, that's what makes some relationships more exciting, and for the guys to keep pursuing, because if it was safe and stable, it kind of gets boring.
No.
That's how girls.
Okay, first off, we're talking about dating. I absolutely engage in challenging things when it comes to my business, when it comes to all that. I'm not shying away from challenge. When it comes to dating, again, Proverbs 21:19, better to live in a desert than with a quarrelsome and nagging wife. I don't want my partner to be a challenge. I don't want to date a fence sitter chick. I don't want to date a girl who's playing hard to get, because if you play hard to get, you quickly become hard to want.
That's beautiful.
Are you like going to become a Christian for that verse?
What's that?
Would you become a Christian? You seem to love quoting scripture.
I draw inspiration from a great many sources.
Are you religious?
And the Bible is a great source of some really fucking based shit. Dog.
Bible is so based.
Fucking right?
Like, I'm not a guy.
Okay, but also, me admitting that I'm not an alpha. First off, I don't even... The original study that they did on that with
high value
wolves,
men, however way you want to.
That's kind of
okay. But first off, this whole like the alpha wolf thing, it's actually been debunked. That was like, I'm not going to get into that, but I don't like this like beta alpha like terminology. Any guy who's like, I'm a fucking alpha male. Well, hold on. Any guy who's like, I'm a fucking alpha male, that's cringe as fuck. First off.
Maybe it's cringe.
I'm a sigma male. How about that? I'm a fucking sigma.
If that's your jam, go for it. But
sigma
I know
male.
most men.
Sigma male grind set.
Want to express their confidence and be known as that high value or the alpha male.
Not all men.
Wouldn't it be more alpha?
They're not.
Wouldn't it the most alpha thing be that you're so high value that women are fucking throwing themselves at you instead of you having to do all this shit to chase them?
To justify your alpha, you have to
wouldn't you agree that the most alpha dudes are the guys who are having pussy fucking thrown at them?
That could be a scenario, but I'm just saying I'm not a guy, but like if I were to imagine a perspective of an alpha high value man, if they had option A and option B, option A is a woman who is like that safe, comfortable, stable, or B that has the challenge, like it might be playing a little bit hard to get, you know. I think that would create more excitement, and as naturally men having that hunter-gatherer experience, they would want to pursue B more than A because they already know they have A. But
I don't like girls who play hard to get. I don't know how else I can explain this to you, but again, if you play hard to get, you quickly become hard to want.
Agree to disagree, but
look, maybe some guys like the chase or whatever. Me personally, I'm not a fan. It's a waste of my time. I like you, you like me. Do you want to be together? Let's keep shit very simple. I don't like chicks that be playing games. It's simple.
I think that's a maturity thing, honestly. Just not wanting to do the whole chase thing.
Yeah.
Right. And there's a distinction between like full on playing games and like saying things and enacting a certain way. Like the opposite, there's like, I think there's a way that you can have challenges in a relationship that makes it more interesting, but like not in a toxic way or like.
So what do you think would demonstrate a woman's desire in you more? Her like playing hard to get and you having to, her being a challenge and you having to chase her, versus a girl like who's so fucking into you that she's made it clear up front that she likes you?
I mean, it's different if you were saying women. I'm bisexual, so it's different for men or women for
heterosexual relationships, I guess.
Yeah, so I would say for women, I would like to be more like just have that kind of challenge. But for men, I like to be the one that's the challenger. But
so how does that look like? How does that actually look like in practice? How would you be a challenge?
I mean, like not texting like every second, or like timing out things, not being available at a certain time.
Intentionally? So if I want to hang out with you on a Friday and you're free, but you intentionally say you're busy.
If we hanged out the past 3 days and Friday is the fourth day, I would probably be like, no.
What?
But.
Okay, let's say I haven't seen you in a week. I want to see you, but you want to be a challenge.
I would have like a FaceTime or phone call, but not hang out.
What?
But you want to see him too, but you just don't want to come off easy.
Just hang out with him. It just makes
That's not a challenge. That's just immature game playing.
No, it's
back
just
to
it's
the
the hunter-gatherer experience that's like natural.
That's what I want. Yeah, I
human
want the
experience.
hunter-gatherer experience with a woman. Let me get my fucking spear and fucking chuck that shit. I'm gonna chase you for 3 days.
Yeah, go hunting for some meat. You know.
You're the meat.
I don't want to be the meat.
You're the meat.
I don't know where this is going, but.
Bruv.
That's so funny.
I interpreted that Twitter as if a man and a woman are in a relationship and I don't know, if she's successful and has a good job, the only way to make that relationship work would be for her to maybe be completely submissive at home if she's more powerful in like her day job or making more money or whatever the case may be.
I think some men, I'm sure there's some men that
for sure
like
most
both aspects.
But maybe
most men don't want like a dominant masculine woman.
No, I agree.
We don't want to date ourselves.
Yeah. That's what she said.
For shizzle. Okay. Last chat, and then we're going to wrap. Julie, do us the favors.
Time.
Oh, it's Canadian. Look at this. Okay.
Look at you.
As a Canadian, MAID is terrible. Slippery slope to helping people with political wrongthink or not wanting certain medical interventions, considering Trudeau's position on people with unacceptable views. MAID is about saving money, not helping people.
Profound.
Facts.
Thank you, Phil Gowan, for the Canadian 100, which is like what, like $5?
It's like probably.
I know, I'm joking. Wasn't at one point the Canadian dollar was more than the U.S. dollar?
Maybe.
At some
Very
point,
long time
maybe
ago.
90. I don't know. Anyways, hold on. Let me just check the last things here. Time to wrap, boys. Okay. Twitch chat. I'm gonna raid somebody on Twitch. While we're doing that, wait, what is it? Oh, who should we raid on Twitch? Who should we raid?
Who's live?
Oh man, I don't know if there's anybody.
Just go live right now.
I don't know if there's anybody.
I think Malia's live. That's crazy.
Yeah, she might actually be live. You should probably check.
Fuck it. We'll raid S-Fond. He's playing Grand Theft Auto 5.
Shout out S-Fond.
Okay. Those of you on Twitch who are watching, thank you for tuning in. I'm going to do a Twitch raid. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Appreciate it. Actually, hold on. Let me do my little brief outro thing. Guys, last call. Hit the like button, please, on your way out. Thank you for tuning in tonight. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. I appreciate that. Oh, follow us on Twitch if you're on Twitch. Drop us a Prime sub on your way out. Drop us a follow on your way out if you have one. Thank you, guys. Thank you to everyone who so generously super chats, donates, and supports the show. Your generosity tonight was really very welcome. Thank you guys so much for your patronage. We'll be live again Tuesday at 5 p.m. Pacific. We have the absolute legend, Matt, joining us again on Tuesday. If you guys check out his website, watchgang.com, and just check it out, watchgang.com. The link for that is in the description. Matt, do you have anything you want to say on?
Yeah, we're going to do a special giveaway to your viewers.
Oh, whoops.
On Tuesday.
On Tuesday.
So make sure you tune in.
Cool. And like I said, we will be live again at 5 p.m. Pacific. Those of you on Twitch, we're going to raid S-Fan. I don't know if he even has those alerts enabled, but rating you guys over there on that place. Be sure to subscribe to Lil Mole's Feet Finder while you're at it.
They're free.
Right? Oh, okay.
They're free.
Does it? Wait. I don't know if it shows the rate indicator for SFAN. I'm just curious. Hold on. I'm just seeing if it does. I don't think it does. We'll see though. Does it?
Probably for a big enough raid.
I feel like, oh, it does. That's cool. Ooh. Wait, let me see. I'm curious if he's going to say anything. Hold on.
He's geeking over here, dude.
Oh.
What?
Hold on. Probably not. Okay. Probably not. Okay. Never mind. Rejected. Rejected. Okay. Hold on. All right, guys. Thank you to the panel. Thank you, guys. I appreciate your guys' patience here while we went a little bit late. Thank you to the wonderful panel. 07's in the chat. 07's in the chat. Good night, guys.